This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to another season of the BSC. It's your boy F. Dot in the host seat, joined here by two of the best in the business. Glad to see you, boys. It's been a minute. Let's wake up. Trav and Ark, how are you? Ark, you first.
Doing good, man. Always a pleasure to be back in South America. It's such a fun region to cover, and one of the few examples where the meta is not quite the same as everywhere else.
Very true. Trav, how you doing, bud?
Man, I'm doing great. I mean, I absolutely love South America. It's given some of the best gameplay we've seen in past years, and now that those two sub-regions are back together, I think it's going to be even better.
That's one of the fun things about this year. A whole lot of different people playing together. We've seen it in some of the other regions, and I'm sure we'll see it here in SA. As far as the format is concerned, if you're brand new, don't worry. We got you covered. Our teams are going to be playing for, you saw it, $2 million in prizes, and this is how they do it. 8 teams in a single elimination bracket that have made it here by way of the championship challenge in-game. Best of 5s all the way through. Of course, each of those modes get a best of 3 themselves, and it is power match format, meaning bans and the whole 9 yards. New to this year, we've got 2 different streams to cover all the action. Today on the A stream right here, we'll see Urubus do Pix versus Fofoletas, and we'll also see Calabresos versus Maruecas. However, on the B stream, our friends have you covered. You can catch CVD free agents and Banchos as well. And then Team Queso and Adelmantas will also be on that B stream. So you don't want to miss any of the action. And in order to cover all of our BO5s, we got best of 2 streams. They're both the best. What can I say? We've got a bunch of good people along for the ride as well. As far as I'm concerned, Ark, this is the good stuff. These are the good days, and we're about to see some good plays.
Absolutely. So, I'm really looking forward to seeing what, Calabresos bring to the table here today. I think there's definitely a couple of eyes on them at the moment. And, as well, I mean, Panchos, there's many that have got a really good chance, but Papaletas, for me, definitely a key one for your predictions.
Yeah, I'm looking at them too. By the way, that B stream I mentioned, you can find it at event.brawlstars.com. That'll show you all the information. You can plug in, play your predictions, have some fun on there as well, but also just see the B stream. So you definitely want to head over one more time. That's event.brawlstars.com, and you can check out all the good stuff for sure. So exciting day in front of us. 4 matches in the semifinals, 4 matches in the quarters, 2 in the semis, and 1 in the grand. I mean, that's how a bracket works, folks. And here are our predictions. Trav, you're the guy to look at when it comes to predictions.
I mean, I keep on getting told this, but so far, not so good this year, we'll say. But we seem to only differ in that quarterfinal number 3, me not going for that Team K. So I felt like that was just a bit more of a solid roster. We've seen those names, we've seen those faces multiple times throughout those past few years in South America. So I think I'd probably side with them. And I mean, you're the one who's different, F. Dot. So I mean, you clearly got some ideas or a bit of inside information about what's going over there on Adelmantas.
I mean, it's really less about Adelantas and more about Queso. Not like their qualification was a little bit different. So I'm rolling the dice here. You know me. I like to live on the edge. Ark, give me your feels on the quarterfinals for the days.
Certainly, I mean, it can go a number of ways. I mean, this is a region that can definitely surprise us along the way. But I think what it's going to come down to is consistency. And that's what we kind of saw last year in this region. And it transpired very early on that we could see various teams that were keeping that consistency. Throughout the qualifyings, though, there was definitely some unexpected occurrences. And I'm looking really today to see which teams are going to be those that can kind of brush off some of their qualifying results. Because some of the teams down the lower brackets was kind of not what I was expecting to see in those qualifying stages.
Very, very true. Two big bullet points to carry into our day is that our regions have combined, so our teams are going to be different, and there's 5 months of competition, so you got to go ahead and hit the ground running. Speaking of running, we're going to run into our first match. Ark, thank you for joining us. Hasta luego. We'll see you after this one. As far as me and Trav are concerned, Urubus Dopix versus Fofoleta's free agents are up to bat. So we've got Pibu, Wesley, and Hubi coming out here representing the blue team, and they're going to be playing their hardest. A little bit of an unknown quantity compared to the veterans on Fofoletas as far as I'm concerned, but we've seen a little bit of Pibu and stuff as Urubus take the field. What are your feelings? What are your thoughts? How's your vision?
I mean, I think they're a very solid team. You know, we've seen Wesley, time in, time out throughout the past couple of years, and obviously Pibu as well. Pitbull is a pretty big content creator as well with a decent following, so I think it's nice to see his face show up, again and again. But I mean, against this kind of opposition, against Fofoletas, I don't think you can really take anybody at this point. So I think it's going to be a really tough matchup for them. But if they can make something happen, if they can get it done, it's going to be a huge, huge selling point for the rest of their year.
That's really the thing here, is that like Urubus, they have a lot of superlatives to their names, but when you look at this Tufa Pekka core with Motep joining Fofoletas, this is a legendary squad, a lot of experience, they're brawlers. So this is a team that you've got to watch out for. For my money, they are the top card. You saw me put them in my predictions. Pekka and Tufa has been one of my favorite players to watch for a while, and Pekka comes out here being pretty aggressive. What can you say about Pekka's gameplay?
I mean, Pekka he's a really, really incredible player. He's one of those kind of really aggressive guys who gets it going, but I think that's fair to say for everybody on this Fofoletas roster. You mentioned Tufa as well, and times when he's been at LAN events, he's been at 3 world finals, which is a huge thing for a South American player to be able to say. When he picks up, and starts playing, the whole team kind of gets behind him, and I think Tufa's really one of those players that can either make or break a team.
Jumping into the game pretty soon. I'm going to be thinking about our drafts and our metas because, as we said, 5 month competition, but this is the beginning, and we all play the game at home. We all see how the meta shakes out, but once you get into the driver's seat on the actual battleground, things change. We see mini metas for the tournament specifically. We see metas for the region overall. Ark touched upon it earlier, Trav, how South America in general plays a little off meta. And so with Pinball Dreams, let's set the expectations as far as what we might expect to see. What are you looking for on this map?
I mean, the thing is, obviously, they've got those quite defined lanes, really. Both of those side lanes have got a wall pretty much covering the entirety of them. So, some throwers do sneak in here and there, but, I mean, over the most part, we've seen a fair few tanks come in. And something to touch on is Jesse has been played so much over the past couple of monthly finals. Obviously, we saw APAC and EU yesterday, and it's slotted in so much throughout pretty much every map and mode. So it's really intriguing to say. But yeah, I think throwers on this map, Larry and Laurie obviously being one of the main ones at the moment, has been hit with so many nerfs, but still keeps on bouncing back. So I think that's and there you go, instantly backed.
Yeah. That's kind of what I expected to see. And that Jesse turret getting some changes is definitely a big deal. Charlie coming through here for Tufa, first pick overall, which is funny because we were looking at Pibu, and he's got all the Spider-Man stuff behind him, but not going to be able to play the Spider Lady. So we'll see. I really like how Charlie works out as far as just being able to isolate an individual. We've seen Willow used with respects to like her mind control to isolate an individual on defense. Cocoon can do the same thing.
Yeah, definitely can. We'll see what's going to be coming down for Urubus next then. What can they play against this Charlie Brawl? And I think that's kind of one of these reasons why Jesse's been played a fair amount too. When those spiders do spawn in, whether that's when you're going to be hypercharged in the face or whether that's going to be when she's using that gadget, you can bounce off those quite easily. And the same with these kind of Laurie brawlers when they're placing stuff down. There's been so many spawnables coming in that Jesse is one of those big counters to all of that. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of one of the counter picks they do choose to come in with here. But I do like that Charlie pick to start things off. as you mentioned, isolating these different brawlers. Obviously, being able to just put them in a cocoon, move close to them, have your teammates be able to help you out, because when you instantly put them in a 3v2 situation, you should be able to help clear up their lanes before they, come and help yours.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't necessarily the most sharpshooter-friendly map, but that's who we've seen. Sharpshooters in general have kind of like been on the top of everybody's mind. And Charlie, well, she does a little bit of everything with respect. She's got spiders too. You got to deal with them. So definitely some things keeping at bay. We'll get back to the draft in a matter of moments. So for now, we'll just kind of postulate where these players might be going, because at the end of the day, we expect to see a lot of Cordelius usually on this. I mean, not just on this map, but again, in this mode, talking about players that can isolate brawlers. You got 3 players on the map. Surprise, you only got 2 now. That's something that Charlie does. She's first pick. That's something that we might see out of the Mushroom Man as well. Any other options in that regard?
I mean, to be fair, I think I always really like a Sandy, and we saw that a fair amount through EU yesterday as well in these Brawl Ball games. It was mainly, I believe, on center stage, though, where obviously you're going to get a lot of vision in that bush, but I feel like it can still be used pretty decently here as well. Stunning out Sweet Dreams in front of the goal mouth and getting those goals in. So I do really like Sandy, and obviously it is kind of one of those brawlers that can, sweep up and clean up a lot of those spawnables as well, especially from the Charlie, which is obviously what they kind of opted to go for early on.
Yeah, I think Sandy is just one of the stronger brawlers when it comes to Brawl Ball, just being able to control a large area of the map and keep you guessing. Our bans are in here. Blue team banned out Cordelia, Larry and Lori and Angelo. We saw that earlier, along with the Buster, Leon, and Stu coming out. Stu still on the mind of people when it comes down to just being outplayable. But jumping into the contest here, and we've got a little bit of Griff on the left-hand side, and right away some wall break coming out here for Fofoletas, and the pass over to the right-hand side. Tufa going to be looking for some damage. Good super out of the Griff to keep things copacetic on the left side.
Yeah, more piggybanks going to be dropped as well, and that's going to be breaking up those walls for them. Obviously, in the face of a Willow, it's something that you want to be doing. Wesley going to be playing this Byron. It's not something we've seen too much, especially through the past couple of years. It did fall off quite hard, but, if anybody's going to bring out something special, it's going to be this South American region. Pekka moving forwards now. Spiders coming in there as well. Jump forward from Pekka as well. And this is the team we expect to be making these moves. Tries to go right, but doesn't manage to get it in. Still coming forward, so Cocoon. And that, I believe, should be a little bit of a slot in, but I think maybe this Sweet Dreams is going to be back in time.
I'm looking at this comp, and right away, I'm looking at the Willow and the Charlie. What if you only have one defender? That might be a problem. We'll see if they line up their supers. But right now, it's Pekka that's getting lined up here by the Byron. Not really a character we see a lot at the moment.
Yeah, definitely not. And I mean, I think probably for fair reason as well, because it's just really not that great at the moment. And on this map, yeah, when it's going to get broken up a bit more, he might be able to excel if they can pull it to overtime. But that's going to be something that's going to be quite difficult, especially when you face off against aggressive players like Pekka on a brawler like Primo. Obviously, Hypercharge available now as well for both Motep and Pekka, so it's going to be quite difficult for them to deal with when they do spring into action.
The Byron, the spicy pick, trying to swim upstream here. 0% win rate for the old man healer. We'll see if the Vultures can turn this one around. 45 seconds on the clock, and Pekka just kind of turtling up here. Obviously can't just walk up into the enemy, so Fofoleta's trying to figure something out. What is their move, Trav?
I mean, I think it's going to be difficult for both of these teams at the moment because, Hubie doesn't have it. Well, there you go. Hypercharge can be moving forward now. Pekka coming in as well. Should be dragging that straight back towards him, but picks up the ball. A little bit unfortunate for him along the way, but Wesley clears it to the right-hand side. It's something that should still be a goal. Hubie's got to try and get Motep down before the pass comes through here. Tufa still stood there, but just not enough. Dives down, avoids that Sweet Dreams, but puts himself in a bit of a compromised position whilst doing it, leaving himself exposed to Pibu coming back in. Motep looking for the shot here, but not going to find anything so far. Pekka with the jump. Down comes the Sweet Dreams. Down comes the Super. Sandstorm there as well. And that's going to be pretty helpful heading into this overtime, as Urubus are the ones with the control.
There's that aggression we were talking about out of Pekka, but I don't know if that was calculated aggression. That was just aggro. Now with nothing on the field, this should be an open world. Here comes the red team, although Pekka is the one that falls down first. Hubi's going to eat it as well, so a 2-on-2. Tufa with the ball in the corner, trying to find it open. I liked how Fofoleta sort of waited, got their hypercharges, got their supers, and went forward, but it was a little disjointed. Now with the world open, I feel like Ouroboros has a little bit of the advantage here.
Well, here's the Cocoon coming through straight onto the Sandy, and that says goodbye to the Sweet Dreams as well. Should be no defense here now, but he does pop back out of it. Going on the counter. Brilliant stuff from him to come out of the Cocoon just at the right time. 20 seconds on the clock. Still a super available for Tufa here, though, but he doesn't really want to be in a bit of an aggressive position when using those. He's just going to go down.
The clown pin comes out, jumping on Pibu is Pekka. 8 seconds on the clock. One goes down. Pass to the mid lane. No! It's in the hands of Hubi. This one looks like it's gonna be a draw.
Well, let's not forget as well, as this new format comes in, if we get one team winning the next game and another team winning the next, we've got to replay the entire set, get it all started again, get the draft going through, because that's just how the game works now. So it's going to be a bit tough for these teams to kind of work around this one now. If a team does get a win in the next game, they want to just play it slow and play for the draw in the third.
Jumping right back in here. Fofoletas, like I said, I liked their approach, waiting for everybody to have those supers and the hypercharge at the same time. Cocoon one, jump on the other at the same time. They had to bide their time a lot, though. So if I'm Ouroboros, I'm taking note, and I'm looking to be a little bit more aggressive. Pibu starting it off just that way.
Yeah, well, a nice bit of aggression from Tufa off the start there, but just a couple of shots from Wesley does back him off quite considerably.
Also, I like this aggressive wall break. Sorry about that, Trev. This aggressive wall break. We saw the wall break on the blue side before. Now we see it on the red side here from Griff. A little bit better. IMO. Cocoon on the right-hand side. The ball's locked, though. Ouroboros have a great opportunity, but not able to capitalize.
Yeah, well, a nice jump comes through. Does get shut down quite quickly, though. Did get a decent cycle through. Obviously, a nice sandstorm here, and the Sweet Dreams coming through behind it might be a goal-scoring opportunity, but with a few supers in the hands of Pekka here and Tufa, it's going to be a bit difficult. Splash comes through, and Wesley does a nice job of it there, but Willow super on the defense can be quite useful, especially when there's a wall in the way.
Ball still cornered. Pekka's going to look to move it upfield. 3-on-2. Pekka jumps forward, largely to look for the wall break, and not the goal! It's on the line! Oh, not enough oomph from Fofoletas, and Ouroboros get a chance to breathe.
Well, Motep over-aggressive massively there. Yes, he had the hypercharge, but a 1v3 still not going to be a possibility. Sandstorm comes down, and Pekka feeding a lot of supers here, but does get a hypercharge of his own, and maybe a super along the way there as well. But now pushing through, Hubi on this right-hand side, Sweet Dreams available. Motep not having the best of times. Obviously, a Sandy peeking around these corners is going to be much better at that position, but now the hypercharge and super comes through from Pekka there. Cycles it out, but not really getting much use out of that hypercharge.
Moment here for Fofoletas to move upfield. 2 players down for the count, and the last one will trickle in. But with the respawns coming out now, not going to be a free goal whatsoever. And here comes Pekka, passing to the opponent, jumping on in. 1 versus 2, not going to be fruitful. And one more time, we find ourselves approaching overtime. Ball at the 50.
Well, now super on the right-hand side for Motep, but Hubi trying to push up, trying to get a sandstorm. That's going to be the biggest thing in overtime, and especially when you're against a thrower. Should be in a great position. Cocoon goes forward, but actually going to be missed now. Pibu coming forwards, but the jump from Pekka's there as well. Splash actually gets a heal and a hit, but a nice defense coming through there from Tufa and Motep. Motep does go down, so it's a 1v1, and that's not something that Wesley should be losing. And so far, so good.
Just a little afraid is the gold Byron. It's the ball still in the middle. Here comes Pekka, hypercharge, ready to go. 1 goes down, but he trades out. 2-on-2, and red team is low. Fofoletas don't have that much HP. Pibu wants to keep pressuring. Wesley showing up as well. Kobe on the clock, trying to make this one happen. We're counting down to another draw. Fofoletas trying to stop it, and the Cocoon might be the way to make it happen. Ball pass to the Byron, jump on in, but Pekka falls down. The trade is good. 10 on the clock.
Yeah, well, super there from Tufa as well. That's going to be the goal scoring opportunity. He passes it to the mid, but actually misses the pass. Doesn't go anywhere near him, and the super's going to be missed as well. 3 seconds on the clock. No time for either team to score, and yet another draw. Meaning, whoever wins this can take it all.
1 game, and that's it. Of course, as Trav said, if we get another draw, because clearly these teams are extremely evenly matched, then we do the whole thing again, draft included. And that's going to be a fun conversation because you've sort of shown your hand. Do you change? Do you stick to it? We'll find out if we have to ask that question at all, because right now, winner takes, not all, just the set. But it is one step forward towards that BO5. So Ouroboros passing the ball forward here, Trav. Pretty much centered. A lot of walls.
Yeah, well, the wall's starting to be broken down now. 2 piggy banks already used on this right-hand side by Pibu. But Pekka moving forward. Obviously, he's going to be getting some super back from being hit, but nothing compared to the supers he's actually providing to the other side. Wesley's got his splash here as well. And obviously, Sandstorm down. Splash comes through, but a nice dive there from Tufa to avoid the damage, but still aggressing now. 2v1. Can Pekka defend this? Sweet Dreams used a little bit of goal there for my liker, but still, the shot comes through, and Wesley slots it in.
Our first goal of the day. It took 2 games. But we found one. There is a goal in the back of the net. Ouroboros, the first one's on the scoreboard. And it looks like Fofoleta's a little angry about it. Pekka goes deep, but doesn't bop hard. And now it's 3-on-1. Ball making significant travel time up towards the red team's goal. Everybody respawned, and we'll see if Fofoletas can tie this up.
Oh, Motep's just getting absolutely tapped here, but a hypercharged Pekka coming forwards now. Wesley's got his super, but not able to use it in time. Gets taken down. Pekka cycles again. The hypercharge still rolling through. The damage burning down as well, and he doesn't heal himself. Tufa receives the ball, but Wesley back in time. Sweet Dreams still available for Hubi here as well, so defensive measures all still there.
Fofoletas really need to find the wall break here in the middle. I think that needs to be where, like, Pekka is tough here because he's got to jump on the players, but he also has the role of breaking up the wall in the middle. Motep falls down. Pekka does as well. Not a great look for Fofoletas. Pibu's going to come all the way over here and just corner the ball. Less about trying to score and more about trying to make it hard for Fofoletas to score. Reminder, if Ouroboros wins this, we go on to the next match. Excuse me.
Well, yeah, another super miss there by Motep, and obviously the hypercharge along with it as well. We do have a super over Pekka's head. With 15 seconds, that's the only way they're going to be able to score. Motep moving forwards now, though, gets splashed. Still needs to be hit. Jump there as well. Getting kills, but the Sweet Dreams is there too. Pibu just defending this one out, and only 2 for available. That's going to be an Urubix to pick set. Really strong plays from him in this. 2 draws and then a win, and that decides it all.
Great way to start this off if you're Pibu and friends here. As we said, Fofoleta's kind of the top card. We think it here on the desk. The fans at home very slightly thought so as well. I want to bring up that the fan poll was very slightly in favor of one team. So this isn't like one of those 94.6%. This is more of an understanding. People are understanding of these teams. So to see the 2-0, well, you know, the 1-0 technically, but the Vultures get it done, and I'm excited. So fun one. But as we move on into Split, I think this is going to be a little bit different as far as our captures are concerned. But one more look in the rear view mirror, and yeah, this Fofoleta's team, they tried, but honestly, Trev, I think Pekka had too many jobs to do.
I kind of feel the same way, and he was doing the jobs well, like he was getting his super, but at the same time, you know, if you're a primo, you're going to be giving the opponents their supers a lot. You've got to make use of your supers yourself, and he was, but the opponents just had 2 strong supers. If you're giving Sandy a super over and over again, they're going to be able to use that. They're going to be able to abuse that, and that's something that Hubi was doing so well, and obviously his team is as well. Wesley, we didn't expect this Byron to be doing that good, and it was just hitting. When those walls are broken up by those piggy banks, by Pibu, that's when he started to thrive, and I mean, he thrived well.
You nailed it, and I want to reiterate what you said before, that Pekka, he was doing his jobs well, and I think Fofoleta's played well. Reminder, 2 of these were draws, which means Fofoleta's played well enough to not lose. That's very different than winning. I understand that. But this is the definition of even, right? 2 separate draws, and then the second one, only a single goal. And so definitely one of the matchups that you can look at FFL and just be like, well, on to the next one. How do you move on and change? And a lot of times here, I like to get in the coach's head, Trav. And after a loss, you're going to react differently to a win. If I'm Fofoleta's, this is nothing. I don't like, oh, well, we're behind, but clearly you boys didn't have too much trouble. On the other side, though, for Ouroboros, I don't think they're coming into Split with momentum. I think this feels like another set 1, despite the 1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, it was so evenly matched that first set. As you say, I don't think either of them really have that much momentum coming into it. And to be fair, draft-wise as well, I don't think it was that too far apart. Byron, as you mentioned, coming into that one with a 0% win rate, not really a brawler we see too often, so we don't expect too much from it. But obviously, it showed us what it's got, and definitely what it's got is pretty decent, as they did come out on top of that one. But Split, I think both of these teams are going to have to change what they're bringing to the table if they really want to be successful.
Yeah, we mentioned it. Urbos walking uphill with the Byron pick, a 0% win rate. Shoutouts to our stat guy, Nighttime Clasher, providing us the info from backstage. And no longer a 0% win rate for the old man. Byron getting it done here. On Split, I don't expect to see any Byron.
I would hope not, but to be honest, I wouldn't have expected to see any Byron there either. So you never know. Pairing it with a few tanks, and that's something we saw in the Asian meta quite a lot. Over in the APAC region, we saw, a couple of healers coming in, some tanks, metas do differ very heavily region to region. The Asian meta is different to EU's different to South America, and so on with NA as well. It's just how they utilize these brawlers in their regions. That's what matters until the end of the year, when we see the LCQ and World Finals, and then that one meta gets solidified, and it's all down to skill.
Yeah, when we start to discuss meta, there's a lot of different variables. Obviously, just how strong brawlers are. LNL kind of come to mind. Larry is just that boy, even despite the nerfs, and so we have things like that. Then we also see the regions. If the best player in your region is good at tanks, then the tank counters are going to show up. Split, on the other hand, is, I think, one of the maps that dictate meta a little bit more so than others. Like, this is where your Ricos start to farm. This is where we start to see those types of deals. And so I think as we jump into Hot Zone on Split specifically, this map might be a little bit more similar region to region. As we jump on in here, our bans are completed, and Charlie, first pick again.
No surprise there, just so strong at the moment. I mean, Griff coming through, that's another one that we did see in that first set. Otis going to be making an appearance, though. Fat Splash can cover a few of these lanes, mute some players out, but we haven't seen Otis that much, to be honest. I don't hate the brawl. I think it's pretty good. Got some good DPS. Obviously, the ability to mute is really solid as well when you're trying to fight for these hot zones, but not something that I've seen too much, and especially, a brawler like you mentioned, Rico, still flying under the radar of both the bans and the picks so far.
A lot of people feel like Otis has been kind of overshadowed by other characters that do similar. With Cordelia's band, I think that Otis might have a spot here, but definitely a big point to mention that we just don't see him much. Glad to see the Griff again, though. Obviously, the wall break is going to come into play, but, I mean, forget the meta. Look at what Griff did in match number 1. He was strong. So, I just like to feed the hot hand, is what I say.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like we're getting a few of the picks for you here. We're not seeing it on the screen, obviously, but we're getting a bit of info through the back end. Angelo and Colt looks to be what's picked up by the red team. Griffin Otis so far for the blue, and I don't mind it. We had such a long Colt B meta on this map. Obviously, there's a few unbreakable walls added to the mix in the mid there, but it doesn't make the greatest of difference. For the longest time, we had a Colt B meta on this map, and Angelo obviously taking that kind of idea. So strong at the moment, unbelievable brawler, and being able to pair that up with a Colt who's going to break those walls for you. Not bad. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it now, and I don't know if you're gonna believe it. Well, I'm seeing Byron F.
I'm not muted. I'm just speechless. Okay, but again, we see the Byron from the blue team, which is the team that just won with the Byron. So, as I said with respect to the Griff, feed the hot hand. Griff makes a lot more sense than Byron does to me, but that's why we're not on the battlefield. So eager to see what the Vultures do here as we jump right on in here. And if I can just say, Angelo, my favorite brawler at the moment. Just absolutely a lot of fun to play with the draw mechanic, so to speak. But wall broken up here on the right-hand side should open up things for that Angelo player. Pekka going to be in a good spot. Well, theoretically, as he gets popped right away. We're about tied here. Red team now surging forward as Toof is on the point.
Yes, it took him a bit of a while to break up this left-hand side because Hubi was over that right, and obviously they can be pretty pleased about that for the side of Fofaletas, but now picking up that right-hand side, Pekka goes aggressive with that jump rather than jumping back. Surprising to see Motep super in hand, and still pretty even over on percentages here, missing a bit of a beam there, which means Hubi might have a bit of an advantage, but Spider's coming in and a bit of help from Tufa should clean him up nicely.
Pekka just one shots. Two separate players. Yeah, I know they were hurt, but Pekka from a distance makes it happen. A 3K for the Angelo. And red team now shifting. They are 2/3 of the way done. Wesley goes down to the hand of Tufa. And Pekka from the other side able to find these players with the long range bow and arrow. 85% and ticking forward here. Fofaleta's in the lead.
Yeah, still shooting out these shots, super available as well if he does want to be obviously adding some poison damage to those shots. 96% is what we're seeing on now. All three members of the Urubu depicts on the left-hand side trying to defend this out, but I'm questioning how long that's going to last for. Heals trying to be coming through from Wesley, but it's just not going to be enough. Pekka dealing way too much damage for them to deal with, and that's going to be game number 1 of Split, going to Fofaletas.
Yeah, right away. I don't need to see the stats. Pekka did it there, man. Like, straight up and down. You mentioned before the B meta was what we were seeing, and now you could that's just a feel. Which sharpshooter do you want to put there? Essentially, B theoretically was the strongest at the time. Now Angelo theoretically is the strongest. That movement speed, man, very fast, very good.
Yeah, well,
right away we see the walls broken up on the right side to allow Pekka to try to do it again.
Yeah, I was going to say, instant breaks there coming in from Hubi, and, you know, that's much better than the previous game, but Tufa's still holding this left-hand side, and Motep and Pekka winning the right. It's not a good sign for Urubus here, as they really need to make up some ground, because this percentage is getting away from them so fast, but Motep just beaming so well, gets one and clips another one as well. Hubi looking quite low too. Tufa coming around the backside here as well, pinching in nicely, and all the percentage just going the way of Fofaletas.
I think our concerns were legit. The Byron just seems to be a liability here, unfortunately. Pekka defensively jumps back. He's got his homie Motep there to help on out. 80% done, and Urubus has yet to find 20 themselves. Tufa on the left side shows them how it's done. Right side all done for Fofaletas, and just 11% to go. Trav, I think we're tied at 1.
Yeah, it's a double hypercharge as well. I'm not sure they've got too much chance of bringing this one back here. 2% and 1. Motep finishes that one off nicely. The set goes the way of Fofaletas, and that was so dominant. I mean, Byron, you just don't see it here, and I think we've just seen why.
Yeah, quite literally, Byron has never been picked or banned here. And I think the first game, the thing is when it comes to like pocket picks, they look great when you win, and then there's a giant question mark when you lose. And so I'm not going to sit here and dunk on the Byron too hard, but I'm not doing my job if I don't mention that he didn't do anything. And so that was a liability for this team, in my opinion. Fofaletas come through. And again, I'm looking at Pekka. I mean, the Angelo play just really got that done. Wouldn't have been possible without the Griff wall break, though. And so again, team game.
Yeah, and I mean, it really was just incredible from all players on Fofaletas there, to be fair. Angelo, obviously the star pick, the star player being Pekka, but, not just that. Motep and Tufa did their work. They got their side. I mean, when you've got Angelo on your team, it makes it a lot easier to win the other side, because he's 2v1 in pretty much the entire game. But Motep definitely hitting some good clips here as well, and I do feel like there was just a little bit of a draft error coming in from the side of Urubus here. You can say it's the Byron all you want, but I just think the rest of their draft just couldn't compete with what Fofaletas were bringing to the table. Double hypercharge we saw here towards the end as well to seal the game, and we even with seeing Tufa miss quite a few of those supers, not hitting too many cocoons. I don't even know if we saw a single person in a cocoon that game, but still, regardless, they managed to come out on top.
Man, I mentioned the Griff wall break on the wrong team. I wanted to give them something, but confused there a little bit, unfortunately, for Urubus not able to bring this one. So we're tied at 1 overall. We like to see that. Meanwhile, on the B stream, again, you can check out the action, event.brawlstars.com. CVD wins it 3-0. And so a little bit of dominance there going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see, a 3-0 anywhere, but I mean, at least here on the A stream, we've got a pretty competitive game between these two teams. I mean, the first set was pretty competitive. The second one, not so much, because it did go quite heavily to the red side. I mean, you've got to feel for these guys, coming into that one, we're saying, it doesn't really seem like momentum's going to be too heavily on their side because it didn't seem like that much of a dominant performance in set number 1. But now I think going into set 3, it's a complete opposite story. We're going to see all the momentum on the side of Fofeletus.
Our picks and bans are coming in here, and Urubus has banned out Angelo, which we're jumping into gem grab double swoosh. And I think if I'm Urubus after Pekka did that, yeah, I probably don't let him play the bow and arrow guy anymore. So Angelo going to be banned out, nice and easy. When it comes down to double swoosh, I am looking at Amber is like always who I'm looking at the most. She's just able to clear out all that nonsense, and one of my favorite characters. But she's also banned this time around by Fofeletas. So we'll take a look as our picks and bans. Apologies, we'll get the graphics up for you in a matter of moments, but jumping in here to double swoosh, what are your thoughts, big picture?
I mean, to be fair, I'm actually seeing it. I'm just really sad Tara's going to be banned out. And Jesse, you know, we've said it time and time again already this stream. It's been one of those brawlers that kind of just came out of nowhere this month and just has been banned, picked a lot. Pearl obviously sliding in as the first pick there. I like that. Going to be able to cover quite a lot of the lane down one of these sides, be able to scan the bush quite well. And when you use that gadget, the burn value is going to be able to allow to see it just that little bit longer, even if you aren't using that vision gear. Charlie Stu going to be the return picks coming in from Fofeletus, but back over to the other side, Cordelius being picked up by Urubus, which I do quite like. Obviously being able to single someone out if that's the gem carrier, take them into that 1v1, and you've always got the advantage there.
Tufa on the Stu. For as long as Stu has been in the game, in my opinion, Trav, this is just the I'm better than you pick, right? Like, you're going to look to cycle your super and just dodge around the map trying to avoid everything. That said, into the Pearl, I mean, characters like Pearl kind of, she can still hit Stu.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really mobile with Stu, and if you're cycling supers time and time again, when the map's opened up, you can really move. And I mean, that is, you know, something that Tufa, being the aggressive player that he is going to be able to do. But we're seeing Mr. P come in, and this is the one brawler Ark mentioned at the start of the scene.
Ark mentioned it.
To see some Mr. P, and Ark, you'll be able to see some Mr. P because Hubie's going to be bringing it in here. You know, I actually don't really like it. I don't like it at all. Mr. P, it's not been around for a very long time outside of this singular region. But also, Gale hasn't really been around too much either, and that's slotting in. So I feel like that kind of evens out the playing field.
All right, work with me for a second here, though. Mr. P, Stu doesn't like to play into Mr. P at all. So maybe they're cooking. Maybe this is the approach anti-Fofoleta's draft rather than thinking of their own draft. Sometimes that leads you into some troubles, but always glad to see some weirdo picks here. And Wesley is going to be the first one. Mr. P picks up that blue star.
Well, now,
so
obviously,
to speak, the first gem, you know what I mean.
Yeah, but still, just going to be trying to evade these shots pretty much the entire game, and I don't think Wesley's hit a single shot yet, so, you know, regardless of how good those spawners are going to be coming into Motep through the mid, he's only starting to hit a few shots now, and it's going to take a bit of a while for him to build up this super, but Peebu's going to be able to get the stun in, or the mute, I should say, and some dashes now. Pekka's being hit, and Wesley just targeting the other members of the Fofeletas roster, because he can't seem to find Motep anywhere.
Hoobie doing good work here on the right side, though. There's that Pearl, you mentioned it, just being able to clear out the bush, find a lot of the damage, and keep confirming it. Peebu on the left-hand side. Wesley still no super. Trying to charge up that porter, but Peebu on the other hand has it. And down to the Shadow Realm goes Tufa. And Peebu's just going to use that to pick up some gems and walk around, but going to pop up here right in the hands of the enemy. Peebu goes down. Wesley still picks up the gem that dropped. So 6-5, Fofeletas with a very thin lead, stretching it to 7.
As his super's readily available as well for the side of Fofeletas, but now pretty much all of them being used. Motep's still going to be able to glide a little bit. Brings him into the Shadow Realm there, so he can't take out this turret in that position, but even with this Shadow Realm, Peebu's not doing the best of jobs here against Tufa. Now just sliding into the back lines to try and pinch back into Motep, but instantly eradicated. 5:03 left on Motep, but it is only a 9-6. They're going to have to try and re-establish control.
Motep healing up now, and there's 10. We jump into the countdown. Tufa going to go down, so this might be a moment for Wesley and the boys to step forward. The porter doing work as well. Here comes one. Pekka half HP. 4 seconds, though, should be enough for Fofoleta's. Motep sticks it out. And that's going to be game 1. But a sigh of relief, as that was close.
Yeah, just about. And I mean, even if he did get the kill, it was going to be tough to get out of that position. But, you know, the rest of his teammates were there to help him out as well. So it's a possibility that they would have been able to get those gems back to their spawn and start the countdown for themselves. But so far, Fofoleta's just carrying on their run of wins. That's 3 in a row now, and one more will give them the lead in terms of sets.
Dominance in set number 2. Fofoleta's looking to do that again here in set number 3. Wasn't completely as dominant as we saw last time around, but still, I'd say significantly in Fofo's favor. Pibu again popping that super, this time working out, gets one. Motep, however, winds up winning after the fact. Wesley looking for the kill. And the nice little stew dash. Make sure it doesn't happen.
He doesn't get the kill, but he's getting some decent supercharge along the way. Now the gadget coming in from Hubi over the right-hand side. Burn down damage on Pekka, but didn't charge that up enough to be able to confirm the kill. Motep slides in, gets the kill over there on the left-hand side on Pibu as well, and that was a 3v1. Hubi coming back up, but Wesley in a bit of a compromised position here, gets shot down, slowed as well from those 2 for shots, but can't find the killing blow.
Spiders coming out, creating some space. Fofoleta still trailing 4-5 as Tufa steps forward. Porter still alive at the moment. Now tied up. Tufa, I think, there it is. I was going to say, Tufa's probably going to look to make some moves. Gets a little bit of a push, but I don't think Tufa got the value they were looking for.
Yeah, I don't know if he was just trying to bring down the turret there and couldn't really get the angle on it. Does get the kill there, though, and Wesley's low as well, now being pinched in. Cocoon over the right side, allowing Motep to get the kill and the gems out. But Hubi back. So this shield charged up as well, going to be able to really deal some damage if he hits those shots, but just wasting this ammo now that's going to be charged up and not aiming towards Motep. 5 seconds on the clock now. Some shots bouncing over, but not getting the necessary shots in. That is going to be Fofoleta's taking set number 3, moving 2-1 up, and in a really dominant position heading on set 4.
Nicely played here by Fofoleta's. You know, it's interesting the way we've seen 3 sets, Trav, and the first one, neck and neck. We literally had 2 draws. The second one, overwhelmingly dominant in the way of Fofoleta's. But here in the third one, a little bit more from Urubus, still in Fofoleta's way, but I saw some life there. And, you know, frankly speaking, I just didn't on Hot Zone. So some nice looks here for if you're rooting for Urubus here. I think this is a slight sigh of relief. I think you're still at the edge of your seat, but better than Split.
Yeah, there was a bit of pushback there really was, but I think at the end of the day, it's just, I don't want to say draft again, because I don't mind the Pearl, I don't mind the Cordelius, but, you know, we didn't really see the necessary value there. You know, we see Motep carrying 9 gems, Wesley with 6, when that's a matchup that Wesley should be winning, you know, 9 times out of 10, if he manages to get those spawners in. But clearly Motep able to just evade those shots enough to not allow him to feed and kind of just force him to play down the lanes, which just allowed the gems to build up and up and up for Fofoleta's.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, like I honestly see the Mr. P tech. I see the idea of the Porter. I get it, but you highlighted it, I think, in that second game, just not able to charge that super. And Mr. P, you're picking him for the super. If you can't get the super, well, you're not cooking much. Strong DPS coming out from Motep and Tufa, 258 for the stuntman Stu. Strong stuff there. Motep with 6 last hits as far as the takedowns are concerned. I'm always a fan of Gale. You know, I like to see Gale win. I think he's interesting. I lean towards the control brawlers, Trav. I know I just said I love Angelo, but I lean towards the control brawlers usually, and Gale is that guy. And so he comes out obviously lower on the DPS, but that's okay. His job is more about controlling the area and making sure that Motep and Tufa can have all that room to grow.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. He had a 61% win rate here as well, so a bit of a sleeper pick, not really picked too much, but when he does, seems to have some success, and you say, just providing a bit of that control, keeping the aggressive brawlers away from his gem carrying. I think he did that, you know, as well as he needed to do. It was a little bit of a weird pick in my eyes towards the end. The last pick obviously had some reason to do it, because, you know, they had those aggressive brawlers, they had those aggressive tendencies that they would need to defend against that they didn't have an answer to. So I didn't mind that Gale as the last pick, but yeah, Mr. P, really not something that I like seeing, and clearly, I don't think a lot of other people do as well. It's 36% win rate on that map.
I just like to see Ark predicting the future. I mean, he's set us up for the idea that, you know, South America is definitely going to be, they have been more experimental with their picks and this, that, and the third. And knowing that coming in here, yeah, the Gale, a little bit weird, but hey, the math is there. You mentioned the win rate, and then the Mr. P, well, the math isn't there, but we did get the chance to see him. So, oddball picks all around, you know, that makes me happy. But now Fofoleta's one set away from moving on into the semifinals, and looks like it's going to be out in the open. Knockout.
Well, I mean, I don't mind this map. I think it's all right. Bit of a long-range one, and I think that's something that that can really, you know, help out a team who's struggling against those aggressive kind of brawlers. So I don't really think it's a bad position for them to be in at this point. You know, when you're faced against Fofoletas, who are so aggressive, maybe you do want a bit of a change of pace. Maybe you want to play some of those sharpshooters instead.
Hold this real quick as we jump on into our fourth set. Very exciting. Again, reminder, Fofoleta's up 2 to Urubus's 1. And it is, yes, there we go. My mistake. It's going to be Bounty Shooting Star is our map. And so our bans are in. Nani being picked. Not first overall. Charlie picked first overall, but you're going to want a sharpshooter. Nani, one of the strongest here. And Max to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of, you know, the map obviously being different to what we were saying, the same still goes. Maybe they do want a bit of a change of pace. Maybe they want to take some of these kind of long-range brawlers against an aggressive team like Fofoletas, but they've kind of let them have this aggressive brawler anyway. And Byron returning once more. Mr. P and Byron, man. Mr. P and Byron, they just want to show their face, and I don't think they can keep their hands off them. But it is coming in as that last pick. Nani is so good at the moment. Any map that's open, Nani is going to be the brawler to have. Pair that with a Max, you're going to be hitting some serious shots.
Oh man, listen, I'm a little bit of a toxic teammate. Is there a chance that Byron is being picked by Fofoletas to, like, this is Urubus's pick? Is Fofoletas being funny here? Or you think Byron hit the ground running?
I genuinely don't know. I mean, it's fine. It has the range necessary. It has the healing to be able to help out the Max who's going to want to go aggressive. But I mean, look at this. It's quite quickly being backed off. But I mean, I'm not sure if that's kind of the Max just not having the necessary range to put up a fight until the speed gets going.
Possible. The real blue star taken by Fofoletas here to start us off. So if it all ended right now, Fofoletas win. That is the tiebreak, of course. It's me. I'm the tip at the top of your screen. Spiders coming out should be easily taken care of. And you know, I'll be honest, Trav, I like slow-paced bounty. I do like this careful play. Wesley gonna throw caution to the wind, though. Corner Pekka take down the Max player. 2-1 now. Blue Star also in the hand of the blue team. Wesley gonna get jumped on by Max. Cocoon is good.
Well, I like that there. The injection came through, got the shot through, which gives him the lead back regardless of Pekka still going down. You know, he shot the Cocoon, but obviously thanks to the star power, managing to pierce through and get the opposing brawler in Wesley as well. But still, the aggression remains for Urubus. And this is kind of what I was expecting from the other side. When you've got a Max, you expect to be in the opponent's spawn, keeping that pressure on. But it's a bit flipped up, I feel.
Tied at 4. Fofoletas with that blue star, so technically not tied. Max gonna hit the gas pedal. And just enough to get out of the corner. I like that play. Just get out of the corner. And now we're playing left to right like it's Rio Grande.
Well, I mean, it was a nice super coming in from 2 for there. Did back them off quite nicely, but still back into this position once more. Now the peep comes out again. Can they make something happen? Spider's there to tank it, and the Spider does tank just that. Who be coming around the left-hand side here. Hypercharge activated as well. Does get a kill. Needs to get the revenge frag. Wesley goes down thanks to the burn damage, but the tap comes through, and Pekka's not back in time. The hack from the RT guarantees the kill. What a gadget play.
Look at the response, by the way. People just more to win. No smile, no celebration. That was a last minute, you know, these come down to the last seconds, right? When we look at these slow-paced bounty matches, I'm amped when that happens. He's just on to the next one, win it again, and I gotta respect that.
Well, we'll see if that plays out the same again. Hubi has to use a defensive Spiders early on, but over the right-hand side, more of the same. RT beating a Nani is not something you see every day, and Wesley getting the kill over the left-hand side as well. Byron not really showing its worth so far. But then again, Nani should be winning every single one of these lanes, and Tooth has been going down quite frequently as well.
the Pearl. What would you say the Pearl's like main role here is? What's her goal?
I mean, you just got to charge up those shots and just kind of don't shoot for a while and then get into the range of one of these sharpshooters like Nani and just burn them down within a couple of shots. But it's a really nice splash coming in there from Motep, and now the aggression comes through. Peep's there as well. Not going to have that shield, so if they do choose to aggress him, then that's going to be a bit of a tough position for him to be in. But Wesley uses the gadget. Does miss all of it, though. Not going to be burning down Pekka just yet. But the aggression remains on the side of Fofeletus.
First time we're seeing play on the blue side, by the way. Urubus has been pushing Fofeletus into their side of the map over and over again. And now we see the red team stepping forward. Gotta be a little bit careful of that Charlie, though. That's who I'm looking at pretty much the most. And Peck is forced to run backwards. And Cocoon's ready. That can be a big difference maker here for Urubus. They're up 4-1.
Really good follow-up taps here as well. Hubi's really low and Pibu being brought low as well. Splash comes through now. That should be a takedown, but it's not. They can't find the kill just yet. Cocoon thrown to the left-hand side. Peeps there as well. Not going to find too much. Still low and not going down. I mean, now he gets hit again. Being brought down to one shot once more, but Spiders are the ones keeping him alive. Splash eventually gets it, but not without it being traded. Wesley's going to break up the wall. Pekka going aggressive now as well. Gets the kill. Blue Star with it. Beautiful from Fofeletus to bring this round. And now they're getting just what they had done to them. Taste of their own medicine as Fofeletus switch it in the last few seconds.
I love the discipline. Oh my goodness. The coach in me is just screaming, yes, yes. As soon as they get that kill, everyone at the same time backed off. Like, yes, duh, that's what you do. I understand that. But the swiftness, Trav. Nobody stuck around for one extra shot. Nobody got greedy. We got what we needed. We have the blue star. We take it on to game 3.
I do feel like they need a bit of a better start here, though. They had some quite heavy issues in the early game over both of the past couple of games. Brought it back in the mid-game in the first and lost it at the end, but just brought it back at the end of that one. Nice Spiders there to tank those shots from Motep. Bit of a waste of the gadget thanks to that. Wesley pushing forwards and obviously charging up these shots along the way. He's going to be packing a punch. One
more time, Urubus on the aggressive side. They won when we played on the red side of the map, and so Urubus want to do it again. They lead now 5-4 as they get the kill onto Pekka. He feels some type of way dropping the pin. Blue star in the hands of the blue team. A reminder, this is game 3. If they win, we go to set 5.
Well, Peep ready to roll. Just wanted to keep the control right now instead of going for something too magical with that Peep. But Pekka being caught out of position once more, forced out of phase shift yet again. Obviously going to be wanting to keep those for when you want to go aggressive and get out in those really tough spots like at the end of last game. Artie hitting some shots, making them back off, but a splash available from Motep, and now the aggression starts.
Pekka goes ahead, says go. Everybody surges forward. Still, nobody dead on the side of Urubus. Wesley just barely alive. Just kidding. The Byron gets credit for that one. Lead in the hands of Fofeletus. Half a minute to go, and a 4-star lead. Make that 1 as Tufa falls down.
Yeah, I mean, the Cocoon just puts him in a tough spot there, forces him to stay aggressive, and forces the entire team to stay aggressive, to be fair. All 3 of them down this left-hand side, and Nani should be packing some punches over there, but not really finding the necessary attacks, but gets it, I think, with the return to sender there. Over the right-hand side now, just backing off, and it's a 2v3 in the closing seconds. Wesley pushing forward, Splash comes in, and a huge tap from Tufa once more. Pekka low, but finding some heals thanks to Motep. Backed off from the Peep, and Fofeletus make it happen. Take this game and go to the semi-finals.
Well played. And look at that. Silence. Check out the jawline. All right, man, you be mewing. We get it. But taking a look at how Fofeletus able to make this one happen. You know, and again, I want to point out some small discipline type deal. At the end there, Fofeletus get a large lead, and Pekka, he's low, only worth 2 stars, steps in front of his team. If you kill me, who cares? You're not killing my homies, and they're the ones that are valuable. Small bits of discipline wind up winning the game, and that's what we see. 3-1 going the way of Fofeletus. A strong performance, honestly, though. From both squads, I have to bring up that Brawl Ball performance earlier on. Those draws were earned, but Fofeletus do prove to be the stronger team here.
Yeah, I mean, I really can't complain at, Arubis' performance, because they did play well. They had the moments, even, as you say, Brawl Ball played incredible. This set, they played really well as well, managed to get a win, managed to keep it close all the way through. I think the only standout set was obviously Split, which was definitely in the side of Fofeletus, but any of the other 3 could have gone either way.
Yeah, and again, Split, listen, very rarely, if ever, is a game lost in picks and bans. I'm looking at Split. But when they actually got to play, I'm very happy about what Oribus was able to do. And again, this is month 1. We're going to see more. And I want to see more of that. I love I mean, technically he's not talking. He literally, said silence, like no words. But he's talking his talk. And I really respect that here. Nice stuff out of the Fofaletas guys. They will move on into the semifinals. And a good look for them as they await the winner of the next one.
I mean, pretty much being the favourites of the entire monthly final, coming into this first game and struggling as much as they did, does make you worry a little bit for them, regardless of them getting that win and getting in a 3-1, not a 3-2, not too close. It still makes you worry a little bit, I feel, because we expect a roster as stacked as this to kind of walk straight through the quarterfinals, not have that much resistance.
I mean, that's the thing here. Again, you got to celebrate Oribos a little bit. These are tenured players that have been here, but also, again, everybody's dusting off the cobwebs, so to speak. And I think Fofaletas, this is month number 1. Pekka looked strong. I saw him make some silly plays on the Primo earlier on, right? So I think this is a little bit of this is the first on-stage VOD. You can scrim all you want, but anybody that's ever played dedicated competitive knows it's different once you hit the main stage. And here is Pekka on the main stage, most valuable player as voted by y'all on event.brawlstars.com. We love to see Pekka not only on cam but also on the top of the charts.
And I do think that has to be deserved as well. I think a few of his performances were standout. And Pekka being, that aggressive player, that kind of guy who does make the moves for his team, you kind of expect those kind of players to get MVP, and I think he, did deserve it once more.
Absolutely. And again, just a reminder, you guys vote on the MVP yourselves at event.brawlstars.com. So if you missed this one, don't worry. We got a ton of matches coming at you in the future. But real quick, we'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Bienvenidos, welcome back, friends. I never get enough of that short. Like all those there, I think they might be my favorites as far as the Supercell ones are concerned. But welcome back, Ark. It's been a pleasure. All right, I got a bunch of questions for you. I'm going to just throw them at you. What'd you think about the first set on the A stream? Talk to me about the B stream. How are your predictions doing? And how you doing, bud?
Doing good. A stream, very exciting stuff. I wish I could say there was a close one on the B stream, but it was an absolute steamroll. CVD was specifically Doritos in that first opening set on the Mortis pick. Absolutely went to town. Just seems to demoralize the entirety of Panchos. It was very, very clean. At the moment, Team Kesu are in front, and it's much the same story there. I've got to be honest. Brian on the Pearl in the first set as well. Absolutely clapping, and it just seems like these opening moments mean so much when it comes to what's to follow. And I think Team Kesu are likely to take that game.
Well, it looks like you guys are gonna outdo me on the predictions. As I said, I was taking a little bit of a gamble. That was my spicy one for today, but we got a spicy matchup on the way as far as I'm concerned here as we look at our final quarterfinal. Yeah, that works. Calabresos is going to go ahead and play up against Marruecos, and so an interesting matchup. Calabresos, the free agents, they are a strong team, Trav.
They really are, and I'm actually really sad they're facing off against Marruecos in this first round, because I loved this roster all the way through last year. But I think against Calabresos, anybody's going to be the underdog. Kyodog, literally underdog Kyodog, Firecrow and Adinho coming in as well. Really, really strong roster, full of like stacked young players, and I think it's going to be difficult for any team to defeat these guys.
This is one of my personal most memorable teams in the South American region, and so I think Calabresos definitely have very, very strong stuff going forward. That's Cowdog. He's going to be repping the squad, and I mean, Ark, we've, like I said, known quantity. These guys are real good.
They really are. I mean, you got to remember as well, they beat Marruecos in the round 6 to qualify to this stage of the competition, forcing then Marruecos down to the lower bracket. So it's a bit of a grudge match going on here. I mean, 5 out of these 6 players attended the LCQ. The only one that went to the World Finals was Firecrow, but Alonso, Christian, and Loco. This is kind of like the former Datos FA squad with a bit of Draconic Esports thrown in there as well. And they definitely stand a very good chance. They've got some good experience now under their belts, but certainly LCQ wasn't necessarily too kind to these guys. You know, day one group stages, they beat Humble, lost to Revenant Esports, knocked out in the end by a rematch with Humble on a 0-2 scoreline. But nonetheless, I think they've got a solid chance here. They just got to be able to like learn from their mistakes in the qualifying stages and bring it to the table here on the monthly finals.
Quite literally the table. I love to see squads squatted up like this. Big play. We saw it work out obviously for SK over in EMEA. This just matters. It absolutely does. Being there in person with your squad, this will give you, I don't know about a straight up advantage. I don't know how many, numerical number statistic points it puts in the win column for you, but your communications improved. I think team atmosphere can improve. You lose a game and somebody goes quiet on Discord, oh well, but you lose a game here, you can yap at each other. You can talk it out. And this is a very, very big deal with respect to competition in my mind. Looking at this team, Alonso definitely, I think, one of my favorite players on the squad. Trav, you mentioned that you liked watching them last time around. What was it that piqued your interest?
I'm not really too sure, to be honest with you. I just really remember enjoying, the Marruecos gameplay. And in their sub-region, they did tend to do pretty well all the way through. So I'm quite intrigued to see if they're going to be able to bring that same energy to 2024.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Trav, I bid you adieu. Adieu, I bid you. And we'll see you after this one. Another tight player poll, 57% leaning the way of CBR, 43% going the way of Morocco. And so a nice look here. Rico's Arcade. I love this one. Would you eat Cold Crunch, Ark?
I already have some in my cupboards. I'm running out. I'm low on stock. Supercell hit me up. But I mean, it's draft coming in. I've got a firm eye on Christian for me. Christian for me was the player that was really up and coming last year and made it to day 2 in the last chance qualifiers. Very much the sharpshooter is his flavor and an absolute beast on B. Let's see whether we see any long range coming in. We've got the RT and we've already seen that. That's definitely a bit of a flavor of South America this month, it seems. And it has sort of drifted away a little bit in others, but I do quite like it here. I think Gene as well is a very safe pick. for Calabrasis as well. I think that healing qualities and, of course, the magic hand can turn the tides at any given moment there. Larry and Laurie banned, no surprises there for me. Angelo as well, and the Charlie. I've got to mention the Charlie as well, because the majority of the games that are being steamrolled at the moment are because of Charlie picks. So it's great to see the Miraculous are banning it out. It's been one of the biggest brawlers I feel in the current meta that is sometimes left out of the banning stage.
Yeah, she's just the isolation of the Cocoon is so huge. You take somebody out for such a long time, and it's really, really powerful. I do want to note, Miko not banned here, and usually gone to be banned here on Bell's Rock. A lot of what Miko, all in type brawlers, we used to see this with Bonnie on Knockout, where, you know, the downside to using Bonnie super is that after you trade, you just die after the fact. But in Knockout, there isn't a respawn. So the downside to going all aggro, all in is, I mean, it's not completely gone, but it's less so in a mode like Knockout. And so I think a Monkey King here, not banned out, I think we might see Miko picked up.
Definitely up there in terms of the bans. I think I'm hearing that the blue team are picking out the Gene, the Tick, and the Meg, which I quite like. The Tick is very, very annoying to deal with for sure. The red team, Artie, Leon, and Brock, and Leon is just in a place where it's really kind of asking for a bit of a nerf now. So I quite like that pick as well. But ultimately, you know, with going into a Tick, you know, having those lollipop drops, they are going to get taken out quite quickly by Adino. So Christian's going to have to be very cautious on his placements.
Gene, the evergreen brawler, landing a couple of shots here on the left side, so we'll have that super pretty soon. We'll see how that one works out. But Cowdog versus Loco not going his way, getting knocked out of the mech right away. And so a little bit of pressure here from the red team. Where's the pressure point? Where do you want to see Morocco go?
I think for me, the RT is definitely a concern. Ultimately, the amount of times that those amplified shots are above their heads and just a simple, you know, gadget pop can be the Hack's gadget that was leading to demise. The magic hand for Firecrow as well is definitely a concern that, for me, Moekas have got to be very cautious around. On the top left-hand side as well, Cardog now out of mech. Loco just down to 368 HP. There's a lot of clustering, but that is the magic pull we needed to see. And now Kaido can take these shots.
Just like that, one goes down. It is a 2-on-2. Meg can't find Christian. Christian's gonna pop up in between two, but he's gonna pop up in between two. Gas comes in, still a 2-on-1. Christian still, okay, there we go. There we go. Got a little scared there at the moment, Ark. But Calabrasos,
a lot longer than I gave him credit for, I'll tell you that for nothing.
Yep. They do wind up sticking it out. Take a look at Cowdog, though, switching it up now. Firecrow and Cowdog have swapped lanes. The Meg now on the left-hand side, which is where we saw Gene start things out. But as we noted, Cowdog did not do well versus the Loco, so a nice job switching it up. That said, Cowdog winds up getting knocked out of the mech. Doesn't matter. Adinho gets the first kill. And Alonso down for the count as well. Round one goes blue. Round two goes blue. And so game one goes blue.
I'll tell you what, not an easy thing to defend against the Leon with Hypercharge coming in. All three Tick Mines absolutely placed to perfection to ensure that swift takedown, and that was looking pretty comfortable for the most part for me. I really like the way that everyone came together on the side of Calabrasos, and I feel like that goes to show their experience together as a squad. You gotta remember, Kaidok, a 2-times world finalist. Adino, very much the same. Firecrow, a 3-times world finalist. They've got the experience and they've got the skills to match.
Maruecos have the stats on their side. RT, 61% win rate, but not happening here. Cowdog, again, they win the game and they still made an adaptation. That shows veterancy. Calabrasos, though, need that veterancy as they're the ones that suffer the first takedown. And our red team looking to push forward. Adinho also low, knocked out of the fight for just a little bit. Cowdog in the mech, going to use that as a resource, pushing forward. Alonso can't be taken down, and this is the first red mark on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Christian there, it's being really slimy. I love it. And that's exactly how you need to play with a Leon. You need to just take off the pressure, deflate things down, make it a 2 versus 3. Adino on his own is not going to be able to do much to defend things. So Firecrow and Kaidog really are the staple of this squad at the moment in time. And getting a little bit of breathing space could go a long way here.
Yeah, I like the Tick with respect to this map specifically. You can kind of lock players in, but really, it's about that Tick head. Being able to just deal damage from a distance, that's what you're looking for. The big heavy lifters are going to be Firecrow and Cowdog. Right now, Cowdog getting not lifted, but pushed down. A lot of times we've seen him use that mech as a resource, so to speak, just tank and then find the kills and then jump out. But this time around, Firecrow is going to be the one suffering. Cowdog here also just clean sweep. And just like that, very quickly, it goes the way of the boys around the table.
I said coming in, you got to keep an eye on Christian. I mean, he is playing Leon, so I can understand if you miss, kind of see where he might be. But nonetheless, I mean, the man just absolutely tore through the thick of it there. And that's exactly what that squad needs. The Rakers are depending on him to bring in the goods. And in that last round, he absolutely did just that.
Some early wall break this time around, a little different of a strategy than we saw in the rounds earlier, rounds and games. Cowdog stuck all the way back here now, kind of as a result. We saw Meg able to kind of make some moves. And so nice adaptation here from Marruecos.
Barker on the left, just trying to keep Alonso low as that is ideal, really, just to keep everyone as low as possible, allowing Kaido to kind of come a bit more into the mix here. But Dino does need to get that super as well. Now he's earned it, so that's going to help the deterrent of Christian. If Christian does gain that invisibility coming in there, the tick head to tank some of those shots will go a very long way indeed. Alonso, as though having super towards the end of things, as the gaps will start to close in, will certainly help. And you know, when you're behind those walls, positioning power could be key. The legs really kind of play a key role towards these end final stages.
Dino winds up starting us off, and Cowdog gets popped out of the mech, but I keep mentioning it. He's using that as a resource, man. He just walks up. He's got a zillion HP. You got to shoot him. He's got to shoot you, but ultimately he's got an extra life. And so just like that, Calabresos get an extra round in their pocket. We'll start again. I like how mobile these players have been, swapping lanes in and out, not really letting anybody just sit and chill and shoot down a lane.
Yeah, very chaotic, very frantic, much the way that they tend to play in South America until the aggression really starts to shine through. And looking again at Christian, he's got that super rocket rain, nice connection there as well from the rocket fuel of Loco, and follow-up shots as well. I think they're potentially as well a good opportunity for a kill, but they backed away now just a little bit, and now it's going to be Calabresos on the hunt here.
Very important play by Adinho, using that tick head basically just to get out of jail. When you're stuck in this mid lane sort of like grass area, you can easily be locked in. Adinho uses the super to find a way out for him and Firecrow. Another hand is available. Who's going to talk to it? Christian going invisible. Cowdog doesn't know. Popped out and pulled away. Beautiful play by the... Unfortunate. Beautiful play by the Gene, and as soon as I started saying it, I couldn't finish it, because Marruecos punishes the punish, and it goes the way of red.
These are the plays you need. You really do. And now things are very much level. One round to take it all. Firecrow needs to make sure this pull counts and just try to whittle down things on the side of Marruecos very early on. If they can make it an early 3 versus 2, that is a good possibility. But they don't want to be one set down at this possible stage. And ideally, they can just gain that utility that they've got all 3 members of now and just try to drive Christian. But as I say it, he's got invisibility now, and he's now much more of a threat.
Winner take all this round. Both teams have a game. Both teams have a round. All right, Ark, prediction time. Who wins it?
The way that Marruecos have started to shift the gears, I mean, I want to start with them, but Christian does need to get super quite quickly. Cardog now just almost out of mech. That's quite a good time for it, but Christian's got to survive these shots, and that's the magic hand I was concerned about. It does connect, and it finds Loco, making it 3 versus 2 now. It's so tense. Christian 2 weeks too much about it, and a clean finish then for Calabresos. Beautiful Gene play. That magic hand, that's why I call this brawler evergreen. You can always, I mean, you know, always lean on the Gene. He's going to have that pull. And again, you know, across the way, I liked the punish, but being able to just, Leon's on me, you give that call, and then all of a sudden the magic hand grabs the assassin, saving the teammate for the day. A close one. Again, this came down to the very last round of the set. And so me, I gotta go find my popcorn because I am ready for a barn burner here, Ark. This one, let's look in the rearview mirror because this one was tight. Yeah, that takedown, honestly, so swift and clean there. and then the pulls, which had to land. You know, Firecrow was very consistently doing that for his team, and I think that that's a really vital component. I mean, ultimately, if you're going to go in with Gene and you're not landing those pulls, you're not really doing your job for your team. And you know, it's not an easy thing to do as well when you've got things like the lollipop drop, which can counteract those as well. So, and Christian, such a threat, such an aggressive player that really was a shining star for me in the South American region last year. You know, he was the thing that could have turned the balance in those final moments, but they just deprived him of that utility, and that ultimately for me kind of let the set go in the way of Calabresos.
Yeah, I think you really nailed it, and I want to reiterate what you said about Firecrow's selection here on the Gene. They're just, it's so, you are your super, essentially. If this magic hand isn't slapping people across the face, you are going to suffer. Gene isn't exactly killing it with respect to his damage, and in knockout, that room for error is even lower. In other respawn modes, you get a chance to, you know, maybe you can feed a little bit of super as long as you get your own. You can't do that here. So no room for mistakes. Every hand has to land, and it does so for Calabresos. Great play here from KO Dog, Firecrow, and Adinho. Again, kind of a close one. So as we jump into our next map, I'm not expecting this to stick overwhelmingly in their favor.
Absolutely so. You know, Maroweckos have got a good, solid chance, and you know, despite being beaten by Calabresos in the qualifiers, I think that that's the kind of thing that can fuel a team and really bring a bit of feist to the table for me. And you know, I've got to reiterate as well. You know, for Calabresos, they've got a lot to prove here. You know, for Kaya Dog, and they need to not make the World Finals to go out during the LCQ. You know, that is definitely something to tarnish your record somewhat. And Firecrow as well. It didn't work out the best for him at the World Finals, going out in that first possible group stage to SC Men to a 2-3 scoreline, and prior to that losing to Zeta division, which, okay, fair enough, they did go and win the whole thing. We can kind of let that one slide. But at the same time, you know, it was definitely a surprise to not see some of those big names from South America making it to that World Finals. So I think for me as well, they're trying to make good on things, and they've got to be ensuring that they do not underestimate Maroweckos, because they are still very, very dangerous. Again, you know, certainly I keep banging on about Christian, but Alonso as well. You know, he's a one-time Worlds finalist as well with Zets back in 2022. There is a great deal of experience on the other side, and clearly the skills to match.
Set number 2 here. Hot Zone, Dueling Beetles. I always mention the friends, but I love these, the sleepy guards. Why are you sleeping? You're not guarding much. Fans in here, and the first pick, Poco, comes on out. You know, he was the first brawler I ever played.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Not Shelly in the beginning part of the game?
Nah, man, I'm a healer. And that's what Poco's going to be looking to do. Stu and Griff across the way. And another old man Gale.
I can see it working here, but I mean, you're picking it into the Griff, which is obviously designed to open up the map. I mean, certainly, therefore, I kind of feel like Calabresos needs some long-range sharpshooting ideas. They banned out the Angelo. That is a good sign for me. Charlie banned by Maroweckos, which I like to see as well, the Jesse as well, and the Miko. Miko here, by the way, I think there's a brawler which is often forgotten about. I mean, players like Semantic in the EMEA region demonstrate just how dangerous it can be on dueling beetles specifically. But, I mean, if, you know, Maroweckos are going to break open the map, I feel like that might be taking away from some of the strategy here, and Calabresos are now forced to respond.
I mean, big point about Miko, you know, the super is the hot zone. So you got to run. Last pick here. We've got to see a sharpshooter for Maroweckos. For Calabresos, do you match that with a sharpshooter alongside your healer in your Dell?
It's going to turn to
find out.
The fair for sure. Yeah, I mean, the Bell coming in for Firecrow, I like to see that. And as well, the B coming in for Maroweckos. And I was saying before, Christian on B. I mean, during the LCQ, he just absolutely clapped with this brawler. And I expect for nothing less now. The Rattled Hive already, all shots immediately connecting there with Kaya Dog and continuing the aggression with the Rage Gear going on there as well. But it's these kills that keep coming in now, which is forcing then Calabresos into the mid and playing that objective almost 40% already.
Christian, unfortunately, losing this matchup on the right-hand side. Lost a lot of momentum. Finally does find a kill, but a little bit too little. Not completely too late, but it is 51% for the blue team already. Christian, the only one that hasn't died yet, and now able to step forward onto the point. Loco slowed down, and Firecrow capitalizes off of it. Nice shot to open the door up again. Double kill for Firecrow. And that's going to be another hot zone step forward as Adinho seals the deal. And 60, make that 70% of the way through.
Yeah, nice time there for the hypercharge for Firecrow. I mean, that came in just the right time because Christian really was making some moves, but he just had no help. The rest of the times were connecting perfectly every single time into Kaidog. I didn't see one miss, and now it's Slowco. I mean, what is he realistically going to be able to do in this scenario? Very little for me. 100% to 15. I mean, that is a very dominant round and quite the statement.
That was strong draft play as well. Stu's able to play really well in the characters, in the sharpshooters. You know, he dodges individual blasts. But Poco and Gale on the other side are just throwing wide shots at you. Not really able to dodge that one. And so Stu just really had a tough time in game number 1. We'll see if it continues here in game number 2. Calabresos again find themselves on the point. Again, want to point out a swap. Alonso now on the right-hand side. Firecrow, as different as the lanes are, the performance from the Bell, not. Again, a kill for Firecrow.
It's great to see that, you know, South America really are experimenting a lot when it comes to the meta, playing a lot of brawlers that have been recently buffed as well. Byron, of course, in previous sets, increased damage and healing. You know, for me as well, Poco with the gadget side now in a bit of a better place as Morocco starts to retake. B as well was another one that's hit with good aggressive balance changes as well. Just a little bit of increased HP. But again, I want to see Christian get this help. It just seems to me that every time he's able to get this space, his teammates know to be seen.
Tough stuff here for Baruecos again. Yeah, this draft out of Calabresos is so impressive. Just wide shots all around. Loco has to hide behind the wall. Wall on the left side popped, and so is Alonso. Again, beautiful play from Firecrow, but there's Christian. You brought him up, and now he's bringing him down. Till then, Calabresos 10% away from the win.
And just playing the objective better and then just cycling the spawns in a nice way. Lovely little blow back there from Kaidog, but there's that killing blow once again from Christian. But it's only 8% needed here by Calabresos. There's not really much they need to do. Just jump on the Gale jump pad and then just overthrow the zone. I don't think there's going to be much to say more. I mean, if Moegas can do this, it'll be a miracle for me.
Well, Christian's the miracle worker, getting 1 kill already. Adinho on the last legs. Loco pushes forward to try and make it happen. Alonso on the right-hand side one more time. Ticking up for red team, 2/3 of the way there. Calabresos, like you said, just need a tiny amount on the point. They get 2%, but they still need more. They still need 4%. Malareikos may be able to make this happen.
I really feel like this should be a Calabresos win, but they're just not working as a team to go in, and they've got additional healing behind them if they want to choose to use it. 60, 96, 95% now. Everyone falls, and somehow Calabresos come out on top. They really didn't deserve to, in my opinion. That got a little bit too close for comfort.
That's my heart, man. Dude, they got to 96%, 97%. Oh, man, KD over here, he doesn't look too happy. And like you said, I wouldn't be too happy there either. Maruecos there. I mean, it always stings when you lose just a couple of percentage away, but all of those percentages were kind of stolen in my opinion. So a nice little kind of step up there, but I think that was all draft. Would you agree or disagree?
Certainly for me, the two key brawlers that kind of came up were the Gale and the Griff, and as soon as they did, you know, one side demonstrating they want to keep the walls and utilize the Twister, the other side demonstrating we're going to break down those walls, and both sides did adapt. We saw the B come in from Moegas, and we saw the Bell come in from Calabresos, and you know, I think that was the turning point in the draft. Both sides adapting and adapting well, choosing the brawlers that I would recommend as well in those moments. But I think a bit of a throw from both sides actually towards the end. For me, Moegas really could have had that golden opportunity to turn things around and defy the odds and take it all the way. But as well, Calabresos, you know, being a bit shy and, you know, not really securing that win when they, you know, really could have done. They respawned, I think, twice during the time that they had just to claim that 5%, and you know, they left it very, very close. So as far as things are concerned moving forwards, I think this can turn very quickly if Moegas start to bring things back to order. But you know, a lot of the time it's coming down to these spawn cyclings and these deaths, and I think they've got to be a bit more concerned when it comes to the survivability and keeping that better in check.
Yeah, the ants go marching one by one is not the song you want to be singing as you jump on there onto the hot zone. But Firecrow and Adinho combined for 14 kills alongside KD with just 2, as to be expected. controller, doing his thing. Again, I'm really impressed with the draft coming out from Calabresos, just making sure to get the wide shots and really own that zone. That's exactly what they do. Up 2-0 now. Marruecos, again, that knockout initially was really close. This hot zone, a little bit less so, but the draft was where it really set off. So as we jump into our third set, I think this might be an opportunity to kind of fix things up. It's it's the last shot. They gotta. And so if you're Marruecos, is there anything that you're saying to your team, like, what have you liked out of their gameplay so far?
I know I keep saying it, but I mean, Christian's just being really consistent, and, coming from Reconic Esports, when he was back with JXCR was such an aggressive player. He really was able to just do wondrous things on bars and really get in the faces of his opposition, and he's kind of lacking that a bit from the team at the moment, from what I've kind of seen so far. We need to kind of see that from Alonso starting to come in and from Loco and just having them get in their faces, him sitting back but landing these shots. And I mean, ultimately it comes down to the draft, like you say, and if Calabresos are sort of slipping up there and leaving something like an Angelo open or something long range as well, then Christian is going to absolutely snap that up, and it's a credit then to Calabresos in the way that they are ahead of things so far. But speaking of butts, I mean, this is a heist map. I quite like that pick. It's not necessarily the forefront of the meta as far as it's concerned. Certainly the balls, certainly the BBs and that kind of thing. BB was a massive brawler actually for South America. Not really my kind of go-to flavor for other regions, but certainly one that might well come back here. I think, Larry and Laurie massively got to pay attention to those particular brawlers. Edgar, I mean, it did win the World Finals last year, let's be honest, in this very mode. Charlie, I think you still kind of got to consider her here, but certainly the big tankier brawlers and the counters to those big tankier brawlers, you got to pay attention to.
Well, the bans are out, and so we're not going to see the Larry, we're not going to see the Miko, we're not going to see the Charlie, which are the ones to be expected. I am all alongside the Edgar, as you mentioned. Here comes Colt. No surprise there alongside the Stu.
Hey.
Buzz. Big change with the gadget.
It's not for everyone, but the hypercharge now just brings it into a new light, doesn't it? But I'm very scared about this Colt pick because ultimately that on the safe can just go to town. Stu as well. I'm not convinced on the Stu. We've seen this happen a little bit in South America in the past, where Stu just kind of ends up, tickling the opposition, not really providing too much. It's not going to play well into the spike with the life plant. It's not really for me, but Speed Zone as a gadget or the breakthrough as well. Both options, I think, probably leave the breakthrough because the Colt's going to do that anyway. But the roughs on the side of Calabresos over time really going to lend a helping hand to the whole squad, and that damage increase can go such a long way. But now we're going in, and the last pick was an Otis, so clearly some defensive work as a deterrent of that Buzz coming in then for Marruecos.
One of my favorite spike skins, if I do say so. But yeah, KD on the Buzz. I think it's his job to look for the Colt. Well, yes, I think everybody's going to be looking at that hypercharge for him to travel upfield, 1-for-1 so far. But you mentioned the Colt being so scary. If Adinho can't keep him at bay by way of super, etc., I think it's Cowdog's job to just jump on him and put him down.
Little miss there though from Christian. Loco coming in to give a little bit of a helping hand, and everyone's kind of clustered together here. Sandbags down for Firecrow. Things are getting a bit too hot and heavy for him, but Kydog now having super is definitely key. I mean, if he ideally goes for someone else other than Alonso, but Alonso has not got super yet either, so it could be a good time. So he's going to go and get some beautiful timing there. Great synergy as well with Adinho, and now Loco just trying to move himself forward. If Christian gets on the safe now, hypercharge inbound, plus the rage gear as well, and that is a healthy amount of damage for the takedown, 20%.
Just like that. Oh man, you mentioned it, and there it is. Just like that. Calabresos now looking to be aggressive themselves. They haven't found a single point of damage on the enemy safe. Cowdog gonna nail the reach and then find a little bit of damage. And there's about 15. Nice job there. Calabresos now with the lead.
An interesting interaction there when Kydog had the hypercharge. Didn't quite get the stun up, I don't believe, because of the way that Loco dashed around it. But let's see. Now Alonso has got the mute. That's going to be really quite key on defense. But again, these supers from Christian aren't really landing on the brawlers as well as I'd like to see. They're landing on the safe, and that's never a bad thing. Dino now going to trickle down there. The poison of the mark from then Alonso. Oh, but a good defense so far as now Calabresos coming back into the mix. But at the moment, it is Marruecos in the lead. Don't forget.
Huge play by Firecrow there to open up the map. Cowdog a little bit too low to toss the torpedo out just yet. Obviously has it available. healed up now. Keep your eyes on the diving dino. 14%. Got to make a move because Calabresos are in the deficit. They're not in the lead. Cowdog looking to turn that around and does so. 49% and counting. Calabresos don't look like they're going to be able to catch it up. And just like that, Calabresos on the good side.
I really kind of get that towards the end, to be completely honest, because ultimately, surely you want the Otis to be on the defense for when the Buzz comes in, and you want Christian, the damage dealer, to be going on the offense, but he also end up having to defend things, and that's definitely not ideal for me on the side of Morekos. I mean, they need to kind of consider that, have a bit more communication as far as that's concerned. I mean, that would be the way around that I would like to see them kind of go about it. It wasn't completely out of the question. Yes, time was against them, but that could have been something which they could have maybe taken a bit more charge over.
Yeah, the Otis lacking a little bit, not really showing why the selection is there. The Stew, on the other hand, the Stew, I see what they're going for, but I think the result is what you were alluding to. Much ado about nothing. Cow Dog trades out for one. Stew does get the kill. Now looking at a Dino in the mid, but he's not looking at anything any longer. Spike Super on the point. And so the safe going to fall down to 79%. Calabresos with the lead one more time. And still the aggression, by the way, Arc. They're on Maruekos' side of the map.
Yeah, and definitely with a match point, it's looking bleak so far here from Maruekos. We've got to defend things and defend them very well, and they have not done that. Kaito on the save as well as the Dino. Firecrow coming in from the left-hand side now as well, and a save trickling down below 50%. We've got to see more coming in from Maruekos.
Tough stuff. Just tough stuff. This is the moment to breathe with two players down. Marueka is only able to get halfway there. Kyle Dog jumps on in. Stu tries to shade over to help, but the kill goes the way of Calabresos before Loco could take him down. So a 1-for-1 trade. Always going to go in the favor of the team in the lead, and Calabresos 52% done already. And there's that tickle. Stu lands for 3% damage. Cow Dog lands for 100% of the enemy's HP bar. Make it a double kill. And now Firecrow able to sneak some Damahe onto the safe. And Adinho, hypercharge, super. Going for the safe. Going for the kills. And Calabresos are strong here.
In a great position to finish it right here, right now. 3% left, and now Adinho over the top for the final killing blow. That is going to be it. Calabresos will proceed to the semi-finals.
Dominant fashion. Dominant fashion. Well done by this team. They did it in multiple ways as well. You know, we saw mechanical prowess coming out from the squad. We saw the X of the nose as they broke open the playbook and won in a draft format as well, and won in, by way of draft as well, in my opinion. And then we got a chance to just see, you know, all-out destruction, which is always fun to see. That said, Maruekos in that first one do got to give them their flowers, man. That knockout was, I mean, literally could not have been closer. Like, by definition, it could not have been closer. Went down to the very last round. So they did have some, this wasn't a 3-0, 3-0, 3-0 like we saw on the B stream. P.S. You can always check that out at event.rawlstars.com. But this one, definitely Calabresos all the way.
Yeah, you kind of nailed it. At the beginning, it could have gone very much a different way, and there was only literally one round in it, so Maruekos could have definitely turned their tides in the balance of things. They just managed to get that first set, give themselves a bit more breathing room, but that really is the credit then over to Calabresos for, coming out of that set, realizing, hey guys, that was a little bit too close. Let's kind of work things through and be a little bit safer when it comes to this match, because we got a lot to prove here today. For me, I think it came down to a bit of drafting, certainly at least to say when it came to Heist. I don't want to see a Stew in Heist, and we do see it from time to time in this region, but every single time it doesn't bring home the goods. It just doesn't really do much for the squad, and there's better picks in the meta to consider. And ultimately, if Maruekos had maybe considered something else there, that might have been better for them. Statistically as well, Calabresos definitely had the better round there. For me, Kaidog on that Buzz pick really found some fantastic value and demonstrating so fantastically well as to why it's such a viable pick now on that map.
Yeah, that hypercharge change, big deal. Now you've got the opportunity to latch onto the wall and then make those moves, even if there is no opponent, because that's how you kind of prevent Buzz from doing that. You just walk away. Firecrow absolutely not walking away. He's walking towards the top here. Him and his team make it to the semifinals with him in that MVP position. Once again, voted by y'all at home. And Firecrow, I think, absolutely did a lot of the heavy lifting. The fun part here is that, like, if we saw Cow Dog wind up winning MVP, I wouldn't have been upset about that. We see Firecrow winning MVP, I'm not upset about that. This was a team win.
Absolutely so. I think everyone coming together in the way that they did, and just, especially considering how close that first set really was. And then after that, it looked far more convincing. That says a great deal about the team, the synergy of the team, because remember, when you have a new roster coming together with a player that's not necessarily having come from in 2023, there's a bit of time to kind of see through things, see how things are faring, and they adapted really well for me.
That's the key. You gotta keep adapting. This is just our first monthly final. Plenty of opportunities in the future, and also plenty of games in the future. Our semifinals are just a break away. We'll be back with those and Trav. We'll see you after the jump.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
My headshot. My headshot.
Spy likes some.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hello, what's good? Welcome back, friends. We are in the semifinals, but it is all the way exciting. F. Arc and Trav is back, and that one was a little spicy, Trav.
It was quite spicy. So I was expecting you to add something on the end there, but it was quite spicy, I will say. But I think the right team won it at the end of the day. I think, we had a few moments where the opposition really did have some good plays. Arc was mentioning all the way through that they had some very solid plays, but just not really matching the same tempo.
I mean, this is kind of what I like to see as we take a gander at the bracket. I like to. This is month one, right? I just want to see everybody kind of show up and do their thing, and everybody that we saw here on the A stream absolutely did that. A little bit of a different story for Romantas, lo siento. We got to see them get 3-0'd on the B stream over at event.brawlstars.com. As far as our predictions are concerned, everybody's perfect, right? Everybody got everything right. And no need to mention any mistakes from anybody.
I see anything, all united.
The Queso team did wind up winning. It's your boy, Mistake Maker himself. But as far as the semifinals are concerned, I think our quarterfinals kind of told the story a little bit. As we see Fofoletas, they're going to be taking the field up next, and all three of us agree that Fofoletas might be the victor here. And so we'll have to kind of dive deep into it as we look at it. But Fofoletas certainly put on a show in their quarterfinals here, Arc.
Yeah, really convincing. I mean, you expect for nothing less realistically there from Motep, Pekka, and Tufa. I mean, but let's focus first on the CBD, because this squad coming together, it was going to be Calber from Super Renegados, Doritos from Datos FA, and BT Zim then from Clash. So actually, BT Zim going to be playing against his former teammate then, Tufa. So bringing some of the experience around that kind of thing into play. But certainly, I think that they are fair to say the underdogs in this scenario. I mean, for Doritos, he did obviously make the LCQ last year with Datos FA, and for BT Zim as well with Clash, but both of which didn't manage to get out of the LCQ looking like they were going to be having much of a great year to sort of look back upon. But nonetheless, that's why this year's so important for them specifically, because they've got a lot to be able to prove and make good on this time around in 2024.
Big points there. A lot of stuff to be proven here from CBD. As far as what we've gotten a chance to see in the past, what can you say about the Trav, if anything?
I mean, we've seen a lot from Doritos and VT Zim, especially Cowbear making, some really solid appearances as well. But VT Zim, he's been a big name in the South America region for as long as I can remember, to be honest with you. Had some really solid performances with some big players, but I feel he kind of stepped away for a little bit. And now, obviously, he is being back. He needs to kind of step up that game once more to be able to rival these opponents of Fofoletas, because Motep, Tufa, and Pekka, three of the biggest names in South American Brawl Stars, are a really big opponent to face.
Both teams here, free agents as well. A number of organizations jumping into the fray as far as Brawl Stars is concerned. Obviously, we've got long-time orgs like SK Gaming and stuff, but Space Station jumping on in here. You could be next. CBD and Fofoletas, both free agents. And the Brawl scene is as exciting as it ever has been. If you ask me, a little more exciting than usual. Motep here on cam. He's got more than one fan. Trust. We only see one on camera, though. So we'll take a look at how these guys jump on in here. The Fofoletas team really impressed me in the quarterfinals. And like we said, we have our predictions going this direction, but it's going to be tough. look at the background of VT Zim here, Ark. He has played some Brawl.
Oh yeah, he's got a Brawly there as well, same as me, same here. That's definitely a rare item for sure, but there's a vast array there in the background. Nice and clean as well. The setup, I've got to be appreciative towards that, a fellow OCD potentially, because, you know, it just does say a lot about the person. You know, when you're kind of very organized in that fashion, you've got things looking really clean, that does say a lot about the technical side of things as well, and that does, for me, reflect the way that VT Sim plays. And I think that, you know, when it comes down to it, being aggressive, but also being a perfectionist in nature, you know, by birthright. I think that that's when it comes down to, you know, when it comes to Brawl Stars, really making sure that every play counts.
Huge point. Really, really huge point. Love the personal side of things. And also, you know, before we get into the X's and O's, I want to point out that YouTube plaque, man. Like you said, one of the bigger names in South American Brawl Stars. One of the cool things about this scene is we have so many content creators / pros. You know, they do it all. And so VT Zim out here, definitely go ahead and hit that subscribe button on him and all of our Brawl pros out here, because it's just great to get into the mind of these players, you know, and really see what they're doing on their day-to-day. Fofoletas and CVD should be a really fun matchup because, like we said, Fofoleta's top card, we saw them perform well, but by no stretch of the imagination is CVD an easy team to tumble with. So I'm excited. I'm excited. Trav, if you got to pick one player from all 6, who's got the spotlight for you?
It's a tough one. It is a real tough one. I think if Tufa's on his day, then Tufa. But I think when we were watching some of his nanny gameplay on Shooting Star, I just feel like he really wasn't that switched on. And I'm not sure if it's because he kind of feels like he's against a bit of a lesser opponent than what he would be against, you know, in the semi-finals or in the finals. But when that man switches on, especially when he's at LAN, he is the biggest of demons, and he can really be a thorn in the side of anybody.
Well, we'll see if he switches on. I'm going to switch off. I'll be watching, but I am going to leave it to y'all. Trav and Ark, you guys have the microphone. Give us the business.
Well, we're on to Minecart Madness then. Gem Grab is going to be the first map and mode. Really intrigued to see how this one's going to play out, because I do feel like this is, you know, one of the more evenly matched matches we've had today, but community thinking 63% in favor of Fofolatus over CVD.
Yeah, interesting stats for sure. Going to hop in as well. Mention about the 2 players for me. I think Doritos as well from CVD and Pekka, because they're just the most aggressive players. And I'm curious to see how the draft is going to fare between those 2 players specifically. I mean, who can forget realistically Pekka on the Cordelius pick? And we know what Cordelius is like in the current meta. Certainly when it comes to Minecart Madness, going to be surely up there. It's not actually banned, which is surprising to me. Max is going to come in as one that's had a recent balance change as well, which I quite like. It's definitely nice to see Max coming back with increased HP from 3,000 to 3,330. There's the twins coming in as well. Charlie, these are big brawlers that actually missed the banning stages. The viral was valued more than Charlie and Larry and Laurie. I don't quite understand that for me.
Yeah, surprising to see, but I do like seeing that Miko ban. We saw players in EMEA really play phenomenally on it. Semantic had some incredible plays on that brawler. So nice to see that being banned out of the way, because I feel like it can just turn a game on its head within, you know, a split second, even when you've been dominating all the way through. But obviously the Otis and the Spike to go along with CVD, I feel like they're just pretty, you know, just average picks. They're just there to be able to do what they need to do, and they don't really want to take too many risks. But letting, you know, Larry and Laurie, Charlie slip onto the other side as 2 picks in a row, it's a bit worrying.
Yeah, Spike's always been up there in this region as one of the most common picks just overall, and it just seems like some things never change. The Max definitely is my favorite pick on that side of things, but the Otis as well, you know, he's going to have a bit more defensive capabilities. The Mute's still very powerful, but, you know, Gale, this is some brawlers that I've just got a bit of a question mark on from having watched in some of the other regions, and, you know, it's nice to see them coming back a bit, but certainly, I think there's better options.
I don't love the Gale, but I can see why, obviously, because the max speed, you know, running this star power is going to be able to slow pretty much everything down when they do start to become a bit more aggressive. So I don't hate it, I don't love it, but we're starting things off with 3 gems to 2 in favor of Fofolatus, but over the left-hand side, we do see their member fall.
Yeah, now Calber just pushing forwards, getting 3 gems in the pocket, and it's Fofolatus that now need to push back in. Minecart, though, might make a difference, but a nice little gem spawn on the side there of CVD going to help out considerably there. Package just making a little bit of play. Spiders coming out. Now speed is the response. Pushed back immediately by Motep. He's in a bit of a compromised position here, though, now. Will go down. The Twister should protect maybe most of these. No! Not placed to perfection, and that's 9 gems, 1 away from countdown for CVD.
Yeah, this is a complete flip of what we were expecting, but it can be turned on its head, especially when a Max is pinned in like this. Gets slowed down, but still has a phase shifter, still has that speed in hand as well. Minecart now coming through, almost gets clipped by it, but Doritos is low, and that's going to be something they're going to be careful of. Still Cocoon available as well. Laurie's going to be coming in, spawning, now moving forwards with that star power and gadget as well. Nice stuff, but the damage is just not coming through. 3 seconds and everybody's fallen down. Can't quite get the kills through, and CVD take game number 1.
Yeah, I think Pekka there just concerned about the phase shift on the max, and that would definitely be the thing to be able to evade the Cocoon coming in from the Charlie, but we know what that can do. It's an immediate reset if you land it, so still not out of the woods yet on the side there of both sides realistically here, because it can come back and turn around very, very quickly. But I think for me, I was expecting to see a little bit more from Fafalatas in that first round.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way, but should be a quick start for Tufa again. Just get that kill, but now in a bit of a troubled position as the minecart pinches him in. Doritos and Cowbear manage to bring him down. Some shots coming through, and I believe maybe they're actually playing that Charlie mid now and letting the Gale play through the side, which is definitely a bit of a switch up to what they had in the last game. Fat splattered there as well, but Tufa just choosing to still push through, try get this spike out of this position. It's dangerous if he does slide in there.
He coming in, but Cowbear's very low here, but able to juke around the situation while his teammates do full 2v2 now. 2v2 low to realistically help out much on the side of Pekka, but there is the Cocoon taken quickly, nicely out actually by Doritos and just keeping Cowbear alive. Actually wasn't expecting to see that, and the gems then stay with CVD.
Yeah, I'll still just kind of lurking through this mid then. Pekka finding some shots here and there, but Motev just trying to keep them back, trying to keep them slowed when they do choose to aggress. But every time this minecart comes, they're just, you know, progressing on the map a little bit, grabbing a few gems, and they're not going to be complaining about that.
Tied up now, minecart coming in and going to be pushing then a little bit back because it will be coming back around and it won't be in their favor next time. Pekka's very out of position here. I was surprised he got unscathed as much as he did, and actually still surviving, getting the kill from the side of Tufa. He escapes that. I think that was a bit too close for comfort for me.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous position for Tufa to be allowed into. Now the Cocoon's going to be there for the hypercharge as well, not finding anything just yet, and actually not using his super when he's inside of that. So a little bit odd. Tufa's going to use that gadget forward though, which just kind of put him out of position of anything for me, but did manage to get the kill in the end. Just traded out though as VT's in gets Laurie down on that left-hand side. Cocoon's still available. Obviously didn't use it whilst hypercharging. Now managed to hit the max with it, which forces VT's in to use a hypercharge of his own. Knocks back though and doesn't actually hit anybody. 9-7.
Yeah, nice response though there from VT Sim. I don't mind it necessarily. Didn't get the value he was looking for, but it was rightly timed to keep his teammates in the mix. Now speed coming in as well, and that's going to be 9 gems to 9. Pekka with no super here. Can't really do much to help the situation. No gadgets either. Motev on the right hand side can't do much. He's got to wait for the minecart to pass, and now the countdown starts. And they've got to hold this mid.
I mean, Pekka's getting beamed here. Cowbear's doing such a good job, and now they've grabbed these gems. They still need this next one spawning, though, as it is 10-10. 11 now as the countdown starts once more for CVD, and obviously they do have this game lead as well, so winning this one will take the set for them. But Tufa pushing them back, and the minecart assisting them in able to surely get this gem, but now actually burned down. Laurie comes in and the switch forwards thanks to Tufa's gadget, but not able to get a kill still. 4 seconds, and that gem will not change anything. CVD gonna take set 1.
Not gonna lie, I was surprised to see that be the result, but when you look at the way, to be honest, that Fafalatas were playing, they weren't really valuing the situation very well. I mean, there was a lot more aggression coming from the side of CVD, a lot more connections as well, and the majority of the time, they were keeping everything very, very low on the other side of things, and I feel like just a bit overcompensational maybe in that game. I think they've got to be a bit more cautious around their opposition next time round. Certainly in a game and mode like Gem Grab and Minecart Madness, I was expecting to see a little bit more of a reservation, a little bit more healing than on the side of Fafalatas, but we didn't quite see that. And that's a really fantastic start for CVD, who I will reiterate, for me, they are absolutely the underdogs. That was the best way to start things off.
Yeah, I just feel for me, and it was through the first game that Fafalatas played as well. They're just not getting the value out of this Charlie pick. I don't know if it's not, there's sometimes, at least in the first game that they played in the quarters, they weren't getting the connections with the Cocoons. Yes, we did see a few Cocoons in this one, but I think at the same time, they're not really getting the necessary shots and just falling down too much in the mid. And yeah, I guess it's because they didn't really expect to be playing her mid. They chose that Gale as the mid, which seemed a little bit unconventional for me at least. But the max was just too strong. He was just everywhere. And I mean, that is backed up by a pretty hefty, I think it was 80% win rate the max has on this map, but it's just not really picked too often.
Yeah, the 20% win rate of Gale. And I've never really been a fan of Gale. I know that Kenny will be turning, blindly towards that and saying, what do you mean, mate? It's the best brawler. But look at that in terms of the stats. 0 for Motep, 0 for Pekka, 6 for Tufa. I mean, you did say coming into the match, Trav, that you were really vouching for Tufa's capabilities coming into things, and I think you proved you're right. But ultimately, he's got to have the support of his team, and that's what we see on the other side of things from CBD. Everyone having the same scoreline, stats to match, and I mean, you know, not often do I say in Brawl that the stats say the full story, but I think here they really do.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players having 0 kills across 2 games of Gem Grab is really not something you expect to be seeing, and especially when they are the favourites coming into this one as well. Like CVD, extremely capable players, all 3 of them. We've seen them time and time again in the South America region. But you look to the right, you see Motep, Tufa, and Pekka. Nobody expects Motep and Pekka to have 0 kills, and especially, you know, coming into us, and you really vouching for how much of an aggressive player Pekka is and how well he gets in people's faces. To come away with 0 kills is just not him.
Yeah, I just feel like for me, it does come down to the draft a lot. I just don't really know where it went wrong for Falatis, what their kind of approach and planning coming in was going to be. And like, they had some really fantastic brawlers on their side. I mean, they had the Charlie, and then that brawler for me, in terms of the win rates, has been really, really high across all the regions. I mean, they just were not able to make it work. It just felt like they were just not expecting maybe the max pick. And I think we're seeing that brawler more often than not now coming into things as well since the balance changes. So certainly they just didn't seem themselves. They seemed a bit flustered and a bit all over the place, but there's plenty of time for a turnaround.
Yeah, still, obviously 4 sets to go if it goes all the way, but CBD seem to be running away with it so far. Yes, Fafalatis did have some moments, it was close games, but when it came down to it, CBD just seemed to have a bit more ice in the veins. And obviously VT's in here as well. Definitely a seasoned veteran, but he did kind of, I feel, step away for a while. Whereas, you know, the rest of the people who were on his team, on Clash and on Zest and stuff like that, just carried on playing at the highest level, but clearly bouncing back well.
Yeah, definitely for me, looking very good so far. And again, a result that I was not expecting to see. I was kind of expecting to be more sided into Fafalatis' advantage and more convincingly so, but so far, not the case. And that excites me. It really does for this region. We like to see upsets along the way. We like to see teams and players that are kind of lesser known. I'm not saying that VC Zim is, but ultimately, you know, certainly Calvo and Super Renegadas, you know, finished 3rd place in South America East last year and didn't really have much more than that onto his record. So to have these moments where players are able to shine and come through into the scene and really make an upset, I'm all down for it. It is still early days. It is just the first set, but let's see where this one leads.
Yeah, I hate to be that guy, but I'm seeing him wear a Man United jersey there, so I think I'm gonna have to start rooting for CVD because we can't be allowing these kind of teams to be represented. But I mean, at the end of the day, Motep, you know, he did not really, you know, do his part in that previous game, whereas all of CVD members just seemed to do what they needed to do. And I mean, that was obviously shown in the stats as well, 5, 5, and 5. Everybody really, you know, throwing their hat into the ring and having a bit of a go. On the other side of things, we do need to see Tufa's 2 teammates step up a little bit. Bell's Rock in Knockout is going to be up next, though, and I feel like that does bring the tempo down a bit. It was very scrappy in that last one, whereas now we're kind of going to be seeing that slow-paced, kind of long-range approach.
Well, as you know, Trevor, I don't watch football, so I'm the unbiased caster in this scenario. I'll take it. Blue Band's already coming in for Gene, Max, and the Piper. Angelo, Leon, and Gene on the red side then as well. And I'm glad to see the Angelo ban on a map like Bell's Rocks. Certainly, that's one brawler that can cause a big problem. Gene, as we know as well, can really just have that magic hand to turn the balance. Max band as well, I think smart, wise after the last installment. Larry and Laurie, certainly got to keep out a lookout for them. I mean, they just had so many nerfs and yet still escaped through into the meta. I don't know how at this stage. Honestly, you were hearing the picks coming through Byron, Charlie, and Tick, and certainly the Charlie for me is dangerous to have. We've already seen Tick making some great plays so far, but has that vulnerability in a mode like Knockout where if you're left as the last man standing, then that can be very much just around going the opposite way more often than not. RT, Brock, and Mortis coming in. I'm a big fan of that Mortis idea.
Yeah, I mean, not really kind of, you know, the most reliable, but against the kind of brawlers that he is against, I'm sure he'll be able to do pretty well. Obviously, with Charlie, if the Cocoon is available, then you're going to have a bit of a tough time. But if you really do focus on those other 2 players, you know, Byron doesn't have a splash or something like that, then you're going to be in a pretty decent spot to do all right.
Pekka and Mortis, and we know what that man can do. He's just so aggressive, and into the Tick as well. They're really going to have to depend a lot on Calvert on this map to make sure that he's got Cocoon to hand, to make sure that he's able to shut those ideas down, because all the time that he's not got it, it's going to be Pekka that's going to be leaning forwards and just making these aggressive plays.
It's such a risk, though. When you won 0 down, you know, being in the face of, you know, if they take this set, then they only need one more. But I mean, it looks like Pekka's going to go aggressive here and not quite guarantee himself a kill yet. And the tick head comes down, and that's what I mean. You know, it can work, but it can also completely throw your team the game.
Absolutely right, and BT's low here, but again, it's a 3 versus 1. Oh, making that a 3 versus 2. I mean, they've got to be a little bit cautious on the side of CVD to not throw this, but I think Motor's just going to go to the gas in his own time. Maybe not. Actually, maybe he'll go all the way until the gas gets the final say, and that'll be a round going the way of CVD.
I'm not sure if he just kind of expected to be able to win that one, or if he just wanted to prove a point that he could get another kill and, you know, burn through another one of his gadgets. But, you know, you kind of want those gadgets in hand, surely, rather than burning through them in moments like that where you're already kind of stood in the gas waiting for the round to end. BT's just going to throw out some tick mines over to the left-hand side, too, for not having the easiest of times. Kind of expect him to break up this wall when the tick stood behind it, but also when you got a Mortis on your side, it's kind of counterproductive.
Pekka was thinking about it there, but chose better of it. A nice connection, though, from 2 for there with the rocket fuel into BTZim, but having that Byron just bringing those heals in, everyone's got that, you know, super on the side there of CVD. The heals certainly will go a long, long way here. Should Pekka try to make the advance, Cocoon as well, going to shut him down, and he knows that. He's really struggling to find an opening here, and his teammates just waiting a little bit, trying to buy their time for the gas to close, but I'm really liking the approach from CVD here. I think it's the smart play.
Yeah, I mean, dashing through all these rats here, or the spiders, I should say, now going towards VTZim, but he did get a bit of a heal in his back there, prevented him from going towards that, and especially with the Cocoon with a splash, this is what I was kind of warning them through, but Rocket Rain comes in, Dorito's going to go towards that, splash comes through, Cocoon 3v1 here, if he wins this, then something magical has happened, but everybody spamming it down, has the bats, goes through, but a tickhead says no to that. CVD once more, taking another game.
And this is where it starts to get a little bit scary, honestly, because CVD are looking really, really comfortable. They're looking like the better team. For me, they are the better team in this series thus far. And I really need to see more from Fafalatus. I need them to start to, you know, be able to balance the aggression, but the drops, it's just too smart on the side of CVD. It's going to take so much to really be able to power through it. We need to see Tufa and Motep really start to whittle down the HP to allow Pekka to not have to be lingering so long. And it's going in early yet again, and that might not be the right play.
We are in there. The rocket fuel comes down, brings some of that grass back in the spawn of CVD, and Wall goes along with it, but Cowbert managing to heal up in time. Now the mines from the tick raining down onto Tufa. He's having a bit of a tough time here, has to use a few ammos on this on the spiders coming forwards, but Cowbert just gaining so much ground just off popping one of those gadgets.
Good heals coming in from Doritos. And the top left hand side, Tufa, very low himself, going to have to be cautious here. Has got the Rocket Rain to hand. We know what that can do. And if timed correctly, then it will definitely provide the opening which they need. But they're just walking through these tick mines, and you can't do that. Tufa's always going to die there, and he's kind of like standing still around it. They've got to be so much more cautious there on the side of the palettes. They've got to be able to turn this one around, and it's just not looking like that at all. Cocooned out, 3 versus 1. It's very much the same story already, Trav.
I mean, one more round and they're going to be 2-0 up against, you know, one of the favorites. I think we pretty much all predicted these guys to come out on top of the entire monthly final, never mind drop out in the semis. So something needs to be done, but so far it just doesn't seem like there's anything that can be done. Pekka making an aggressive move down this left-hand side, but with this tick head down, doesn't actually go towards him, so he got a little bit lucky with that one, but actually his teammates might not have the same luck. Lasserar goes through, but he managed to catch himself on a wall splash there as well. Cowbell just getting some heals, but Pekka shouldn't be too far off cycling out that super once more.
Not looking great, but time is ticking. Let's see whether we can start to see some synergy on the side of Fafalets, and that is the start of something. 3 versus 2, going back now, waiting for some gas to come in and close the gap. I don't mind it at all, but there is a hypercharge available for Cowberg. Doris is low though, Pekka can smell it, pushing himself in, but he tanks some damage for it. Now getting the heals as well. It's not undoable here for CVD. They can bring this back.
He's getting tapped hard though. Heals coming through from Doritos, who does have that splash as well. But 2 consecutive hits from that Brock hit hard, and he does go down. Cowbear, I'm just going to see Doritos slot into that zone. Don't want to be feeding, I don't think, any more supers, but if Brock doesn't have his, then maybe it's the smart move.
Yeah, I think wise under the circumstances for now. I mean, so far CVD have been proving time and time again which they can take these rounds quite comfortably. So giving one up here and there, not the worst of things, but they would like to secure this one for sure. Pekka's just sensing the opportunity there to go in, knowing that the Cocoon is not there for Carver, so it's the perfect time to try and get a little bit of tippy tap along the way. Motep not having the best of times on that right hand side, and Tufa as well, really struggling here. But the super to the hand of Pekka, he can get those heals, get some cycling going, and open up some space without going too overly aggressive. As I'm saying, that Motep does just that and goes down 2 for weak as well. This is a time to strike for CVD.
I mean, hypercharge there as well, and Pekka's the only one remaining. Uses those bats. Can he make something magical happen? No is the answer to that. CVD take another set, and 2-0 against one of the monthly final favorites in South America.
It really is great to see. CVD are doing some fantastic drafting and the gameplay to match. Let's have got such an established track record, Trav. You know, I mean, Motep, 2-time world finalist, Pekka the same, 2 for 3-time world finalists. They should be doing better. I'm just going to come out there and say it, and they just do not look like they are really in control of the outcome that's happening before our very eyes. CVD are all to play for in this semi-finals, and for me, looking very much like the favorites to make the grand finals here today. It's going to take a bit of a reverse sweep now to see something avail. I mean, it's looking like it's going to be a sweep at this rate.
I mean, it's got to be 3 on the trot for them, and, you know, Excel, Safe Zone, and Julian Beals, they're not, you know, easy modes to just be able to, you know, sweep a team under the carpet, because, you know, even if Heist's there, then, you know, that's a mode that's not always going to go to plan. Obviously, nothing really going to Fofolet's plan so far, as all players just seem to be falling one by one. And, you know, I think that was the draft. You know, Mortis is bold. It can work. We know Pekka has the ability to play it, but when you're one set down, they're not risks that you want to be taking.
It really isn't. I mean, with Charlie in the current meta, if you're not going to ban it, you know, you've got to expect it as the counter. I think it might have been even picked into it. If that was the case, then that's even more worrying, really. But certainly, Byron, pretty squidgy. Tick certainly so as well. So I can understand what they were going for. But, I mean, it just wasn't pulled off with much conviction. And Pekka is an amazing Mortis player, mate, I add. I mean, he really does know how to play that brawler. And all the brawlers that get up in close and personal so well. So CVD are just seeing through the draft at the moment and just have an answer for everything. And they keep doing that in this next set. They get this draft right. I mean, this one's chalked.
Yeah, it's really going to be tough for Fofolets to bring this one back. CVD just seems to be on top of absolutely everything. And even when stuff wasn't going to plan, they still had a bit of a say in the rounds. And I think they only did drop 1 round there, so not the best from Fofolets once again. 3-1-1. Just kills just aren't coming naturally for them at the moment. Motep got 3, but only 94 DPS. Not really too much to write home about, whereas 425, 108, 267, and 170. Much better from CVD.
And I'll be honest, you know, this is one of the easier predictions as far as I was concerned coming into event.brawlstars.com. I mean, you know, it was kind of more about the grand finals for me. And this is what I love about the whole thing, really, because it just opens up doors for players to come in and just prove that there's a new boss in town. And we love that from the get-go. We saw it yesterday in the EMEA region when it came down to the States Division, the world champions getting taken out in the quarterfinal stages. The very first hurdle, Humble, you know, showed them where they're at in terms of the competition. We're kind of seeing that same story here a little bit, just on like a little bit of a lesser scale, really. But CVD are impressing, and they're getting it right. They're playing the meta, they're playing what they know and love, and they've got an answer for the counters when it comes down to it. And they also have got a bit of an inside knowledge of their opposition, and that can go a very long way.
I mean, it's very rare for these guys to be, you know, dropping sets at all throughout 2023. Yes, the regions were split, but whatever team these guys were on, they were winning, and that's a big thing for a team like CVD to kind of bounce back through. You know, they had to attend the LCQ, and that's really, you know, they did prove themselves there as well. They put up some big fights. I think it was Doritos who attended that, and, you know, you don't expect these kind of players to be defeating the Fofolets kind of caliber of team, but being 2-0 up is such a demanding position for them.
Yeah, just getting prepared for the next draft now, and certainly for Fofolets, they do need to play it safer and just make sure to ban out the brawlers, which are causing them the biggest problems. So I think that they just need to, you know, go back to that more aggressive play style and just kind of stagger the draft in a way which allows you to not be too, you know, they tend to overcommit towards an idea and then it changes halfway through the draft. I think that's kind of what I'm picking up on, for me at least. And I think that they just need to just be back to their roots really a little bit more. It's it's definitely not looking as clear cut as it was, looking back last year. You've got to remember, for me, Now's Esports, 5 out of 6 world, monthly final champions. I mean, that's quite a tall order. Pekka and Motive had a fantastic run last year, #1 seed in SA East, and that does speak volumes. And this is not showing that same caliber of playstyle so far in 2024.
Yeah, it's not, and it's really worrying to see them, dropping 2 sets in a row and now having to win 3 on the trot to be able to, even have a chance at getting to those finals. For a team who we kind of expect to be guaranteed to get there and, maybe even win, because I think, a couple of us have, kind of expected them to be able to win the entire thing, never mind just this semi-final game. But a little bit worrying for them as we head into XL on Bounty, obviously a mode that kind of favors both sharpshooters, kind of control and throwers. You can play pretty much whatever on this.
Very diverse. I expect as well the wall break. Here we're seeing a lot of Griff today in South America, and it's not normally the go-to idea that I have in my mind, but I'm looking at the brawlers. We're seeing a lot of Byron, we're seeing a lot of Griff and others, which we haven't really seen to the same extent. I think Max is probably that safer brawler which you have seen across other regions, which has a place here. It's certainly in Bounty. You're able to go in the aggressive in those final moments and be able to come back with the goods, but it's a map that if you have no wall break and something at the end of the draft comes in to really kind of mess up that whole entire draft, you kind of have to go with a kind of wall break concept on this one. Angelo, as we know, massively aggressive in terms of the meta at the moment. That long range sharpshooter with the poison as well, just to have the healing on top of that. I mean, what does Angelo not have in terms of his arsenal? It's crazy how much that brawler can do right now. Of course, you just got the commons, the pipers, the Brocks, and all that kind of thing as well. The bells. Certainly, since the hypercharge coming into a really nice place in terms of the meta. There's so much to consider when it comes to this map and mode.
I mean, that's the thing, and we mentioned how diverse this map is, and you can see that just through the bans. You've got a couple of sharpshooters, you've got a couple of throwers, a couple of mid-ranges, and the same with the picks here so far. Pearl and Charlie, a couple of kind of mid-range brawlers that have that long-range burst as well. Leon's going to come down as that assassin for Foffolets, and Tick going to be the return pick coming through from CBD.
Really love the Leon pick. It's such a good brawler to have. There is the Bell as well. And certainly the marks will be looking to be landed then onto that Leon. For me, Grom going to come in there. It's actually a really underrated brawler, which can do a lot of heavy work on this map. Immediately off the bat, Foffolets coming in with some great signs of aggression, but again, overly so as Motep falls.
Doritos going to go down on the return side. Just Cowboy now trying to keep him in spawn so Doritos can pinch in and bring down Pekka, which he does, and that makes it 6-2. They do have this turret up though, and obviously without the tick over that left-hand side, they can't really bring it down too easily.
Not really sure what Peckle's going for there, to be honest. Maybe the blue star, but he was definitely not going to come out of that position once the respawn came in. There's the cocoon, but where's the follow-up? There's not really much to be able to have there, and Cowboy going to come back into the mix, heal up accordingly. 8-2, Motip going on the hunt now with the invisibility. He's going to lay it off a little bit early. Maybe he was running out there, not able to secure any kills.
Yeah, I mean, he ran over a mine there. It's kind of revealed, which was a little bit unfortunate for him, for VT Zim to kind of just predict where he was going to be running down. Pekka in a terrible spawn. What is happening to Foffolets today? It's just, they're not themselves.
The judgment just seems to be off. I don't know what it is about just kind of running into the spawn and just kind of not having no regard for your life, trying to get some stars, get the trade, but you really want to land the shots, land the mark, and come back with the goods to stay on your feet. Keep pushing forwards into the spawn. 2 for marked up on the left-hand side, taking a lot of shots there from VT Sim, and again, those mines don't seem to be dodged as much as we'd like to kind of see normally. Calva having a fantastic game so far, 7 stars above his head, 2 for marked up. I mean, it's 14-2 trap with 30 seconds. I mean, is this one done and dusted already?
I mean, it looks that way. I mean, we've got a marked up Grom who's going to be doing quite a lot of damage. Couple of nest eggs defending Cow Barrier as well in case the Leon wants to come for him, and it's going to be Pekka coming down that side. Places down some spiders, but quickly dealt with, and already just everybody's falling. Pekka's going to go down. Cow Bear gets traded, but I mean, they need another 7 just to tie it, and Motep's going to fall in the bottom left. Tufa goes down, and CVD on match point.
I'll be honest, if you asked me at the beginning of the day what was going to be the 3-0 of the day, I would never have predicted this one, if I'm being completely honest. And it's deserved, CBD deserved to make the grand finals with the way they're playing against these players that have got such a fantastic background. They're so accomplished by nature, and they're just not looking like that team today. And it's how you perform on the day that matters most. So far, CBD have not dropped the ball once.
I mean, they've managed to get the lead in this one, but we'll see how long that lasts, whether they take a different approach now that they do have the lead and kind of stop the constant aggression that they were going for in the previous one. VT Zim shouldn't have the most difficult time against Tufa here, just trying to keep him off Cowbear's back so he can take the 1v1 against the Leon.
Yeah, they're taking the time a bit better this time round, but you know, again, is it too little too late for that? Have they already kind of shown their cards and pushing now forwards? Are CVD taking advantage of that opportunity? Some nice nest egg placements there from Doritos on the left-hand side to help BT Zim in the eventuality of getting pushed. He's definitely going to have the hardest time. He throws out the tick head, going to get tanked there by the gadget there, the watchtower of the Grom pick by Tufa. Motep has got super now, he's going to use it there, but he's just going to be able to show his position the entire time with the bell shots ricocheting between that and the lollipop drop.
Cocoon is there, but double nest egg hit, and VT Zim's going to survive the attack with the Cocoon anyway, and Motep forced to back off, can't guarantee that kill on Cowbear on the right-hand side. And now, with 45 seconds on the clock, CVD do have the lead, and looking at commanding spot.
Not much of a lead though, that is the question. Pekka low though as well. Two going to be just trying to push through. He's got the Grom bomb to hand and trying to throw it down, and I don't know whether he might come out on top. I mean, VT Sim should not be doing as well as that to defend against the Calvin and pick up now as well. 6 stars to 2 with 30 seconds on the clock. Pekka going to put the hypercharge, but marked up now. Motep from the right hand side in biz, trying to find Calvin. Body blocking, but the double kill and the goods being brought home. 8 stars now in the blue. It's Buffalets in the lead.
And now VT Zim having to aggress as well, dodging the Grom nicely, gets hit in the face there though, and another one to follow up as well. But we do still have this Pearl and Doritos aggression coming in, but Cocoon and says no. Motep once again with the hypercharge, just moving about a little bit. They do get one in return, but traded out instantly. And Fofalets bring back and one game. Still match point though.
It seems it wasn't too little too late, but they are still on borrowed time, let's be honest. That was a better showing, certainly so. And the slower start did seem to pay off in the long run. Quite a tense game as well, just the 1-star differential for the most part. And in those moments, you know, it's when you're able to explode with those moments and really have people like Tufa come in with a bit more of a place, it does make a big world of difference. But the CVD now, they need to tie it up here.
Well, the blue star again with Fofalets, and that kind of changed the game that they were playing. When they have the lead, they don't have to go as aggressive, they don't have to risk their lives as much. Obviously, risking their lives was one of the main issues why they lost that first game so convincingly. But still, they've got to be careful. They've got to be pretty cautious about the position they step into, because Cowbear's going to be ready to punish them with these charged up shots. There you go.
Oh, big heavy damage. Oh my word, will trigger down from the burn as well. A great gadget there from Cowbear, just overcooking things in that Pearl pick, which is quite a unique one as well. About a 55% win rate, so not necessarily the go-to idea, but he's playing it so well at the moment. And it now has the lead for CVD. Another nest egg pop onto the Pekka, the helping hand as well from Doritos. Cowbear now with 3 stars and the blue, to the same as Doritos. And for Fofalets, looking much more like what we've seen previously to this.
I mean, this Pearl is just nasty. It had 7 stars in the first game as well. Another nest egg going to be popped there as well. The bounces, Motep just narrowly avoids bouncing it back onto him. But some more follow-up shots coming in now, leaving VT Zim on the defensive side. Does have that head, but obviously spiders can come in. Now there's heads coming down. Watchtower tanks that out. Pekka still staying in this aggressive spot. Motep with a super and Tufa coming over the top. It's a dangerous spot for CVD to be in.
Yeah, Cowbear's fitting a lot into Motep, who wants his hypercharge. Tufa now coming in, Grom bomb as well, will connect to Cowbear. Very dangerous place now for CVD, who are in the lead, but only just good taps though from Doritos there. Much needed. 20 seconds on the clock, coming in thick and fast, and now Motep needs to find some value to come home with. Realistically, anyone for the pickings here. Doritos will fall, but the blue star still with CVD. 15 seconds.
Cocoon ball, it goes through the head. Now tanking it out. VT's in to survive this one. The spider's still on him. Motep coming around the right side, but Doritos should be able to pinch him back in. Trying to flang round, trying to block it off though. Motep goes for the kill, and actually ends up going down, but the left hand side he gets it. Not the trade on the right. There was Tufa stays up. 700 HP. Keeps Fofalets in the game.
Oh my goodness me. I thought it was over. When the first kill went through, I thought it was done. And then the return in just, and I mean just the nick of time there. And those are moments that can stay with a squad. That can be carried through into the next set, and you can see it on Motep's face. He knows that. It's time now, potentially, for a reverse sweep as far as I can see, but I don't want to speak too soon. This is the first glimmer of hope, let's be honest, we've seen in this entire series. But when you have a moment that just is as clutch as that, it does bring a new lease of life into the thick of things.
I do want to say as well, though, I feel like maybe CVD did deserve to take that one home, to be honest with you. They seemed in control of the majority of the set. So, I mean, regardless of that kind of turnaround towards the end there, it has been 2-0, 2-0, and, could have been another 2-0 in that set. So I do still feel like CVD, and I don't know how I'm saying this. I never thought I'd be saying this, but I think the CVD still remain kind of the team on top here against Foffolets and the favourites coming into these next couple of sets just by how well they've been playing this game.
Yeah, they're going to keep their mental in check for sure and not let that defeat of that last set get the better of them, because they've been so consistent in their drafting and their team chemistry, honestly, this entire series so far. And I think they just need to just remind themselves that was bounty. Those moments of explosivity can happen. And I mean, credit to Motep. He really was the man that was being able to just keep that invisibility coming in, cycling it forwards, making himself the man to make the plays, to open things up. This was the moment right here. I mean, Doritos there with that takedown. I thought it was done right there. And then the turnaround towards the very end as well. Crazy stuff. Oh, Halber, look at him. 11 takedowns. I mean, on that Pearl pick, which again is not the most common on that particular map, the win rates aren't the highest. He did an amazing job, and I've got to say, I feel like CVD might have been a bit hard done by in that set.
Yeah, I definitely feel that way as well. I mean, VT's in. Might have only got one kill, but he seemed like he was doing a lot on that tick, just peppering everybody down, keeping them low. And Cabra obviously finding some hard-hitting shots, being able to charge it up, on a mode like Bounty. When you charge up those shots and you can just manage to connect a gadget, then you're pretty much bringing anybody down if you just hit a couple of those cookies. So obviously really well played from him, and CVD overall as well, but still regardless of those stats, somehow they lost the set.
Yeah, so some lessons to be learned from, but I don't think CVD did that much wrong. I think that maybe just feeding a little bit too much into Motep. Obviously, the invisibility is where he's going to make those plays happen, and it's hard over the course of time to really not find that particular brawler getting some form of value. I mean, if you're kind of like finding yourself not getting much from a Leon pick, then you're probably not playing it right. Let's be honest. And Motep really did that, despite the stats not necessarily saying the same as Cabra on that Pearl pick. He got the important takedowns, the ones that matters, the ones that brought the stars over for the squad and kept them in this series. They're about to go home. Let's not forget that. And now they stand a little bit more of a chance of making the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a tough spot still for them to be in. 2 in a row needed now, and the next one is Heist as well, I believe on Safe Zone. So it's going to be a tough game for them to win. Obviously, if they can bring in that kind of sharpshooter prowess, or if they want to bring some high DPS brawls. We saw, Chuck sliding in, we saw Colette sliding in yesterday over in the EMEA and APAC regions on a map like this, then that's something that they can definitely go towards. But I do feel like these kind of the more aggressive, scrappy maps are going to favor CVD, who, should be the underdogs in this one. But, I mean, at the moment, they seem like, the top dogs.
I don't want to see any stew, mate. If I do, I'm walking out, I'll be honest. no more stew in ice, please. South America, we're good. We are very good. But certainly, yeah, Charlie Bell is always my favorite pick on Safe Zone. Just since the hypercharge as well, that guaranteed mark and all that kind of good stuff can go such a long way for me. I want to see a bit more Piper, really, but it does have a lot of counters, so I can understand why that might not necessarily be on the minds of South America. But 8-Bit was always a great brawler to have. Colette's kind of like a must band here for me. I think if you leave that brawler open, you've got to be very, very careful as to how the rest will go down. But I mean, it's definitely one of my more preferred maps and modes, so I'm looking forward to seeing some aggressive plays from both sides here.
Now, VT Sim still looking quite confident here as well. As you say, these kind of long-range approaches, and obviously Colette's got to be a must-ban, you'd say. And I imagine probably the same with Angelo at the moment too, just how strong that is. Obviously being able to burn that, if you just charge up that shot and standing in your super, you can be dealing like 8,800 damage to the safe. So that's not something that you'll want to face off against. But as I said, it is Safe Zone in Heist, so kind of Angelo being able to hover over the water is a good option. But, whether or not we're going to see those sharpshooters. Chuck going to be banned out along with the Piper on that left-hand side there. Bonnie going to be the first pick with the supercharged gear. Obviously, you get your super within 3 shots now, which is a huge, huge thing. Griff going to be coming in. Not as useful now that the walls on that right-hand side are unbreakable. Before that was just so strong, but 8-Bit's going to be joining that as well.
Yeah, I really like 8-Bit. I really think that brawler here has been a bit forgotten about, and it is still so viable, and the bans are looking good. I think Angelo, for me as well, had to absolutely be banned out here. I think the ability to hover, like you say, is just too much of a threat to not, take out the equation. And there is the bell for CVD. Bonnie going to come in. We haven't seen too much of her so far in this region. Certainly for EMEA, they played it, I would say, more than most, but certainly I think APAC was where that particular brawler played the biggest role. And Charlie going to come in again. And to be honest, I mean, Charlie for me is just so versatile. Every map mode basically is where she can be played, so I don't mind that. But the Griff, being able to break open everything, I mean, that does seem to be somewhat of a South American vibe, which I'm quite liking, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, this Charlie, it's just everywhere at the moment, and you can't really blame him for it. It's a very solid brawler. Brock coming in as the last pick, and you know, it's going to deal a lot of damage, and especially with the Griff, especially with an 8-bit. If you can all get in that turret and just shoot safe, it's going to be done in one pretty much. So I don't hate this from Foffolets. I like the composition that CVD are bringing in as well, especially with that Bell against the 8-bit bouncing back and forward, and obviously Griff going to struggle with his kind of, I don't want to say short range because he doesn't have short range, but against kind of who he is against, it's not going to be too easy.
Certainly the Brock is the safest pair of hands for me in this comp, and if you land that rocket range, just get the right pixels on it, you can bring home a great deal of damage. But this Bell pick into the 8-bit, that's my biggest concern. You know, that's the best brawler to have on the other side of the field, and you know, you need to realistically have a very good early game and get a lot of damage. Already a big jump in, as we see then. Calvert on the safe, getting down things to 73% already. But Foffolets have got to respond now, have a bit more of a better hold on this mid.
That just can't be the start you had. Doritos isn't missing. Uses the hypercharge and marks up Brock as well. Now, Tufa going to bounce out to his turret. I think that might actually go to the safe. It does as well. Should be bouncing back forward between the safe and his turret. So, not the best of positioning from him, but still a marked up Brock here. Getting some shots in now, but nothing towards the safe just yet. VTZim evading nicely and still survives, but too low to really do anything.
Calvert with another jump as well to hand. Going to use it this time around on Motep just to clear up that left-hand side. Pekka's still marked up as well. Remember, he can't really go further forwards than he is without conceding some shots. And like I said, Doritos is absolutely tapping so far. And I think he's going to be very close to getting another hypercharge now as well. And he's just such a threat. I think one that maybe Foffolets have overlooked.
He's just not missing at this point. He's hitting quite a lot of shots. I mean, as you say, shouldn't be too far off another hypercharge. Does go down now, though. And VTZim looking for a hypercharge of his own. Gets Pekka down as well in that position. And now Calvert, you know, he might have used his super defensively, but only 3 shots to get another one, and should be able to follow with a couple onto Motep there. Tufa's low as well. Calvert looking for his super. Just one more to get it. And onto the safe he goes. Should be adding a lot of damage, especially with Griff with no ammo out of spawn.
Yeah, 40%, and that's the first sign of damage from Foffolets now, coming in just a measly 3%, and gonna get 2 from the safe. He is the damage dealer. Getting the extra credits connection there as well, and there's a mark. Oh, nice TP. That just deflated the mark and just managed to deflect it completely away from things, and a really interesting interaction that I've not yet seen in the game.
Yeah, that was really nice there from Tufa, but defensive TPs and a defensive turret is not going to get him the damage required. Pekka now coming in, though. Behind him, well, he just goes down. I mean, they use the super and say goodbye to the turret. 25 seconds on the clock, and 8-bit is going to get melted out of this. They've got to jump, they've got to mark, they've got everything they need to win this game, and all control with only 15 seconds left.
Got to question the gadget as well. Like, why are they not running extra credits on the side of the 8-bit? And in the meanwhile, Calvert getting more damage. There's too little too late now to get the damage on the side of Foffolets. There's another match point coming in for CVD.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually finish this one out this time, because that was dominant. That was so dominant. We've seen already them take 2 sets 2-0 and probably should have taken the 3rd as well. But now they come into the 4th and they're looking better than ever. Just absolute dominance there. You got so much damage so early on. I think it was, what, 30% with 1 body jump or something, and then they just followed up with a load of kills.
Calvert doing all that damage dealing. I mean, we saw time and time again Bonnie being that damage dealer in Heist, and it's great to see her coming back in, but you know, I want to see that 8-bit connect, and for Tufa, I'm just kind of a bit disappointed in the way that they just didn't bring in that gadget. I think that's like pretty much a base kit idea, really, when you bring that comp in. And with Doritos tapping the way that he is with a brawler, which doesn't deal the most damage, but certainly is a real thorn in their side. Look at that, complete opening, and the safe, just a dessert for Calvert. It's going to town on it, and now it's playing the little bit of the ring around the rosy, and Motep has not got he's got no idea where he is.
Yeah, not winning that game of hide and seek there, and VTZim just playing this defensive side. Obviously, they have moved this 8-bit over to the right-hand side, which seems to be something that they think might work, but Pekka jumping forwards, really aggressive there, but Calvert just looking for another super. He's not going to complain at going down unless they deal absolutely loads of damage on the safe, but VTZim secured himself a super there as well. Doritos has a hypercharge of his own, but just looking for his super now, and that is already more damage than CVD got in the entirety of the last game in the first minute.
I mean, these moments here, imagine extra credits just being able to be having its way with the safe completely and no one doing anything about it. I mean, that would have been tons of damage. In the meanwhile, it's only 20%. Now going forwards, getting some good stuff going now for CVD, and we need to see more of a defense. We need to see more of a back and forth, and this one is slowly starting to trickle away realistically here for Falettes.
I mean, this honestly might be over already. Calvert already in a great spot. Doritos going to go down, though, and VT Zim needs to take this Brook out before he slots into that aggressive position. The 8-bit survives, and we see a nice kill over the right-hand side from Motep there. The Spider's just running after P.E.K.K.A and instantly forcing a retreat back. As 2 for TP's straight back to spawn. Only a 22% lead now, but Calvert's going to jump in. Should be able to get the kill on Motep. Is traded out, but a 2v1 in front of Safe now.
Yeah, VT Zim as well has got that hypercharge. And good shots from Doritos from that turret. Forwards onto Tufa. One shot away. There's a great cocoon there from VT Zim, and now the damage booster goes down. More damage raining in, and it's looking so dangerous. I think it's going to be all over here, right here. CVD are just landing the shots that they need to make this game count and proceed to the grand finals.
I mean, they're embarrassing them at this point. It's just pure dominance. Takedowns, P.E.K.K.A just standing still, looking like he was giving up for a second there, but 15 seconds on the clock. There's no chance they bring this one back, especially with all those slows and nest eggs in the mid. Jump comes in from Calbert, and that is going to seal the game. Motep just giving a little bit of a spin in the mid. And CVD heading to the grand finals.
In a fantastic fashion, they got it right on the day and just knocked out a titan in this region. Thoroughly deserving of the grand finals. Just the one set for Falettes, and that was it. And well, they were lucky to get that, in my opinion. It was a very clutch ending in Bounty, but it was finished in Heist, and CBD looking like a real favorite in this grand finals now. They've just performed to perfection.
I mean, if you can beat them, you can, pretty much beat any team in this region. Obviously, they've still got some heavy opponents waiting in this lower bracket to play off and see who makes it to the grand finals to play off against them. But if you perform like that, you can perform against pretty much anybody.
Yeah, that's literally how I see it as well. And I had Falettes down as being a real contender in the grand finals, and they're not even going to make it to that stage. What a result so far for CBD. I mean, this is groundbreaking stuff for them, and I'm just super happy for them, especially for like Calvert, for example. I mean, a player which for me, a real rising star last year. It just didn't really have the moment. Now, again, the best performance, that 3rd place overall finish in South America East, but now a spot in the grand finals. Good for him, man. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really pleased to see these guys heading to the grand finals because genuinely they did play so well. Calvert was definitely my MVP throughout this one. Doritos hitting so many shots, but whether that's through, we see the Pearl in the Bounty completely dominating, getting 7 stars, or we see this Bonnie here getting so many jumps towards safe, getting so many shots, and just dealing with Motep so flawlessly on that left-hand side over and over again. I mean, look how well he's playing. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I hope he gets the MVP, to be completely honest, because he was really doing so well on that Pearl pick in the Bounty. Despite them not winning the set, I think that he played a massive role with those 11 kills, I think it was, to his name. And certainly, he was the damage dealer in safe zone as well. Just time and time again, coming out with the goods and deflating everything that realistically, anything that Falettes had to bring to the table here. And it's a real surprise. This is the biggest upset today so far in this region. And, I think, again, these are the storylines that open up the space for new contenders to shine every year. Just because you've got a huge track record to your name and a ton of World Finals appearances, it doesn't mean anything when it comes down to a fresh new season. And look at that again, Calvert, the #1 when it comes down to those kills. 10 for him, 9 for Doritos, and 8 for VT Zim. A real combined team effort, 427 DPS. Doritos, great stats for this series, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how CVD perform in the grand finals.
427 DPS on a bell. That is ridiculous. On a sharpshooter, how do you do that? That is ridiculous. He must have missed like 2 shots throughout the entire thing because the reload speed's not that fast, the unload speed's not that fast. Doritos is going absolutely crazy in that one. Just such good gameplay from him. I mean, Falettes, they've done better than they had in the majority of other sets, 7, 7, and 7, and it might have been the worst they'd looked.
I don't mind giving it to Doritos, to be fair, based on that. And also looking back in my notes when I was looking at the B stream as well, he was the man that really paved the way in that first game for them of the day on the Mortis pick and just really absolutely went to town on their opposition in Bounty. So I love that kind of aggression coming through for him. I love the way that the whole team are coming together really and just taking down some real heavy hitters. It's an exciting time for South America.
It really is. I mean, if we have rising teams like CVD who aren't rising teams, they're not rising players, but teams who we don't expect to be beating other teams, is where competition really arises. It's where, a South American region, which is, not the most competitive overall. They've got some very solid teams who are very, very good on the world stage. But for the most part, if you look at the top 8 in South America versus the top 8 in other regions, they need to have that progression. And I think that's what teams like CVD are going to be driving.
Yeah, it just keeps us guessing when it comes to this region. This is why I love South America so much. 1 semifinals down, 1 more to come prior to our grand finals. We're going to head right to it just after a very short break and a word from our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
One semifinal down, another semifinal on the way. Exciting to be told. I mean, all of our predictions. Adios. Ark, that one was a barn burner. Tell me, we watched the game. Just tell me how you're feeling.
Yeah, I mean, deserved. I mean, I'm always happy for my predictions to be, thrown a curveball when it means that a team that are deserving of the grand finals make it through. And now for Team Queso or Calabresos, which one of those two will it be? For me, I'm still kind of siding here with Calabresos, but nonetheless, I mean, Team Queso surprised us a little bit because they didn't have the best of qualifiers, but they did get a 3-0 sweep in that first qualifying stage of the quarterfinals. So I've got to hand it to them there, but I think Calabresos are still kind of my preferred team, and I could kind of see them taking this win.
I got to agree there. I love it. This sounds weird, but I love when my predictions are wrong. Trav and Ark, you guys know it all. So if you guys are wrong, that means something exciting happened, right? What we didn't expect to go on, sports happened, baby. And that's exactly what we take a look at in semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2, though, could be a different story as we say hello to Team Queso and Calabresos. Brian, Riz, and JXCR is the team that we haven't seen on broadcast just yet. They played on the B stream, event.brawlstars.com. The Calabresos guys, we already got a chance to see and already got a chance to talk about. So let's get cheesy. Trav, talk to me about Team Queso.
I mean, Reason JXCR, the familiar faces. Brian, a little bit new to me, but Reason JXCR obviously playing throughout the previous year and doing very, very well, providing some really heavy upsets throughout 2023. So I'm intrigued to see if they're going to be one of those teams just like we saw in the previous game, who's going to be providing some of these upsets against the bigger teams, because Calabresos, 100% the favorites coming into this one, 100% the favorites maybe even coming into the entire monthly final. But if Team Queso can pull something out of the bag and really get an upset here, that's going to be 2 in a row, and it's really going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works to the seeding of this region.
Very, very true. I mean, Ark, we take a look at Team Queso and not an unknown quantity. What can we say about them and their performances in the past?
Yeah, so Brian was in Shilgang in 2023, finished 4th in South America West, so not the best of years for him overall, but a very good player nonetheless. JXCR so aggressive for Iconic Esports, and both with Reese was his teammate there as well, prior to that Leave No Witness, and they didn't come out of the LCQ, but they made it to day 2, don't forget. Knocked out by Revenant Esports, that 1-3 scoreline, but in the group stages, they did have a very good performance. They beat, Chessmat Gaming EA, not an easy team to beat at all. Lost to Team Flash the first time to a 1-2 scoreline, but then beat them the second time to a 2-1 scoreline. So very close matches all the way. And to be honest, they could have been in the world finals. Let's not forget that. It was very, very close. And I think this year could well be the year. I may have talked them down a little bit too much coming into things just solely based on their qualifying. But I feel like they have definitely got the skills, and I can't underestimate at all JXCR so aggressive on these brawlers, and a lot of the time in this region that leads to wins.
I mean, that's one of the big things. We're looking at the changing of the season, how you qualified, right? That's step number 1. Now you're here, and you've got to deal with the big dogs, specifically Cow Dog and his friends Firecrow and Adinho. Calabresos, these guys, like we said, we saw them earlier in the day. They looked really strong, Trav. I got to echo what Ark said. Might be my favorite for the tournament. Of course, we got to get there first. I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but I think Calabresos definitely a spicy team.
I mean, that's the thing. It was between Calabresos and the team we just saw go out in the semi-finals. So I feel like Calabresos should have this entire monthly final in the bag. And I think, they might be kind of feeling the same way as well, and I hope they don't overlook Team Queso and kind of start to focus more on those finals, because Team Queso, they're not a team who they're just going to be able to walk over. They're a team who's going to put up a big fight, because they know that they are capable of making these grand finals.
Well, we've got the cheese and we got the pepperoni. Sounds like it's a meal for semifinal number 2. I'll see you guys after the jump. We'll talk finals, but till then, see you later.
74% to Team Queso. What I don't know what I'm seeing right now, to be honest with you. 26% to arguably the favourites of the entire competition. So I'm a little bit confused about how that's gone down for the community there. A little bit worrying for me. But at the end of the day, I kind of stand by whatever the community wants. If the community thinks Team Queso have a 74% chance and go against all of the casting teams' predictions, then I'm just slightly worried about their their chance of progressing through these through this timeline on event.brawlstars.com. But we do start off on Pinball Dreams, so slightly questionable. Heading into the draft then, Pinball Dreams. We're going to see the Charlie coming through first for Team Queso. And then over to the side of Calabrace's FA. And we're straight in. We've got the Griff, we've got the Piper, we've got the Charlie up against the Amber, the Max, and the Sandy. Seeing an early wall break coming through. Fycro already aggressing as well, but not the best of wall breaks from JXCR. And seeing the Piper through the mid here might be a little bit of an issue for Max.
Oh my word, I'm back. I'll be here for the semi-finals, and I'm excited to get a chance to see what Calabrazos and Queso have in store for us right away. It's Cowdog that's starting us off. Getting a kill on that Max. And a little bit of a jump backstage. So broken walls in the middle. Definitely got to have eyes on that.
Well, kills coming through now. JXCR is going to pass this ball straight to the mid, and a bit of a turn of play as we saw Calabrazo starting off pretty strong. Oh, JXCR almost finding an opening there, but Adinho saying no to that. Fycro just wants to try and get the Sandstorm, because that is where it's going to be difficult for the Charlie, for the Piper to be able to make things happen. But phase shift from Fycro, nice to dodge through, from Kyodog, sorry, to dodge through a couple of those shots. And now they're back in square one. Need a max speed to be able to break out the spawn.
Well, there's that max speed. And they're looking to do just that. JXCR, though, wins the battle on the right-hand side. Mid lane does combine for the kill. Still scoreless after all this time. And the Piper player does wind up getting the kill. They've isolated Firecrow, but they didn't know where he was in that bush. Finally walks out and meets his demise. Griff Super comes out, Trav. Now the next step looks like it's Queso's as they find themselves on Calabrazos as part of the map.
Yeah, well, Brian now going to use that hypercharge, find the hit as well, and that cocoons him, but he's just trying to break it up, get Kyodog out of that before they can get the pass forwards, but it's too little too late. JXCR should be able to force one in, but he gets the stun through, still managed to walk in, and I don't believe he actually got that shot onto JXCR to build up his super either. 30 seconds on the clock and not looking good for the favourites.
Ooh, not quite. Thought that was a little bit of a problem at the end, but ain't no thing. Able to make it happen. And so just a couple of seconds left on the clock. Max does have that super if they want to press go, and they will. But where do they go to? Cowdog on a hair of HP. His teammates as well. Passes forward, dashes forward, dies behind. And Team Queso with one goal in the back should be enough for game number one.
Well, they managed to secure this one then, and Team Queso, as the underdog, managing to pull out the first win, and fairly convincingly, I will say as well. Don't think we really saw, except from the start and the end of the game, Calabrazos really get anywhere near Team Queso's half of the field, and that's a little bit worrying for them, considering they need these early game stints. They need to get going whilst the walls are still up, otherwise Piper's going to rain fire.
Yeah, that's really the big concern here. As I said, you know, that open in the mid is going to be a big deal. And so Queso now gonna open up there. That is a good move from Reeves. Should give Piper a little bit more presence. Brian, though, backstage, making it happen. Queso again, the first one's on the scoreboard. Calabrazos looking up at a juggernaut, it seems.
I mean, how the map can be this broken up in, it was like 15 seconds at the start of the game. Knockback coming in from Reeves now, but Fycro has the stun. Surely going to be able to find it, but he doesn't get the shot off. They get the kills anyway, try to clear it, but Fycro grabs the ball, slots it in, and even things out in game two.
Very important, very important, very important. Low latency response. You got to answer back quickly. Otherwise, momentum, you start to get in your head, right? The mental goes away. Brian, though, hypercharged, ready to go. Cocooned, and here come the spiders. Adinho deals with them no problem, and Brian deals with Firecrow no problem. And so the push out here, Griff shoving Max back into the net. And Brian just gonna go ahead and centralize the ball. Team Queso get another shot.
Yeah, it was a great kind of defense there from Kyodog to do alone. Now the pass goes towards the JXCR, and I mean, that is going to be the first set going to Team Queso as fast as that. The ball from left to right, slot it in, and Calabrasos just stood watching as Team Queso takes set 1.
That last goal was like watching in slow motion. I know exactly how that team on the other side feels. You see that wall, you see the opening on the right-hand side, you see the 3 players to be passed to, and you see your win slipped out of your hands. Unfortunate for Calabrasos, who we came in here, mind you, me, Trav, and Ark, we were all like, whoo, whoo, this might be the team. Queso shut us up. And I will say thank you, because as I said before about predictions, when we get it wrong, that means we got something exciting on our hands. And we got something exciting on our hands. Brawl Ball in the bucket now. Looking forward to Rustic Arcade, dude. But this Brawl Ball, I mean, they came out swinging. Queso just happened, and they did it with a Piper, which is kind of a weird pick on this map.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They shouldn't be taking these kind of goals in the early game. Piper somehow hitting like 5 shots in a row and breaking up the opposing team's walls shouldn't be happening within 15 seconds of the game starting. And even something like that, where mistakes were made, still managed to get the goal, obviously, but he didn't get the shot followed by the Sweet Dreams off, which seemed a little bit worrying for me. But Team Queso just pulled through time and time again. JXCR managing to close that one out with a nice pass from Brian there, opening it up. And overall, he played really solid on that Charlie as well. We saw so many cocoons going through, and 6, 7, and 5 to the 4, 0, and 2 of Calabrasos.
You see that DPS though out of the Piper pilot?
Oof.
400? All right, 396. Shut up, it's 400. That's insane. Again, like you said, the Piper just should not be hitting those shots, but just absolutely tapping, making it happen. And so now as we look towards the next one, you know, I think the good thing about that, sometimes when you are the bottom card, you know, looking up at the team that everybody is expecting to win, sometimes you can sort of get like an okie doke, like a cheeky win, like just a draft or what. This was an earned victory. They did not get this the easy way. Calabrasos didn't oopsie daisies and mess things up. They didn't pick something weird. Queso just came out here, Trav, and beat them. And that's really, really good if you're rooting for Team Queso.
Yeah, and especially when Calabrasos are playing something that they're so comfortable with, the max, the aggression, that's the kind of team that they are. And for Team Queso to be able to bring something a bit more, you know, a bit more long-range, sharpshootery, which you don't really see on that kind of map, is definitely a huge, huge thing for them. But I mean, you know, it might be an unusual pick, but Piper on that map has an 80% win rate. So when it does come through, it comes through really well.
This is one of those moments where, like, statistics, who are the Piper players that have won those matches? You know what I mean? Like those 80% wins. Because, I mean, you go to the School of Brawl, you take 101, you take 102. They're telling you not to pick Piper on a closed map like that. But hey, if it works, it works. And Team Queso certainly getting their paycheck after that one. And Calabrasos gotta prepare here for Rustic Arcade is gonna be our next spot to go ahead and play Gem Grab. Big picture. We're talking a lot, we talk a lot about South America specific meta, but big picture Rustic Arcade, what's in the notebook?
I mean, it's quite a long-range map, that's the thing. So it's you kind of got to play some mid-ranges down the sides and make sure you have that kind of sharpshooter through mid, unless you do just want to go for the max, which seems like a recurring thing throughout this kind of South American region. Just play the max, play the speed, play some shorter-range bowlers that are going to do well with that speed and have that one explosive moment, which kind of wins you the game. But it didn't seem to work that way in the previous set, so I'm not sure if they're kind of going to want to pivot on what they're doing, because Team Queso were just so good at countering that kind of max play. Or if they just kind of want to try the same thing and hope for the best yet again.
Well, thanks so much for joining us for our first monthly finals. All of our regions coming up. We've got North America still on the docket. You can catch that a little bit later. Of course, we have the B stream as well alongside for all of our regions, event.brawlstars.com. And as we take a look at this season of the BSC under the Snapdragon Pro Series, it's really exciting, looking specifically at APAC and here in South America, Trav, where we see a combining of the regions, a whole shakeup to how our teams look. And Queso and Calabrasos here, a big part of that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these two teams are really making a bit of a show in the South America region at the moment. You know, Team Queso, they've come over here and they've picked up, you know, a team who were a heavy underdog last year. We didn't really know their names before 2023, and I think that's a really big point for them to kind of support a team who did not, okay. They did well last year, but not as well as an organization like Team Queso would have hoped. So coming over to this region, moving away from the EMEA region, which is just so hard to predict and so hard to get a team that you know is going to do well, it's definitely a decent pickup from Team Queso as well to move over here.
Jumping on in here, our bans are set. And so our blue squad banned out Angelo, Leon, and Byron. And then we also see Larry, Amber, and 8-Bit banned out. 8-Bit, I mean, I know we're in the arcade. Jokes aside, though. 8-Bit, less Angelo, Amber, Leon, Larry, excuse me. These are the ones that we kind of expect to see. The Byron ban is specific to South America. We have seen a lot of Byron today, but we have seen a lot of Charlie first pick. How powerful this brawler can be. And again, this is Rustic Arcade Gem Grab. We will not be replaying on Pinball Dreams, just letting y'all know.
I mean, this is slightly weird in my eyes. The three most banned brawlers of Piper, Nanny, and Leon all not being banned. And I mean, Belle, Leon, and Charlie, we kind of expect them to be picked as well. We see the Charlie, but no Leon, and we still, regardless of them being the most banned brawlers, we're not seeing a Piper, we're not seeing a Nanny. Leon is actually banned, but we're not seeing a Piper or a Nanny so far, which does seem weird when you kind of take a glimpse at this map.
Colonel Ruffs comes through in the end. I mentioned before how Gene can sometimes seem like an evergreen brawler because Magic Hand is just always good. The Scooby Snack, always good. Having access to additional damage coming out from the treat, always a nice look. And so Colonel Ruffs slots right into this composition of Charlie and Meg. Meanwhile, we've got the Sprout last pick to go ahead and be flanked by the Stu and the Pearl. How are your feelings on the all-robot team for Team Queso?
I don't know how I feel about it, to be fair. Like, Pearl has really showed us her worth today, especially in that last game, with Cowbear picking it up time and time again and really making it work. But not really seeing anything long distance or anything that would be like solidified as that mid. Obviously, Meg on the other side should be the one playing through the mid, but we're actually going to be seeing Stu as this opposition, which isn't going to deal the most damage. Actually, no, he moves over to the right side, which is placed in the speed zone. So Pearl, not going to be the worst matchup into that Meg. Should be able to charge up some shots and deal big damage.
Gotta look at Firecrow, though. Going to be playing in the left lane, meanwhile targeting that Pearl. And the Spiders come out to protect on the left-hand side, look for the damage in the mid. Doesn't find it. Team Queso trailing in gems, but a nice play there. Can they regain their footing onto the map, though? It's a big question as Adinho drops the bags, walks away looking for a heal. Carol Dog, though, has not left the center. Nobody can approach the mech.
Yeah, especially with this power-up as well, can even work it even more. JXCR wastes another gadget there, doesn't get anything from it, and Falco just constantly placing down these spiders to help win this matchup. Spinning now, and I mean, just about wins that matchup as he comes out of the cocoon, but JXCR punishes him for that little spin there, and now Cardo coming out of this, but does manage to guarantee the kill anyway. Still in this little Meg form, you can do quite a lot when you've still got that shield around you.
See, that's the thing. I said, uh-oh, because Meg is close to death, but she has 2 lives. And so 10 seconds on the clock, 10 gems in the pocket, and might be game 1 in the pocket. Although Meg now by herself getting collapsed on 3 seconds, and it is not enough. The mech comes back, and she is all gravy, baby. A tight one, but that super came up right when she needed.
Yeah, just about surviving in there. And I mean, this is what we expect to see from Calabresos. This is the team that we expected to come into that first set, but in the first set they just weren't themselves. In this one, they get 10 gems straight and win the game instantly. Like, that is not what kind of Team Queso were expecting coming out of that first set in such a dominant fashion. So definitely need to switch back on and play this one a little bit better. But Stu coming through the mid, pressuring Cloud and out of the mech already, and continuing this aggression onto him.
Giant adaptation coming out from Team Queso, and I love to see it. Stu just dives Meg, make sure that she can't stand on that gem hole, and just make it happen. Now Calabresos back into the mix. Team Queso get the kill on Meg, but they weren't able to capitalize and find positioning themselves, and so Calabresos in the same position that they were in game 1, despite Meg falling early.
Kaido goes for the swing, doesn't manage to find any connections, but Brian trying to bring him down, just surviving it out, trying to heal up. Once these 3 gems that lay on the floor now, Spiders placed down by Firecrow to assist Kaido in getting them, and the power-up obviously providing a lot of help as well, extra HP, extra damage. And with Ruffs playing this so well, shouldn't be too far off for another to provide to Firecrow as well.
What a beautiful team composition here from Calabresos. 10 again going to activate the countdown. This time around, though, Team Queso closing in earlier than we saw it first time. Adinho and Firecrow spawn. And the offensive push. Firecrow gets 2. That should be that. JXCR is here, but Adinho standing in the way. The Meg is strong. And Calabresos get game 1 and game 2 just like that. Trav, I am in love with that composition and how they played it.
I mean, it just worked so well, but I also think on top of their composition being, you know, so good and playing it so well, I feel like Team Queso just really didn't know what to bring into this one. You know, Sprout, a bit of an off-meta pick, and, you know, it does have a pretty decent win rate of 77, but it just really wasn't played that well there, I don't think, and I'm not sure if, for me, it is the brawler to bring in.
I agree. I'm so focused on the other side, man. Calabresos, like, we look at Charlie specifically for the cocoon a lot of the time, right? She's gonna isolate a brawler, take him out of the game. This was all about spiders. The spiders gave her control on the left-hand side, then provided control for the rest of the team later on. Colonel Ruffs gave Meg that power-up, Meg the perfect check. Like, I could go on, man. This was just picture perfect from Calabresos, and Queso didn't have an answer whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly how it played out. You know, Adinho just provides that power-up, and Meg just pretty much survives the rest of the game, and that's that. You know, we see it here. He just gets into his mech in time, almost brought out of it straight away as well, thanks to a few really nice shots coming in from Team Queso, but they were just seconds, milliseconds too late on getting that down. But, yeah, again, they did go for a different approach in the second game, the side of Team Queso. It started to work. They got the gem carry down early, but sadly, for Brian, his kind of two teammates didn't win their lanes at the same time.
Yeah, I think teams, you know, the fun thing is that we continue to go on, we continue to play monthly finals. Everybody watches this matchup, and I think you're banning Meg against Calabresos in the future. The way she's able to just lock it down, I think you might be able to flank her with different brawlers, but devastating play. The damage winds up being about even here. I mean, look, JXCR gets it done with 307 DPS for Team Queso, but, you know, it's about the X's and O's, not just the big punches. So Team Queso dropped this one, tied at 1 now. We'll move into set number 3.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a pretty big set here, I feel, from Team Queso. You know, the first one, they looked incredible, and you expect them to bring that momentum into the second set, but to be shut down as hard as that by Calabresos is kind of them who hold all the momentum now, and just seemed like maybe that first set was a little bit of a one-off for Team Queso to be able to dominate them that hard and maybe caught off guard by the Piper, by a few of those kind of unusual picks that do just tend to work if played in the right hands. So I don't know if Team Queso maybe wants to take a few more risks against Calabresos here, because they are the underdogs coming into this one by quite a way.
You know, it's I don't feel the same way. Like, I think Calabresos, less that Queso's performance in number 1 was the outlier, and more that Calabresos' draft was just, obviously I'm so stuck on this draft, dude. Like, I just loved it. I think it did a lot of the heavy lifting. But all of our questions will be answered on this bounty. Bans coming the way in as we jump into hideout. And so Nani and the Angelo absolutely expected. Leon absolutely expected. That leaves Piper as one of the top shots as far as the long-range brawlers are concerned. And going for the Piper over the Charlie first pick. Give me your thoughts.
I mean, Charlie's always going to be really solid. I mean, we see it drafted pretty much every set. It just seems to escape the bans every time. Piper going to outrange it. Obviously, with the spiders coming in, they're not going to last that long. Once you kind of press them out and they're all gone, then Piper's really going to start to excel. And especially with on this map, you can bring in some throwers and stuff like that as well. So should be pretty decent. Bo going to come in. Not something I'd usually kind of gravitate towards. But, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's got that kind of mid-range. It's got the mines which can take people by surprise. But I don't think it'd really be something that I'd kind of go to on this map and in this draft especially.
Yeah, normally, you know, the response to Piper is, I mean, we usually see like a Bell or something more traditional. But again, you know, what you play what you're good at. So Reese and Team Queso might want to lean on that Bo instead. The Larry, we haven't seen him and his twin just yet today, been banned out or just not picked. not 100% presence. We have seen him go without being picked or banned, but this time around in Hideout, we do get to see the thrower shotgun brawler combo alongside the Pearl, who I think if I'm writing the book report on this monthly final, Trav, Pearl is probably the biggest the biggest paragraph I'm writing about. She has been all over this tournament.
See a little Mortis coming in now as well. It's going to be quite an issue against the Bell, obviously with kind of the super and the amount of damage that she can put out in a short amount of time. But against Thrower, Larry and Laurie, against a Piper, it's going to be pretty decent. But definitely just going to have to measure those attacks and play it really smart. If he does play it smart, then Team Queso might be able to win this set. But if he doesn't measure it right, if he doesn't go in when Piper's got no jumps, or I'd imagine probably no gadgets left, she's maybe going to have to use that auto aim and knockback. And especially when Fycro can get some of these supers and bring in that Laurie, then it can definitely be a bit of a problem for Mortis.
I love how you mentioned that this might change the choice here for Piper. Just not by picking Mortis, she might not go homemade recipe, and that's a win before you even hit the battlefield. So a nice look. We'll see if that's the case. As Brian is going to go mid, allowing the Mortis player to head up on the left-hand side. And look how scared everybody is of Mortis, as they should be. The melee brawler, a little bit spooky when he gets in the way.
I mean, Fycro's sliding over this left-hand side now. Obviously got the gadget activated as well, so doesn't want to waste the shot, and he does just that. Just wastes the shot. Auto aimer goes in. Reese gets knocked back, and Fycro having to retreat a little bit, moving over now. Kind of wants his super for when this Mortis comes in to be able to knock back and deal a lot of damage, but actually, he just gets absolutely burned down, but well traded. Kydog going forward, so hits shot after shot on JXCR, but can't find the killing blow. Another turret comes in to try and tank out that final shot, but Kydog just doesn't release the shot. And now, it is still Calabresos in the lead, 3-3, but Blue Star decides it.
That's a big deal. And the Blue Star's on the Piper as well, who theoretically should be the safest. Should. Big quotes. But she's got that long range. We see Mortis sneaking on up on the right-hand side. And Brian is just so much presence from this. Charlie, here comes Mortis. Ooh, he goes down, but does a ton of damage.
Yeah, and that Laurie
pops out the super.
Coming down the left-hand side there. It was a bit of an issue, but the Mines did deal with it quite swiftly. Brian going to have the cocoon, should be able to get someone out of the way, and that's got to be Fycro, so the teammate can get the rest of them. There's the cocoon, but they want to try and get him out of this quickly, but they're just burning it down. 15 seconds, and we are seeing Calabresos in a massive corner. Now the super comes down from Fycro. Mortis goes in too early, no help from his teammates, but so low, Fycro's going to fall, and that gives him the lead. JXCR still there, though. 5 stars over his head, and now Adinho getting the shots, and they get the trade. No help from his team to try and get him out of that position. He falls, and Calabresos take another game.
Nice recovery there at the end. You know, all eyes are on this Mortis for sure. And, I like how they're doing it. He goes in first. He's never worth more than 2 stars. That kind of has to be the go. Because if you wind up getting these kills and getting out, well, then you got to be afraid to go back in. So it doesn't work out for Team Queso, but I'm not convinced that it's a wash just yet. I think that we might be able to see a little bit more presence out of Mortis. And that's going to be the difference maker, in my opinion. Is Mortis succeeding or failing, essentially, and bringing it for Team Queso.
Yeah, well, Adinho in a wonderful spot here, and that's the kind of position that he wants to be in, especially with Kydog having his auto-aimer next to him. But the issue for him is he's not going to have that homemade recipe to be able to finish off a pretty much guaranteed kill. And Reese over this left now, not going to have the best of times against Fycro, just burning straight through all those spiders, and Adinho actually moving out of that spot to try and provide some assistance to his teammates. They all do seem to be kind of grouping up against him and trying to bring down Fycro. But with this cocoon, Brian might be able to make some moves and assist Reese in going in a little 1v1 rather than a 2v1.
PS, Blue Star on Team Queso, so a different pace of the game for Calabresos this time around. They have to be a little bit more aggressive than they once were in game number 1. Nice mines to force Adinho out of his safe spot. In fact, it's all pretty much gone. Adinho's not going to be able to sit behind there. And here comes Reese, dives into the Pearl. But the trade isn't even there. Mortis just falls down, no help from friends. 4-1, Calabresos.
The cocoon missed as well. JXCR brought to his knees, sent back to spawn. Spider's going to come in, but Laurie's going to be swapping there with Larry. Adinho shooting forwards and should be able to pick up Brian, but actually doesn't get the guaranteed kill just yet, and still not. But Reese going to go in. Auto aimers there, a little spin with his shovel, gets the kill and brings it down to a 1 deficit.
Counting down on the clock. Lead is in the hands of Calabresos, but keep in mind, Queso do have that blue star. So if it trades out a little bit and Mortis isn't involved, you got to keep your eye on that. JXCR is able to find one, but it answers back by Firecrow. And now the 3-on-2. Reese is low. Can't die and does. 12 in the pocket for Calabresos. And Reese takes one step to the left, one step down underground. And it goes the other way. Calabresos wind up with the W, and yeah, that is the face of Team Queso. Unfortunate.
I mean, just looks so defeated, and that's not the position, well, not the kind of face you want to be making when your opponents, they're probably going to be watching the stream, they're probably going to be looking at how you react. You don't really want to be looking too down and defeated, because if you're looking at it and you're feeling it, you're probably going to be defeated.
Big point. Got to keep the mental up. Got to keep the mental up. At the same time, toxic positivity can sort of seep in. No, don't worry, guys. We got this. As you're like getting stepped on and stepped over, probably not. It's about a balance. A nice little balance. But either way, a little bit unbalanced here in the way of CBR. 2-1 so far. Still have 2 more sets to look at going into knockout and hot zone. So potential for Queso to be able to come on back. Nice look. I've enjoyed watching Calabresos, but these last 2 being 0 out of Queso. I mean, the second to last one that we saw was draft. This one, I think it also happened on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to me like it was not a one-sided draft, but if you're picking up Piper on a map like that, which has the range, if you're picking up Larry and Laurie, and then having the Pearl to defend against that Mortis, you're going to have a pretty decent time, because every time Mortis went in, it was either completely burnt down by the Pearl, or to aim back and defeated anyway. And this is what I mean, like, he's going in, he might be getting a trade here and there, but not positive trades, really.
Yeah, like I said, I saw what they were cooking. Mortis goes in and dies, but everybody's at 10%, and then the rest of the other 2 teammates follow up and finish, so that Mortis is never worth more than 2 stars. I get it, but JXCR and Brian weren't able to get there in time. They weren't able to pretty much execute what they had drafted up, unfortunately, for Team Queso and their fans. So, I see it, but didn't happen. Also, the pick into the Piper, I think, was also, smart mind. So I can't dunk on them here. I think the playbook worked out, but you look at the numbers, and I think that tells the story. Ark earlier said, rarely do we think that the stats tell the whole story. I think this one kind of does.
0-1-4-4-4-1. I mean, in Bounty, the kills and deaths are gonna show the score, because that's the name of the game. Get a lot of kills and don't have a lot of deaths, and if you calibrate us with 4-4-1, you really can't complain about that. They had the trades when they needed to, and they just stayed up when they needed to as well. The Mortis, it was the right idea, but not the right execution, in my opinion.
Yeah, completely agree here. Queso bringing the right stuff, but unable to really make it happen. And so Calabresos looking real clean here, 1 away from taking the set. Like we said, we've got out in the open in front of us, as well as split, but we also have a short break in front of us. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, friends. It's the BSC on the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's your boy F. and Trav. We are sorry for the big old break. There was a tech difficulty with respect to servers. Y'all probably have seen that. We fixed it, and now we're ready to roll. Calabresa still have the lead 2-1, and we are rolling right into out in the open knockout. All right, Trav. Back. And it's time to dive in. How you feeling about knockout?
I mean, honestly, they've had a bit of time to reset, so I think Team Queso might be able to claw their way back into it. And if anything, this might have, helped them out a little bit. I mean, he's still looking as sad as he was after he lost that last set, to be honest with you, so maybe not. But JXC are here, ready to try and battle this one back. Obviously, still need 2 sets in a row, but knockout, I think it's kind of one of those game modes where the least aggressive team does tend to do quite well, and I think that's probably on their side.
Something we're gonna take a look at for sure. I love the draft when it comes to knockout, because I think the fact that you don't respawn drastically changes what's available. And so as we jump on back in, let's remind ourselves how Gaio Dog has been performing. He has been really, really powerful. And as Brawl Esports remind you guys on Twitter, stay hydrated. This guy has been hitting the water bottle every single time I see him on camera, and seems to be working, because those muscles are certainly bringing the business here for Calabresos, and we'll get into picks and bans in a matter of moments. But any predictions on what you'd like to see as far as the draft is concerned? I
mean, to be fair, I think sharpshooters is probably the way the majority of people will go. We see a bit of Pearl coming in here and there on this map, so I wouldn't mind that, but I also do think that sharpshooters, which is something that Team Queso brought in on a map where we didn't expect it at all, on a map like Pinball Dreams. So I wouldn't mind a Piper, I wouldn't mind a Nanny, something like that, but to be fair, more than likely those are going to be banned out, so you kind of have to pivot to those mid-range brawlers.
Well, it's been a little while, so let's go ahead and take a look in the rearview mirror. Let's zoom out and see the bracket. So, on our A stream here, we took a look at 2 of our quarterfinals. We got to see Fofolets take down the Vultures, and we got a chance to see Calabresos kind of do their business and introduce us to their friend Owen. Owen 3 from Marruecos. The other 2 quarterfinals were seen on the B stream. All of our regions will have a B stream. You can check that out on event.brawlstars.com. And then we just got a chance to see our semifinals earlier. CVD taking it above Fofolets, which, Trav, that was a surprise to all of us.
Yeah, I mean, as the predictions show here, we got none of us getting that correct. But to be fair, I'm pretty pleased that that team did get through, because it did seem like they deserved to be heading straight to the finals with the gameplay that they were provided. And to be fair, Fofolets just weren't really themselves in that semi-final game, so I do think that they deserve to make it all the way to the finals to face off against whoever wins out of Team Queso and Calabresos. At the moment, it's looking like Calabresos, but I wouldn't be surprised if Team Queso managed to claw something back.
Absolutely. Like you said, that little bit of a pause kind of gives you a little bit of a mental reset, or at least it should. JXCR seem to be still down in the dumps, but we'll see if they can turn it around, because their performance in one or two of these sets has definitely kind of, well, it's left them to be desired. Obviously, they're down, but we've also seen like flashes of brilliance as well here and there. And so I don't think this one is all chalked. I think we might have some action in front of us. And so as we jump into out in the open, got to start thinking about which characters are going to show up. Angelo and Eve obviously come to mind because of that little water spot. More Angelo than the alien, for my money. And as our bans pop in, Queso knows it, and they want to ban out the bow and arrow guy.
Yeah, well, Belt going to be the first pick. Eve, Angelo, and Piper bans for the side of Team Queso. Calabresos going to go for the Piper, the Meg, and the Gene bans, which is surprising to see the Meg banned out considering how well they played it a little bit earlier on. But Brock going to be their return pick against that Bell. Should have another one following up pretty shortly. But at the moment, 2 pretty long-range brawlers. Charlie sliding in, no surprise there. Leon after that, also a very good brawler on this map, and especially with the hypercharge at the moment.
Yeah, I like the Brock pick, and I feel weird saying that because I don't often like the Brock pick, but the fact that you've got that long range and the wall break will kind of open up the out in the open map a little on the nose there, but flanked by the Charlie and the Byron again. So much Byron here in South America. We've seen it win, we've seen it lose. Are you happy about seeing the Byron?
No. I'm really not, to be honest. I don't mind the range that it brings to the table, but they're going to have to play that range game. Against a Leon, against a Pearl, all three of these Calabresos players are going to have that range advantage. So they need to make sure they use that and not kind of let it linger on until the late game, where we're going to see Leon get supers and, you know, obviously carry them on to the next round. Because hypercharge with Leon with that super is going to be so dangerous for all the members on Calabresos.
We're off to the races. Everybody shoving right here in the mid. Adinho probing those bushes, looking for somebody lurking, but JXCR didn't make it. And look how they broke open this L section, this corner of the bushes. Nobody's going to be able to make it outside of Queso's starting spot into that next bush. I like that choice.
Yeah, JXCR did a good job of charging up that shot and getting some good damage and backing off Adinho up top on the left-hand side there. Splash comes through, Brian gets hit and down he goes. All control in the hands of Calabresos still, so Kaidog has the super in hand. Might want to carry it over to the next round, but chooses to just break up a little bit of this bush. Splash comes through as well. One shot left on JXCR. Should be a quick little auto-aim finish off from one of them, but Adinho does end up getting it. Ree's the last player standing, and that is not going to last long.
Yeah, just a hair in the wrong direction. Honestly, that first kill was just a mistake by Team Queso, or the first death rather, and so Calabresos gotta feel good about that. No supers available, as you said, might have wanted to save it, but I mean, here they come back again. Adinho has the cocoon available, doesn't need it, charges it towards it, misses it, but who cares? Everybody's dead. Calabresos just like that. Take game number one.
Well, if it plays out like that, I think we might be seeing a 3-1 to Calabresos here. Team Queso not really bringing that same energy they had done, especially in that first set. And the following sets as well weren't that bad, but Calabresos just seems to be running away with it at this point. Should be 3-1 here if it carries on just like that. And I mean, with the competition, TQ just don't really seem to be in it. Too far away, really.
Well, JXCR last time around stayed backstage. This time around now makes his way towards the mid. That might be a difference maker here, as Adinho now has to play on the left-hand side as opposed to getting involved on the right. And just that spreading of the floor drastically changes the way you play the game.
Oh, JXCR being burnt down now, Splash there as well, and should go down. Ficro follows up with a little bit of an auto-aim, but he does fall quite low. Brian and Rees both still so low as well, 1000 HP, and that should be a quick finish off, but he actually manages to be a little bit slimy, get out of there, and it's still 3v2, so you got to favor Calabresos, but TQ holding on.
I really like the answers here. 3-on-2, Brian half HP, trying to find his way, but Adinho and Kaidog kind of give him no place to survive. And Calabresos will be denied any supercharge from Rees. Nice move going there into the smoke. Side of the gas, always a good choice. You deny the supercharge across the way, and so Calabresos find themselves one round away from one game away from one set away from the grand finals.
In other words, if they win this one, they go all the way to the grand finals. Team Queso going to be in a bit of a tough position. They're just pushing at this point. They pretty much know it's going to be over. Spider's coming forwards now as well, and Brian gets hit by the Fire Crow. Byron going to be burning him down, eventually gets his super, but it's taken him way too long to get that. Follow-up shots coming through. The cocoon straight onto that second last member. Brian, little invis, but I mean, Rees comes out of that. It's still 3v2. We have a mark on Adinho as well. He has a chance, but with literally no supercharge, I'm still not sure about it.
Yeah, this is technically Team Queso are in it. I lean heavily on that technically. No way out here for Brian. The gas going to be coming on out here. And Kaidog and friends take him down. That's going to be it. We move on to the grand finals, and Calabresos are the victors, 3 above 1.
Well, we did expect them to be making it all the way to the grand finals, but they had, you know, a bit of an issue in this one. It wasn't as easy as I'm sure they probably would have thought it was going to be. Team Queso putting up a very good fight and coming out the gate swinging as well, taking that first set so convincingly, as you can see just below us here, 2-0, and it was, you know, it was fast as well. They really did walk over Calabresos, but then 3 consecutive sets go their way, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, really showing what they're worth heading on to the finals.
Yeah, that was just outright dominance from Calabresos. I think the very first game, the very first round of the first game might have been like a little bit of a mistake. And then everything else was just Calabresos saying, yeah, we're him. See you later. We got you. Here, Adinho winds up coming around here on the left-hand side. The team shot also, the target acquisition was really impressive. They called the target, and it at least two of the players from Calabresos would aim towards that target. That sort of coordination and communication. I love when I can see the comms on screen, Trav, and I felt like we saw that here in this knockout match.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great shout. You see, I mean, yeah, you know, occasionally Team Queso players stepped out of line, but that's what you're talking about, that communication to, you know, acknowledge when someone steps out of line, communicate to your teammates and just wipe them off the map. And I mean, that doesn't really seem too right, does it? But 4-0-2, and I mean, I imagine this is maybe from the previous sets, but Calabresos definitely playing that one pretty well to finish it off, and I'm pretty confident for them going into the finals.
Oh yeah, Cairo Dog, Fire Crow, Edinho. This was a statement match. I really don't know how else to say it. This knockout was the most dominant that we've seen today, and we saw a pretty dominant matchup earlier on. I gotta go back and watch the VOD, but we've seen some dominance today, and I think this one takes the cake.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, Calabresos, you kind of expect them to get all the way to the finals, but to beat Team Queso in that fashion, really not so much. Firecrow going to be taking the MVP then. And I think any of the members on Calabresos could have taken the MVP down on this one. All played well, all played as a team, and as you said, communication was on point.
Love that. That's always my favorite, is the team play. I don't know if that's my favorite. Sometimes I do like to see that guy just stand tall, but it's hard from the commentator position to say no to the teamwork, dreamwork type stuff, right? And so here we are, Firecrow getting the MVP as voted by y'all in the event.brawlstars.com, which is always one of the cool things. Brawl Nation, big community. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and thank you so much for joining us for the finals, which is coming right after this.
Unbelievable scenes here. SK falling like cards.
Don't be scared to try something. We have nothing to lose. I'm not going to back down from what I said.
It felt like a punch in the face.
It's SK Gaming running away with it. What do you have to say now? This is the peak of Brawl Stars esports, I'll be honest.
The Brawl Stars Championship. In 2023, one team entered the season with massive expectations.
This team is in complete chaos.
And a bitter rival standing in their way.
They both had huge points to prove.
At the end of the season, only one team can lift the World Finals trophy. But are there other ways to measure greatness?
Not suffering nicely, right? Like what they say.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back. Told you to be a short break. We had to go ahead and grab ARC and also show you some of the cool stuff behind the scenes. Shout out to the people making that SK story. I mean, really, when we talk about esports in our communities, it's the people, not just the pixels. And that's what I signed up for. I'm so excited for it, ARC. I can't wait to see it in its entirety.
It's all about storylines. This is what we live for, what we work for, and ultimately, what a fantastic storyline that really was. Just showing that, you know, you can have a pretty rough start to the year, but you can come out still smelling of roses. And this is the time now for many of these teams that may not be getting it quite right this month to come back stronger in the months to follow.
Talking about coming back stronger, Calabresos certainly did just that. They came back from a break and they smacked down their opposition to find themselves in the grand finals versus CVD, who I think had one of the bigger upsets today here, Trav. Fofolets falling down to CVD. Now, the CVD team is no slouch, but Fofolets really put on a show in those quarterfinals, and so as a result of that upset, in my opinion, we see CVD in the grand finals.
I think it's fair to say that it was an upset. CVD, we didn't really expect them to come in today making it to the grand finals. Semi-finals, yes. Grand finals, not so much. I mean, clearly ARC thinks they're going to be winning the grand finals, never mind getting there. Whereas me and you have gone for the CBR. I think that's the safe bet.
ARC, I do gotta say, branding, I'm that guy. I think the logo CVD has is the best. Just the VT Zim t-shirt. Sign me up. I want one. Please send me one. But you got to tell me, that's not why you chose them for the grand finals, right?
I mean, we've got to reiterate the upset that we witnessed earlier. You know, Motep and Pekka were with Now's Esports last year. They won 5 out of 6 monthly finals. Like, that is the biggest upset today so far, enough to sway me. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that, you know, CBD are the upset, underdog characters in this storyline for me. But they're playing so well, it was enough to convince me to sway over and go against my other predictions on event.brawlstars.com. And I'm here for it. I mean, Clash were the number 2 seed in that regard last year, and they've already knocked out the number 1 seed from that side. So I'm here for it.
I respect it, man. I mean, we've done these shows for a long time, and I'll let Trav take this one because I like to dunk on the wrong predictions or the weird predictions, but I respect this one. Trav, do you also respect it?
Listen, I respect the prediction. I respect it. But I also, I kind of have to question whether it was, you know, them playing well or Fofola's playing not so well, because they were making so many mistakes, going way too aggressive. And yes, CVD punished it well, but I don't know if Calabrasos will make those same mistakes that we saw Fofola's make. And I don't know if CVD will have the opportunity to punish them.
You know, this comes up often, you know, was it Team A being strong or Team B falling down? You gotta say that a big part of being a winning team is learning how to take advantage of small mistakes. And so while Calabrasos don't often make large mistakes, they rarely make small mistakes. You notice I didn't say never. And so CVD might be able to find 1 or 2 little holes in the armor, 1 or 2 little handholds, Arc. And so, you know, I'm asked for my prediction, and I think Calabrasos was really dominant, but I'm picking up what you're putting down here with CVD. Their upset against Fofolets was really, that's going to be a story people are talking about.
Yeah, absolutely, and I fully see what Trav's saying, and I do agree as well. Like, there was definitely a side that Fofolets were not really pulling in their weight today. And, you know, I think for many of us last year as well, this predominantly ex-Clash roster of Adino and Kaido coming from the Clash side, you know, we expect to see more from them last year. It took them the entire year to get to that final monthly final in August to actually get that win on the board in the grand finals. So, I mean, this is certainly the tides lining up for them to maybe do something well today. But it's a bit more 50-50 to me, but we'll see what the poll says. Okay, there you go. There you have it. My words are being eaten by pure facts as we speak.
I mean, no, I give it to you. 52 and 48, that's close enough. And Trav, we will see you after the jump, because right now we are jumping right in ribbon to New Horizons. We'll start things off with Knockout. I think this is a fun one to start off with because it's such a different pace than the rest of the respawn modes that we get a chance to see something different. Right away, we see the Angelo bands, and I'm looking at the Gene bands on both sides as Brock locked in first.
Byron locked in before Piper. Interesting for me. And with the max ban, it would be making more sense to consider her as because, you know, you're less likely to get pushed upon, but the Nanny, you know, just to prevent that very idea is very smart actually from CVD there. I mean, but Nanny not being banned now leaves Calabrasos with that kind of dilemma of do they want to bring in the Piper and kind of risk it or have something with a bit more safety behind it. Certainly Nanny at the moment in such a great spot in terms of the meta, can have a really hard-hitting pack of a punch behind it. And Byron, I mean, it just seems to be very much a regional idea here, which they just keep bringing in. But Charlie, she's not banned. I've got to ask the question, why? It's surely a matter of time before we see it come out to play here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Knockout is a unique mode. The fact that you don't respawn definitely changes the way the draft is compared to all the other modes. Like sometimes with Hot Zone, Area Denounce more, but I still don't see why Charlie. I am very interested in to see where this one goes. But we've got Brock and we've got Meg, and Adino looking for one more selection here. We've seen a heck of a lot of Pearl, and we haven't seen Bonnie all day, but I literally mentioned her earlier with respect to how the draft changes on Knockout. The downside to her diving in isn't a downside because nobody's there to kill her after the fact. So interesting choices, the first of today.
Yeah, certainly going to have a good time going into the Byron, but the splash, of course, is definitely going to be a deterrent of that, and going in early for that same reason with the Bonnie would be my approach there. But there is the Charlie that I just think is just honestly being so underbanned in this region currently. It's had such great success rate across other regions. You know, it was not even played in the World Finals because it was just that strong, and I think still, having come down with a couple of nerfs, it is still in such a great spot. I think that for me, I am loving what CBD are bringing to the table here. You know, opting away from the Piper's wise because the Meg being there is going to be a big deterrent of that as well on the side of Calabrasos. You know, I'm really liking this draft on the side of CVD, but not to say that there's not holes in it. If that Bonnie is able to time those jumps wisely and eradicate, you know, to make it that 3 versus 2, it could fall quickly.
I gotta say, I didn't think I'd be saying I like the draft with Byron better today, but that's what I'm saying here. I think the Charlie is just stronger than some of the other options we see across the way. The Nani big damage on the KO, but Spider Lady not able to step up and capitalize. Cowdog still half HP and healing up, so the Spiders won't make it all the way there.
Well,
they'll just dancing for now.
Yeah, just dancing around, just getting some good damage. The VT's in very low here. That last rocket return center, but not enough to keep him alive. Now that 3 versus 2 that surely CBD were dreading here, and a chance to tie up this first round cleanly, get some supers and get some utility along the way as well. Kydog again doing a good job of pinching around this left-hand side, and the pinch is really working out nicely. The Doris is surely going to fall here with one more rocket. Just Calvin now is going to save his super, save that utility for the next round, and that one goes the way of Calabrasos.
You know, you brought up supers there, and I want to touch on that with Bonnie. New gear shifts the amount of shots she needs to get that super, so that might be influencing some of this decision and picking her out here. Mid lane not going to be Nani this time around. BT's Zim instead shades over to the left-hand side. Nani obviously going to be able to have a better time in mid because of the way the shot goes, and doesn't have a good time on the left because of the way Brock's shot goes. And just like that, CVD falls over, and game 1 is over.
Yeah, as quickly as that. I mean, ultimately, the Nani can shred through a Meg, but the positioning there just wasn't great on that left-hand side, and the pinch came forward, and it was as quick as that. Very clean. Very, very clean there from Calabrasos. You can't deny that at all. And I think for me, some adaptations to be made. Slowing down the pace wouldn't be the worst of ideas here for CVD, as you know, getting that utility for the Byron to be able to defend better against the Bonnie, and just having, of course, the cocoon for Kalba. That's the sort of thing where you can really create that susceptibility within your opposition.
Big shift of the lanes here on Calabrasos' side as well. There's Meg now wrapping around, and a kill going the way of CBD, which is big. That's the first one of the contest so far, 2-on-2, and it looks like the blue team pincered. Edinho gonna come right on in here, but Cocoon is strong. Can Cowdog save the teammate? Doesn't even need to, just gets aggressive and brings down VT Zim. And so Calabrasos looked like they might have been in a tight spot there, Arc, but they wind up sneaking out.
Yeah, CPD could have definitely handled that one better for me. I mean, Adina was in a really tight position, but ultimately had the HP to survive on, and that was the key, really. Kydog evading with the rocket laces there was a really nice play from him. Able to just to heal up and come back and support his teammates. Some nice body blocking attempts for sure from BT Sim, but it led to him being so low. Rocket rain from the right-hand side from Kydog, getting a nice takedown there. 3 versus 2, still in the favor then of Calabrasos, who are just playing things better, taking their time with things, and being much more methodical in their thinking.
Meg, just such a different character. Firecrow does have that super. Needs help from his teammates first, though, before he wants to use it. There he goes. Pop, pop. VT Zim knows it's over. And Calabrasos take the game and the set, and they are 2 away from being monthly finalists.
Yeah, very different to what we saw from earlier on, to be completely honest. And again, as Trav said, was that for less? Just kind of not really, bringing the fire today, and it seems like they're playing very much that same way. The positioning was a bit all over the place for me. They were just leaving themselves open to just being taken care of rather than playing the long game. And I think that's what Knockout for me is all about, as the mode, you've really got to have that survivability and not be overly aggressive in those early moments, and you're just almost kind of giving into the situation. You can't do that. You got to fight back, and just sometimes, being able to survive a situation and a counteraction can be far more beneficial later on until you've got the right utility to handle the situation. But I think the body worked out very nicely there for me, for sure. And ultimately a brawler which, despite having that recent buff in the balance chain, was more favored in APAC, less so in EMEA, but the increased damage from 1000 to 120 and the increased supercharge really showing its worth there. And I think Firecrow did a great job playing it.
Yeah, the supercharge I think is a big difference. That said, I'm looking at the Meg and the Brock being the big difference makers here, and the numbers all seem to be nice and even. But either way, Calabresos winds up taking this one, and CVD have to change something up. Definitely cannot perform that way going into the next maps. But again, I've said it a number of times, and this will probably be the last time, I promise. Knockout is just so different from the other modes, Arc. It's just so different that I think if you wind up tossing you wind up throwing the one knockout aside in the beginning, it's easier to kind of reset and just go, all right, that was knockout. Let's go into the respawn modes, and things will be different this time. I think this is, easy is a big word, but I think this is shake-offable, if you will, for CVD.
Yeah, certainly so. It's still early days. I do also tend to think that the first set does provide that valuable momentum moving forwards into the next. But I mean, CVD have had some good drafts so far today. I don't think for me that was one of their best, in all honesty. I didn't mind it because the Charlie basically just lit up my eyes. But I think that the way that Calabresos approached it was just far more solid in its form. But going into our next map and mode, it's going to be a fresh draft, and I believe it's going to be Bridge Too Far, which it is, yeah, for Heist. So the long range sharp shooting affair could work well here, and Heist can be over incredibly quickly. You've got to make sure that this draft really does lock down a lot of the heavy hitters. Angelo's got to be a massively high priority for me. Colt on the safe can't be left uncontested. Eve as well can have a great amount of value, being able to swap lanes with your choosing. I think Colette, you can't rule out her. The amount of hypercharges on the safe can just shred your entire objective down very quickly. Chuck as well there, great to see. Piper, Charlie as well on the side of CVD, going to be Chuck, Angelo, and Colt for Calabresos. So overall good bands. A very early draft of Bonnie, and I really don't mind that, to be honest, now that Bonnie's got a bit more of a place when it comes to Heist.
Secondary selections here. There's the Eve that you mentioned. The ability to walk on water, certainly relevant here. And one of the more water-oriented maps. And the answer back, Rico. Interesting choice. What's your thought? Okay, there it is. That makes a little more sense as Max steps on forward. I was scratching my head a little bit, but Max combined with Bonnie, that makes a lot more sense. Awaiting this last pick here, I need to see. I would like to see somebody long range, but I don't. Do you go a thrower here?
I'm not really a massive fan. Sprout had its place for a little bit of time in North America. It could come into play here, but I think production there just trolling me because they saw my face when I saw the Rico. I think Colette is definitely, for me, a question as to why it hasn't come up yet. Belle, I don't mind, but it's not necessarily play fantastically into the Eve, so I've got a few reservations there. Ultimately, it can do some work, and if you take care of the pest from the egg as well, it's definitely not a bad pick now that the hypercharge is in play. But I mean, for me, I think it would be Colette over this, or Brock, or something else in terms of that long range stuff. I mean, the Brock pairing with the Eve, in fact, will definitely do nicely because, again, the hatchlings will be definitely tough for Brock to deal with. So I like the pairing that Calabresos have got going on there. But I think Max is actually quite underrated at the moment. There is the Colette. Yeah, I'm glad to see that from Calabresos. They're kind of seeing a lot of sense and a lot of value in the hypercharge. Surprised, actually, that it wasn't kind of picked up a little bit sooner, actually.
Same. The reason I went to thrower, obviously there's not a lot of geometry to deal with, but more so the AoE damage, right? And Belle is kind of the opposite of where my mind was at. I think, like you said, the Eve nonsense might be an issue for Belle going forward. We'll oh man, that Colette, the Colette and the Brock make me feel very heavily towards Calabresos' draft. But the fun part about our game of Brawl Stars is that you've got to play the game both off the field and on the field. And so as our teams enter the server, Bonnie jumps on in and enters the safe. And Calabresos has yet to look at her, and she's done 20 plus damage. Not done just yet.
Got to remember as well, Calbo earlier on this body pick was really pulling his weight in pit stop and getting the damage needed going in. The max is definitely a bit hit or miss sometimes in this map because it's so sort of separated in its ways in terms of the lanes. Now the damage really is starting to rain down. The respawn's coming in. Kaido coming back for a bit of support. Does clear up the middle lane there with Firecrow. But some good damage coming in. Allows Calvo to pick up the scraps, and he's going to be on the safe very soon as well. Edino doesn't survive, but he's doing a great job. Look at this. Using the egg to counteract things in the corner. Just putting himself right back there, and Firecrow coming in for the helping hand. Really great defensive work, and look at the damage being dealt on the other side of the field. It's neck and neck.
Nicely played there in the corner, but I will bring up the fact that able to start charging the super one more time, and there it is. Bonnie goes in, 20% and less remaining, 16 specifically, whereas CVD, their safe is sitting pretty at 50%. And so I was really enamored with this draft arc, but this is what I mean. Your gameplay on the field actually matters. 2 players in the mid. They're looking at Doritos, and they're trying to chomp them, but mid lane is getting eaten. And VT Zim and Quay have to play defense now versus the 3. There's the hypercharge from Colette. Look how much damage it does.
It really does. It's a bit risky because ultimately, you know, if you just left to not feed into it like they were doing so well at the beginning of the map, Colette doesn't necessarily get the most amount of value. They can just ignore it, but now they can't ignore this. Edino on the left-hand side pushes his way forwards. The pets come in as well and connect, and the safe's going to be trickling down as Firecrow going to land these shots. Tanked by VT Zim, marked up, and it's going to be finished up as Kalber going on the safe at the top end. 4% is all that's left, but there's 10% left, and that can be easily achieved here with Kaiser. 1 super in. He's going to be able to connect it, but shut down immediately. Oh my word. What a defense, but it's far from over.
There's still 17 seconds left. 4% for red, 10%. Look at Doritos. He's coming up the right-hand side. Can end it all just like this, but Kyle Dog shows up instead. We're counting down from 5. Players still standing. VT Zim needs to get a shot or 2. Gets 1. Can't get the next, but it's all good. CVD gets the win. As much of a nail-biter as it was, they do wind up taking it out, and whew, I need a breather. We got another match. We got another game.
That was close. Really close. What an ending. What a beautiful way to seal it. The CVD now 1 game in the pocket. But again, some things to answer for on the side of Calabrazos. I mean, again, if they just leave Kaidog a little bit, I mean, it's funny because I think SpenLC was literally just saying this the other day in one of his videos that if you just leave Colette in the heist and don't feed into that hypercharge, don't feed into that super, and just kind of rush these lanes, you can just like make her redundant. And that's what CVD were doing so well in that previous game. But it can, as you rightly said, so the damage is just so severe. If left to be able to feed in, it's just something that you can't afford. And already they've given that super to Kaidog.
Yeah, she only got 1 hypercharge super off on the save. Here we see Kyle Dog use the super on the opponent, not even able to find her way to the objective, unfortunately, for her and her fans. And here comes a push one more time up mid. Denied by Calabrazos. So a good look for them for once. But CVD still have a little bit of chip damage on the safe, 6%. And Calabrazos now doing some work on the bottom side, 80 and counting. Looks like that was coming from Firecrow on the left-hand side.
Hatchlings there, providing a nice cushioning to be able to push forward for Calabrazos, but some good taps from Calber. Oh, he'll go down the left-hand side though. VT Sim though in the mid with the hypercharge. I'm not sure if they connected the mark or not, but we'll find out in a second as the Rocket Rain is causing a lot of damage on that safe. Now, the defense is strong for Calabrazos. They've got already some good damage on the safe, and the hypercharge now for Kaido. Calver's got to clear that up, and he does really nicely. Edino will be able to actually get the kill in the end. Firecrow will fall though, which means he can't push forwards.
Really big kill on that Bonnie. If Bonnie winds up waterfalling into that second kill on Eve, oh my goodness, we saw what kind of damage she can get done in that melee form, so gotta watch out. Look at Kyle Dog though, has the super, has the hypercharge, pops the hyper, pops the super, and just like that, blue box down to 27%. Now it's gonna be about killing Kyle Dog, and VT Zim gets it done, but Firecrow follows up. Here comes the Brock! And 10% remains on CVD's safe, and Calabrazos is as just healthy.
Yeah, as Kaidog pushes forward here as well, it's going to be all over here for CVD in this game, and not enough damage can be realistically dealt even in the 10 seconds that are remaining as well. That will be it. Tied up is this set now, and learning from their mistakes along the way, you've got to hand it to them for it, because that was much more convincing. CVD didn't really get much of a look in that game, and this is the chance for CVD to be able to level out the playing field. If they can just bring it back to how things were in the previous game, that might not be so easy now.
Huge Colette play. It's so devastating, man. Such a big chunk of damage if you allow Cowdog to find his way down there. VTZim doing a good job of not letting that happen, though. A couple more shots, and there it is. Still alive on the long-range character, but Firecrow trying to make his way downtown. And Dorito's going to respawn to stop that from happening. Still, one shot does make it home. Meanwhile, Body again finds herself on the safe. Big damage coming out of CVD. They've got 97 left, but they dealt enough to bring Calabresos down to 50, make it 54.
I mean, Cowdog had to use super as well to be able to actually defend, and he didn't even get the kill on Doritos, but now he's earned it back, and that's definitely a convincing thing to see, as Firecrow is doing wondrous work on these lane sides, and every time he's able to push forwards, he places more damage on the safe. Now Cowdog going to connect with that safe. This is the left-hand side. They've got to clear this up. The bodies are just flowing through, and look at that. The safe down to 20%, 19 now and counting. This is looking like it could be unbeatable for Calabresos to take this set unless CVD can do something to defend.
So much more attention being paid to that Bonnie. Calabresos is just not letting that happen, and I think that's the biggest change that we've seen out of the red team. Everything down mid, and of course, the Colette brings it home. Another one in the direction of Calabresos, and whew, like I said, I mean, I think I'm just gonna ask you, Ark, what's the biggest difference between that first loss and the other wins?
I think for me, in height at least, leaving Colette until the third and final pick, stick pick, it was really late in that drop. There was plenty of opportunities to consider it on the other side of the field, which weren't taken. And I get it, it is a bit risky. You can kind of endure the consequences of being rushed on the side lanes and then not really being able to exude that value. But that's exactly what Cowdog was able to achieve in that matchup. So much came from him, and then Firecrow from behind as well to land the rockets onto the safe. This first game, though, was such a nail biter towards the end. But I felt like for most part, CVD had a decent handle on the situation, regardless of it being as close towards the end. But it was the learnings for me from Calabresos that they were able to implement from that first game, that first loss, and then just turn things around. Cowdog was much better at getting the value, getting the hypercharges onto the safe, and it just wasn't the same CVD that we saw in that first game.
Yeah, I think a lot of the adjustments, and this is what we talk about when we talk about veterancy, when we talk about, experience. How does that actually make an impact on the floor? Like this. You get a chance to play game one, and you get, kind of trounced. Like Calabresos, I guess it was a run, but Calabresos then just recalibrate, so to speak, and find themselves significantly in the lead for the next couple of them. So now 2 in the pocket. CVD are going to have to fight all the way from behind if they want to find themselves the first South American monthly final winners of 2024. And Calabresos, on the other hand, this is familiar territory for them, man. They are used to being up here on the podium, but they have to bring it home.
Great rounds there for Firecrow and VTZim, 15 kills apiece on that side of things. I'm not sure the DPS counts onto the safe, but if it were, then I'm sure Kyler would get a nice little buff off the back of that. But he played a fantastic Colette Dino as well, 13. A really, really great round for him. And I've got to reflect back a little bit to the max pick on there as well. It's not necessarily I wouldn't put it before a Colette, for example, and that was available to for CVD to consider instead. They went for the max. Again, it's the drawback, of that particular brawler that you can't really collectively, come together unless you're coming off the spawn side, and you don't want to be dying, do you? So going into our next map and mode, then it won't be a bridge too far, but Larry and Laurie picked up immediately the Byron, the Cordelis and the Stu band on the side of Calabresos, the Rosa, the Sandy, and the Surge pick as well. Gale first pick coming in then for CVD, and again, a brawler that I'm not necessarily a massive fan of, to be completely honest.
Again, my apologies. There it is. Center stage is where we're headed, and so the throwers are going to be very valuable. Hence, we see LNL being that first pick. Thanks, Larry. Old man Gale showing up. It's funny, you got the slow out of Gale, and you got the fast out of Max. So a little bit of both sides of the speed world for CVD. How does Calabresos respond is a big question. The Sandy ban is, I think the Sandy and the Cordelius bans are the ones that I'm looking at the most, Arc. I think they just have so much control in this game mode that they've got to go. And CBD, reading my mind.
100%, absolutely so. I mean, the Sandy here can be absolutely devastating, cover like so much of the map. It just has to be a ban here. Max as well definitely can work really nicely here, far better than in the previous game, absolutely for me. And you know, I've still got to question this Byron ban that just continuously seems to be there as a staple diet in South America. It hasn't actually been picked or banned once here, and that's a brawler that I would absolutely be swapping in to the ban instead. Why does Charlie keep escaping these drafts? I'm just not sure why, especially on this map. I mean, the spiders are great for seeking and destroying within those pushing areas. The cocoon, as well, as we know, can just completely dismantle a team and just completely deflate so much of their aggression power coming in. Spike, pretty much a staple as it was last year in 2023 in the South American region, is just a very good safe pair of hands, and just tends to have a higher pick rate for South America than pretty much anywhere else.
I mean, Spike, the Super, Brawl Ball, I'm never going to be mad if somebody picks Spike in my ranked game. You know what I mean? It just has a lot of control and allows you to slow things down here, especially when you're looking into a max if you just need to slow her down. That's absolutely something Spike can bring. The Barley coming out, though. A nice look here against what the opposition has. Obviously can toss over the last wall. I am also still baffled on this Byron, or not baffled. I get it. This region prioritizes Byron. Now, why? All right, I'm baffled. But this is clearly something that everybody down here likes to play, and so everybody's got to be aware of it. And Doritos has to be aware of those spiders. There's big damage coming out already onto the Gale mid.
I'm a bit more concerned with this Barley pick, to be completely honest, over the Byron. I mean, I can understand the Byron to some level. Barley, I can see the thought process, and it's not the worst thing here, but I think there's better options, to be completely honest here.
A different thrower?
The max speed coming in, yeah, it's going to help a little bit with the Laren Lore and the healing qualities as well, especially, but they've all been exacerbated now, and it's just getting started. We're 30 seconds in. Although some good amount of awareness from the last call there to clear the right-hand side, and this could be a chance on goal here. Getting some good damage along the way, and there it is. A goal in 45 seconds. But now they've got defend. This could be easily taken care of on the other side of things. Let's see how this max speed comes into play.
We got to see a little bit of football action there. Usually it's all brawl, but a little bit of passing from left to right. You love to see it. Doritos doesn't love to see that hit from Adinho. And Calabresos seem to have wrestled control of this as right side just barely avoiding all of that nonsense. And here comes the rest of Calabresos. Larry's got Laurie out and walking up mid. Firecrow in trouble, though, and does fall down. So the ball will be on the side of a blue team, but Calabresos have not been able to find the back of the net just yet.
A good positioning now, but a good defense coming in from CBD. Back speed again is their biggest attributes currently, and it is working out so well. But the cocoon on the left-hand side from Medino now get the additional speed coming in as well. It's just a 1v2 now. He can just push his way forwards, but the Doritos from the side there comes in. One shot from BSC, a very important takedown. Last call as well. Great defensive capabilities. They've all gone to the middle. I would have put it to the right.
Either way, it's functional enough that Calabresos is denied yet another scoring opportunity. Cactus comes out to save the life of Kyle Dog, but doesn't open the window just yet. Ball still here. VT Zim is available to play defense, but Adinho walks in, passes it to Firecrow, and they do find the goal. 15 seconds till overtime here, and I think we might just see it.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock, and Calvin really needs that speed to come in. That's such a great thing to have in overtime, but he's in a very tough spot. Pushed back there by Kydog, who has to with the hand. Ball's about to go down. Ball! Thing off! What a fumble! You can't miss moments like that!
Too soon, Executus. You just... Oh, man, I want to say exactly what you said. You can't miss moments like that. Now, significantly in the hands of the blue team, but Doritos might have lost the ball as well, pushing it up just a little too far. And now Calabresos looking to wrestle control of the map one more time. In overtime, who has the advantage here?
the moment, with the positioning power as well, the max speed coming in the last call, there's so much going on here with CBD as the ball pushes to the corner, as Calabresos know that they've got to defend with their lives here. 454 HP there on Adino on that top side of the screen. The Gale as well can do a lot of work on defense, but with one man down, CVD have got to defend now. 10 seconds, plenty of time here. Kydog has the super yet again, and there's a hypercharge available for Adino. They've got the utility pushing forwards now. Everyone going, but Kydog quickly falls. Great touch from Calvin here with the passing around. Might have held to a goal. Not going to happen. It's going to be a tie.
Well done by Calabresos, able to find their way back into the game by finding that goal and a hard-earned goal as well. A couple of different attempts on net, a couple of different attempts to even gain footing on the map itself. And then the tie again. New rules for this year. A tie will influence how the rest of the set goes. If we see another tie, then it is a one-game set, essentially. And if we see all three, we do it again with a new draft. So certainly some excitement here in our South American Grand Finals of our first monthly final. Right now, though, Calabresos seems to have the momentum.
Ooh, the heal there, not quite enough to keep BSC in the mix, but Calba coming in now. Speed did it connect with Doritos. I'm not too sure whether it actually did or not. Kydog with the ball, super to hand. It's BTZim having to defend. All of this is just not going to happen. Completely pushed forwards, and Calabresos with an early goal.
What a big difference. There was just less mid-control. I think it was largely Doritos being handled by Calabresos, but I'm willing to be told I'm wrong. We also saw Firecrow get that super off earlier here in game 2 than we did in game number 1. And just like that, Calabresos again have map control, again take down 2, again have a window, and again find the back of the net. They will again get it, and this time around, win it.
Really solid finish. You know, the timing, the communication, absolutely on point. You know, these hypercharged brawlers that are now in the mix are so essential, not just because of what they bring in terms of utility, but it's the additional speed as well, that when they both activate it immediately, like we saw, you know, in a game mode like Brawl Ball, that allows you just to really create so much pressure. There's very little that CBD are able to do about that now that, you know, Calabresos are starting to get their act together in this set, and they're looking much, much better for it. Now, though, the ball being pushed forwards, Firecrow very, very low, and Doritos in a fantastic spot in the left-hand side, but the ball was pushed forward. Speed seems too low, and now one shot from Firecrow down to 280. Firecrow may have even gone for the ball then and trying to run it forwards.
Troublesome. Again, I just mentioned it, but keep in mind, CBD cannot play for a tie. They need to win this game. If it winds up being a draw, Calabresos wins the set, the match, and the whole thing. CBD needs a victory here. If CBD gets the win, we play again. But Calabresos have the momentum just like they did before. They wind up getting a kill. Unable to break the defense of Blue Team, though. And a much better defensive set from CBD this time around.
Nice cocoon there from Adino, and the pickup for the kill was there as well, making that 3 versus 2. Doritos immediately taken down with a lovely shot from Kydog here. Ball being pushed forwards, immediately shot and scored! Calabresos now in such a commanding position.
They are in a position, 1:15 on the clock. They need 2 goals. There's no other option. Need both of them. Dorito pushes back the left-hand side, opens up the map for the rest of the team, but the rest of the team falls down. Firecrow on the right-hand side with a big, big kill. That said, VTZim also feeling cute, and that's going to be one in the pocket. CBD are alive.
What a time for it. Again, 50 seconds on the clock with this max speed. If it comes into play yet again, they can survive things out. I don't think the Calabresos will give it to them that easy. They know that they have got the high ground in this scenario. One cocoon there from Adino, and it could all be over. Kydog again having super, and hypercharges just around the corner. Speed coming in now. It's got to be a solid defense, and they've got to get that ball.
I mean, Calabresos, they could just castle this. They could just corner the ball and not pay attention, because if it winds up being a tie, they win the set, but they're going to go for it anyway. They're not aiming for the truck. The spins are out, and that's it. Your first South American monthly finalists, the winners of South America, are Calabresos.
A very, very strong performance from them today. Flawless almost to every level, and again, well deserved. Great to see Kyodog back on top of Adino because, again, last year, just always coming second in those instances until August. This year, a different story, placing one straight out the gates and making a statement for the entire region.
The dominance here, man, it flowed from the last set as well. I feel like the last match, rather. The semifinals, Calabresos came in. They came in pretty hot and they were tested, and then they ended that set with a bang. And then they just kept that rolling. 2-0, 2-1 in the second set, but another 2-0 here in Brawl. And, well, and just what an insane performance here. Because again, CBD didn't just lie down. This was not an easy match to win. And Calabresos do wind up taking it. And you know, they didn't need to score that second one, Arc, but I like that they went for it. That's winning with style.
Absolutely. So, I mean, keeping the ball forwards as well causes a big problem for CVD to be able to really have an answer for it. So it makes a lot of sense for me. And, again, I think CVD, a couple of things to iron out within their drafting. It just didn't seem as solid. And, we had some question marks coming in terms of the predictions as to whether, well, at least I did on mine. I mean, I think that I was still right to say that CVD had an opportunity here, but I think more of a reflection on their prior sort of performances earlier on in the day and maybe having a bit of a simpler opposition. I think for me, Calabresos definitely deserving victor in this, and you can see what it means to Kyodog there, just getting out of his chair. Look at the stats as well, very solid stuff. Adino 10, 9 for Firecrow and 8 for Kyodog, and I think there as well, certainly in the action, you can just see that the draft was just bang on point.
Dominance. Just dominance, man. Calabresos bring it home, and in emphatic fashion, Kyodog winds up being your MVP as voted by y'all at home. And he earned that. We said before a couple of matches how this was a team victory. We saw the entire squad kind of stand up. Kyodog, though, absolutely a big part of that. And the fans go ahead and vote him as MVP. I love look how much energy he still has. He's just pacing around the room. He's still feeling it. I'm still feeling it. That was a good one.
Man's making dinner plans, he's got the rest of the day now. He's getting out there to celebrate straight away and wasting no time to gather up the troops. You love to see it. But again, it was a very solid performance. I think the drafting for me was probably the best on the side of Calabresos that we've seen kind of all day. Certainly, though, definitely some South American picks and bans for sure. I'm not overly convinced. We'll see how it shapes up to be. You never know. Last year it was like the APAC region that kind of led a lot into the EMEA region for some of their ideas. Maybe, who knows? It'll be South American that kind of leading the path this year. I think for me, EMA is still kind of my favorite in terms of what we're seeing in terms of the drafting, but certainly very entertaining nonetheless.
We'll see if Byron winds up making a world tour. Trav is back. Great to have you back, my man. How was that finals?
I mean, it was a good fight. I will say some of the games were very close, but I do think that it is kind of like the expected victors that got to the finals managed to finish it off. We at the end of the day, we expected them to be playing off against Fofolets, but it just didn't happen out that way. CVD managed to get that in a bit of an upset, but I think the deserved winners won today.
Yeah, if you didn't get a chance to watch some of the earlier moments, I think Fofolet's definitely a squad that everybody has to take a look at for sure. Udibus No Picks also not a bad team. And of course, keep in mind, some of those matches happened on the B stream. You always want to be making sure you're checking out event.brawlstars.com. And right now, I want to check out my predictions. And it looks like nobody was perfect, but that's sports, baby. Arc, you wound up with the CVD in the grand final. I did like that choice. The queso also deterring from mine in quarterfinal 3, but a fun day overall as far as our picks are concerned.
Just wanted to hand Trevor a little bit of freebie, just try to make things interesting. Yeah. He himself said that sometimes you just got to go out there and put it out there and just hold yourself to it. And I thought that CVD did really well until that point in time. I think for me, CVD had the best upset of the day, in that matchup in the semi-finals. So I still stand by it. I want to see more from this squad going forwards, but certainly, as Trav said, the best team won on the day. Calabresos certainly were that team that are looking like the forefront runners of this region.
Well, this is our first month, and this is what it looks like. Calabresos, they are sitting pretty up top. 116, CVD obviously in that second spot. And that Fofolets team, like I said, I think people are going to have to be on notice for them. That's going to be a problematic squad going forward, Trav. They got some talent.
Yeah, they really do. And I mean, I feel like they were a bit shortchanged today with where they did end up finishing. I should say, can't even speak at this point. It's been a long day, clearly. But no, I do think that the talent that they have on that roster and the players and the big names that they're bringing to the table, I do feel like they are a top 2 team within this region. And I do feel like we're going to see them, you know, for the next 4 months, possibly clashing with Calabresos for that #1 spot.
Certainly possible, absolutely. And as far as our show is concerned, this is all possible because of certain partners that we have jumped into with. So shout outs to our friend over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thank you so much for powering our games. Also shout out to our friends over at Qualcomm, Samsung Galaxy, doing big heavy lifting for everyone involved and giving us exactly what we need to tackle the opposition. You want to talk about energy? We've got Monster Energy, and that is giving us the power to shove forward. And absolutely thank you to our friends over at DHL, delivering the best stuff that you could ask for. So thank you to all of our partners. As far as we're concerned, without you, we'd just be us. So thank you so much for everybody that worked hard to get together the Snapdragon Pro Series and the Brawl Stars Championship, because this is a highlight of my month. Hanging out with you, Ark, hanging out with you, Trav. Shout out to our other commentators and, of course, the community, Ark. I mean, it's just fun to be back.
It's always a good time in South America, man. It really has been a good one. And I'm looking forward to seeing from next month how things will shape up to be and whether we'll see anything from Olimpo squad, where a team I have my eye on that didn't quite make it through the qualifying stages. 1C as well. Will they come into the spotlight a little bit more next month? But certainly, at the moment, in terms of the leaderboard, I think it's a fair reflection of the day.
All right, Trav, you get the final words here before we say goodbye. What are your thoughts as we say goodbye to South America?
I mean, I love the South American region. I'm glad to see them merged once more into one big region rather than those 2 sub-regions, as we're seeing, you know, the big competition, you know, thrive once again within this region. And I'm really happy to see these kind of teams who technically are underdogs making it to the finals and really, you know, giving this region some big fight.
It's been a lot of fun as far as South America is concerned, as far as Brawl Stars is concerned, but that puts an end cap on our show here today. 3 regions in the pocket. North America still coming up. You are not going to want to miss that. That is our final monthly final for this time around. And so for everybody backstage and everybody in the stands, thank you so much for being a part of what we call love. And we'll see you next time. We'll see you for NA. Peace and much love to you.
2v1, can Pekka defend this? Sweet Dreams used a little bit of goal there for my likable still.
And not the goal! It's on the line!
Semi-finals.
Well played.
It finds Loco making it 3 versus 2 now. It's so tense. Christian, 2 weeks too much about it. Is the response pushed back immediately by Motep? He's in a bit of a compromised position here, though. Now will go down. The Twister should protect maybe most of these. No, not placed to perfection. And that's 9 gems, 1 away from countdown for CBD.
CR is able to find 1, but it answers back by Fire Crow. And now the 3-on-2. Reese is low. Can't die and does. 12 in the pocket for Calabresos. Fire Crow on the right-hand side with a big kill. That said, VTZim also feeling cute, and that's going to be 1 corner of the ball and not pay attention, because if it winds up being a tie, they win the set, but they're going to go for it anyway. They're not aiming for the truck. The spins are out, and that's it. Your first South American monthly finalists, the winners of South America, are Calabresos.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.